Good morning, everybody. Alright, at the conclusion of yesterday's stream, we were ready to move out. We were ready to transit a bunch of stuff back to Riverside. So that is going to be our warm-up today. Off. I left the Spiffa van running. Oops. Alright, driver's seat loaded up. That does mean that I do have a little bit of room left in the ambulance. Maybe I will take a couple of these tires back with me. At least the ones that aren't garbage. Oh yeah, there's a couple really good regulars here. Whole set of good regulars here. Oh, those are standard. So many keys. So many keys. Hey, Hassan. Doing alright, how you doing? We're getting ready to do a little bit of driving here. Got a long distance to drive. Okay, perfect. We ended up getting all that glass work after all. We do still have about 10 encumbrance left we can fit in the trunk. We're about to get some snow over here. Apparently, my region, the east coast of the United States, we're gonna get a lot of snow this weekend. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun with quotation marks. I don't have to drive in the snow, so I'm not as bothered by it. Other folks have got to drive in it, and that always sucks. I've got like a billion shotguns here, but I don't actually need any more shotguns back at Riverside. Like, I literally don't have anywhere to put them once I get back there. And I've already cleaned out my soda supply here, so I don't really need to raid that again. Unfortunately, we don't actually have enough room for the big painting here. No, wait a minute, we do. In fact, we have, like, a perfect amount of room for a hand carry here. Because we have 20 for the painting, and then 16 for the 2 soda machines. We have exactly the correct amount of room for that. 20, 8, and 8 equals 36 is a full military backpack. Sometimes things just work. Yeah, that's true. Can't have fun with rain for very long, it just turns muddy. It just left nothing but eggs over here. Yeah. It's just eggs. I'll be coming back here. Alright, time to commute across the map. Well, actually, half the reason we have so many tires is because in order to tow our vehicles, we have to take the tires off. So there's a lot of tires just sitting around because in order to tow a bunch of stuff home with us, we had to take the tires off first. Yep. It's a rather silly situation. For some reason in this game, if you take the tires off, you can tow a vehicle easier than if the tires are on. I wouldn't normally exploit this, but the devs messed up vehicle storage, so yeah. Oh shit, I was supposed to take that last turn. I'm not awake yet, I can't blame myself. Here we are. I laughed very, very hard when I first discovered how to tow vehicles without the tires. That video was a little compilation of when I first figured out how that worked. It was a joke at first, but I unironically do it. I do it to increase efficiency now. I have to because well, with 30 less storage space in all the vans and almost 100 less in the step vans. Absolutely, always will be. Gotta. We're gonna run into at least a small group on the way back. Oh yeah, always. I always whenever I tow one like this, the car always gets damaged. My ambulance doesn't get too much damage as long as it's a skill issue if the ambulance gets hurt. But the one that I'm towing, well, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't control the vehicle that I'm towing very well. That's the trade-off. Without any tires, you have no way to... See, look at that, look at that. Look at them all. They learned their lesson. They're out of the road now. Whoa. Okay then. That was not good. That was a little bit too hard of a hit. After a certain point, I'm gonna... It will take too much engine damage, and then it'll just be a waste of parts to fix it. I mean, the hood and the side and the trunk on this thing, the trunk has only been repaired once, but the hood and the doors have never been repaired, so those will go straight back to 100. But I'm worried about the... I mean, if I blow the engine up completely, then that's just a waste of engine parts. We're good. We're good. Actually help straighten it out there. Yep, it's the military research facility. Very, very, very long effort and operation to get into that. It's actually on my character's goals. That's what we want to do before we go back to Louisville for this character. One of the things that I want to do before I go to the research station, though, is I want to get aiming 5 if I can manage, which means I need to check, well, any hunting store I could find. Probably Stendo's is going to be my next best chance, since I've already hit Guns Unlimited and I have not found aiming 5. As you can see, we're at aiming level 8. We're coming home with about 2 cartons of shotgun ammo right now. So we're definitely well on the way to being prepared for it. Hey there. Today, we are starting out with some logistics. We're bringing home a treasure trove of loot from Rosewood. And after we get that sorted out, we are probably going to stop by Rosewood and close up shop at our field base there and move up to MassGen Fatco in Muldrow. Ammo bench to make ammo. Man, I wish. That would be amazing. But no, unfortunately, there's no way to make ammo. If you want ammo, you've got to find it. And if you can't find it, no more ammo. The only way to fix guns is using other guns, which is, I think that's always been the way it's been. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. On one hand, I have so many guns that it's almost never a problem for me personally, but I'm trying to think about how the game is supposed to be balanced for other equipping more than just the player character, right? So your NPCs and whatnot. That was some bad driving. I've got enough guns for a small army, but what about my small army? What are they going to need replacements? How often do I got to fix them? This is what happens when you tow with without tires. Very strange things will happen. That's alright, we're coming down the home stretch here. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Here we are back in hometown Riverside. I am predicting we'll be running into interference if I go down the main road leading to the school here. Looks like we did take a few hits on the door, so I will do a door repair as well. Yeah, the main road here is going to have a fair bit of interference. I'm going to circle around and, well, when I say main road, I'm talking about the residential road leading to the school. I predict we'll actually run into slightly less if we take the commercial road here up here, parallel to the Ohio River. If nothing else, we'll have more room to maneuver. Oh great, respawn in front of the mail office. I'll deal with them later. Yeah. We got the swords, now we just need the gunnery. Looks like we got respawns at Spiffos again. Entirely expected. If we have respawns anywhere in Riverside, respawns at Spiffos won't be far behind. But anyway, home sweet home. I'm going to go ahead and drop off the Spiffo van here at the repair lot. We have heavy-duty vehicles coming off the assembly line at this point. Alright, and I'll come back and finish the repairs on the Spiffo van after we've emptied the ambulance out. We just had some rain a couple days ago, so the crops should all be fine. I mean, big should. Not 100% on that. Have I ever seen potholes? Yes, there are potholes all over the place, in fact, and they get worse over time. Thankfully, they don't do anything yet. I can't wait for that update. I'm sure the devs are hard at work adding a system where you'll crash out if you pick a pothole too hard. I'm sure the devs are hard at work on that. Because remember, it's realism that makes us miserable. So they're hard at work on it in the background. 2 soda machines coming right up for the bar. What's this nonsense? Why does it only let me place it facing that direction? Huh. Rotation's broken too. I don't know what's going on with that. Guess I'll have to put them on a different surface. Bar and rec room is TBA. Alright, so there's a whole carton of shotgun shells. I'm gonna go find a home for those. And then 1 garbage bag of assorted loot, and then a painting. And then that's it for the van, the ambulance there. Yeah, I expect that, well, I just hope that when they finally do come up with the potholes destroy your suspension update, maybe they'll also add some other cool stuff to make it less miserable. The devs are pretty good about adding both roses and thorns, if that makes sense. This game is a lovely balance of both. We literally don't have room for any more massive ammo cartons. Shotgun ammo carton is too big for any of my gun boxes right now. I'm just gonna have to put it on the floor. I have reached that phase of my gun stockpiling where I don't have any more room in the boxes. When there's no more room in the boxes, the cartons shall walk the earth. I can make another carton, just because of what's on the floor right there, and what's in my backpack. So we've come home from Rosewood with 2 cartons and 7 boxes of shotgun. That is glorious. That is quite glorious. Any seasoned Project Zomboid player will definitely love the shotgun. It is a classic. And I can pack another box together from all this loose shotgun that I got. So make that 8 boxes of shotgun shells. A little bit of 9mm here. And 1 whole box of 308. I'm sure there's more elsewhere. All these magazines should be empty. Is affirmative. Unfortunately, I can't go by weight anymore. In the current build, magazine weight is broken. A full magazine weighs the same as an empty one, which is silly. Downright silly. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger did the real bit there. This scene from the Terminator, that was such a classic scene with the lever action shotgun. can't wait to be able to do that in Zomboid. Maybe in 10 years when they have motorcycles and the ability to shoot from them. Okay. I think I actually have another. I think I have another carton. Yeah, 8 plus 4. We have yet another carton of shotgun now that have consolidated some other boxes that I brought home. Hell yes. So now there are 3 cartons of shotgun shells on the floor here. And that is in addition to the 4 cartons that are in the main shotgun box and 3 cartons in the overflow box. So we're back to how many cartons of shotgun that I had on Annie before we started wasting them. If anybody watching is not familiar, for the deep lore, when I started using shotgun on Annie Mae. When I started using shotgun on Annie Mae, it was 42.11. 42.11 multi-hit was still broken. So I expended almost 6 cartons of shotgun ammo on Annie Mae before multi-hit was added back into the game. So that was 6 cartons of shotgun that I expended on single targets. In my defense, and I always say this, in my defense, I didn't know that they were going to fix multi-hit. It had been broken for all of B42 thus far. So from the very beginning all the way up to 42.11. But better late than never, I guess. I was very happy to have it back. Especially when I got to aiming level 10. That's one of the reasons I'm waiting completely. I'm going to be aiming level 10 before I touch shotgun again. I'm going to go the complete opposite direction with my my insanity in that regard. Oh yeah. Remember, I just kind of told you a little bit about the we're going to do the military research facility. That's what that's kind of what we're saving up a lot of that shotgun for there. And of course, once we clear out the research facility, we'll do the military checkpoint going into Louisville again. But that is a operation that I am familiar with right there. I have never hit the research facility, so I do look forward to that. What if I put this? You know, this painting might actually look great in my kitchen. I think this will look great in my kitchen. I'm going to pick up this toaster, though. It's in the way. Look at that. I like that. That's pretty. The frame is not a perfect match. I really wish we could change the... Well, I mean, there's so many things I wish we could change about the subtle colors in this game. The frame of this photo, the wood, the coloration of the wood is a little off for everything else in the kitchen. I mean, the kitchen is a bit of a mix and match right now. I'm trying different things. It's a bit of a mix and match. The best shall rise to the top, as it tends to. Our flag collection continues to grow. Oh, I don't have a schedule yet, and unfortunately, so here's the thing. If we look at the website that shows us the map for the whole game, b42map.com, you can see where the research facility is located, but more importantly, what we want to look at is not just where it's located, but how we're supposed to get there. This is it right here. So this is the military research facility. Standard looking, kind of almost prison looking place. But if you look at the road going in, notice that it turns into a dirt road. After a couple of months playing in your game of Project Zomboid, dirt roads are almost impassable because little random trees will have popped up all over the dirt road. So just going to the military research facility That's a couple of hours of work right there. I've got to cut down all these stupid trees that are going to be growing in my way. So I have to fight my way in through the trees before I can even start fighting the zombies. So we're talking like a multi-week adventure in terms of, like, live streaming and when I'm going to do it. Yeah. Now, that being said, when I actually get to the military research facility and start fighting, I will make sure to include that in the stream titles and thumbnails. So if you're looking for that specifically, I will be absolutely certain to include that in the titles and thumbnails when we actually get all the way there, which will be a adventure to get there in the first place. Ten Kentucky state flags, 22 stars and stripe flags. We are rather loaded on flags. It's great. I love it. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about the rest of this loot. I mean, I don't have to sort it right now. In real talk, I don't actually want to sort it right now. I am not in a too big of a loot sorting mood. It's one of those moods that comes and goes. Oh yeah, no, that's no problem. That's you're asking about something that is very interesting to me. I definitely do want to get into that at some point, but it's one of those things that you don't want to rush it. You definitely don't want to rush it. If you rush it, that's a recipe for disaster right there. We are not too worried about the second floor right now. The generator's probably fine, but I'm gonna check it anyway. It's not even worth turning off to refuel, because I refueled it before I left last commute. Okay, the next goal is we want to get the Spiffo van, put wheels back on it, and repair the metalwork. I saw the doors take some damage, so I'm actually going to do a full metalwork repair on the Spiffo van, because I got the steel sheets. I can afford it. Look at how many freaking steel sheets I got. 34 just laying around here. So there's the trunk, the hood, front and side doors, and the rear door. Actually, I'm not going to bother with the rear door. We'll just do we'll do the front chassis. So we got all those. I'm going to stop by the... we actually got rods down there. That's fine. We've got, sorry, not rods. We've got torches down there. And we got a guest, too. Look at this. We got a guest. Hello, guest. Welcome to the Riverside Complex. Let me introduce you to your new home. And that right there, that is why we went through multiple dozens of hours of work building a driveway into the river. Because this one asshole who was standing right here would have been standing directly in the middle of my garden, having walked over a bunch of my crops and killing a bunch of them. If I had not done this, if I had not spent hours and hours building a friggin' driveway into the river and making it so that the zombies can't wander in over here. Physically impossible for them to wander over here. That literally because of these one or two random assholes who actually make it all the way up to the edge of the river here. That's dozens of hours for tiny little payoffs like that right there. Yes, I used the Jeep. It's alright. It's not, nothing to write home about. The Jeep is just a, the Jeep is something that can tow off-road pretty well. But the Jeep itself has so little storage space that it's... The whole point of me towing vehicles in the current build is that I don't want to, or rather, I want to be able to carry a lot of stuff with me, right? And the Jeep has very, very bad storage space in it. So, I don't know. I don't dislike it. If it had more storage space, I would use it all the time. but it's only got a front seat, a passenger seat, and a trunk that is actually kind of small. So the Jeep is actually kind of weak in terms, if you're thinking about it in terms of logistics and moving a lot of items from A to B. Yeah. Alright, so there's the hood, the front doors. The trunk really didn't take that much damage. I mean, it's still 84%. But we'll slap a steel sheet on it anyway. And they're back up to 98. Perfect. I'll give it an engine repair. And some glass work. It's actually just not close enough to the glasswork truck here. Yeah, if I try to go over here for the glasswork, it will... Oh no, I can reach it. Sweet. Alright, glasswork is back. Now it just needs tires, and I brought 3 tires back with me. So I just need to find one more old tire from my collection, of which I should have plenty. Yeah, there's one right here. I almost feel bad putting 83% old tires on this because this is, the engine is actually kind of bad. That's alright. That's not that big of a deal. I wouldn't use old tires for any other purpose at this point because the niche that I thought old tires were meant for doesn't actually fill anything. Performance tires are best at everything right now. And I feel like that might not be the intended design, but that's what I'm experiencing. Alright, so we bring it back up to the base, unload the loot that's inside of it, give it some new headlights, and into the parking lot it goes. Okay. Have a good one, man. Of course, we've got to give ourselves a car wash before we go in there. No zombie blood in my base. I'm gonna have to expand the parking lot for Spiffomobiles here. I probably do have the, I probably do actually have the sand for it. I'll leave the military backpack full of sand. One of these? Not that one. Yeah, back here. The Alpha here has got some sand in it. Got 10 sacks. That's enough. I could put down another parking spot. Yeah, easily. Maybe I'll expand in this direction here. Let's do some quick math. We're going to make it go as far out as the sand lot on this side. Then it's going to be 1, 2, 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 times 6, and then we want 2 spots going in that direction, so... And then let's add a buffer zone between them. So that's 3... Make that 4 times 6 times 2. So that's 48 tiles. And we've got 10 bags at 4 charges per tile. Yeah, we have enough. Yeah, absolutely. We have enough for this. 10 bags is enough. Now, we may not be able to get away with this perfectly. Because just that's the bare minimum that I just calculated. So we actually may not be able to perfectly get this done. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1 spot right there. Now that's a 2nd spot. I need something to mark the separation between them. Let's just put like a garbage bag or something here. So if that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. So then 3 more going in this direction. Okay, we came up short, but I just had an idea. Let's actually pick the sand back up in the separation between the spots here. If this looks strange, you're correct. It is strange, but that's okay, because what happens with the pouring out sand and dirt on the river tiles here, it looks glitchy at first, but then when you leave and re-enter the area, it looks correct. Okay, yeah. So we'll probably be just a little bit short here, but that's okay. Now I want to know exactly how much more sand I'm going to need. So what I'm going to do is dump some out here. Yeah, we're going to need like more to drive in. But maybe I'll do dirt instead of sand for that part. Okay, so for long-term food, gotta ask you first, do you want meat or do you want milk? Because those are actually, that's going to be 2 different breeds. For both cows and sheep, there are different breeds that give different returns on... so if we look at my animals here, the black cows are Angus cows. They produce so little milk that they can barely feed their own calves. On the flip side, the Holstein cows, the black and white spotted ones, produce so much milk that I can fill almost an entire bucket with a single cow. So that's your consideration right there. If you want a lot of milk, you can go for a Holstein cow, and you'll have a single Holstein cow will keep a single person survived on milk for a very, very, very long time. But if you want meat, Holstein cows don't give anywhere near as much meat as Angus cows. Angus, famous for its status as a type of burger, or a type of steak or something like that. So yeah, the black cows are your best meat source, and the Holstein cows are your best milk source. Oh yeah, chickens are very easy for the eggs. So we've got here, what we've got are both chickens and turkeys. I was thinking about making the turkeys their own coop, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. So we've got 2 chicken coops right here. On the right side, we've got these are standard whatchamacallits. These are the white hens, leghorns. The leghorns are, I think they lay eggs faster, but they produce a little bit less meat. While I think the whatchamacallits, these ones here, the Rhode Island Reds, I think they produce less eggs but more meat. I think. I'm not 100% on that. I mean, I'm just kind of following the trend because I know for a fact that the cows are divided by milk and meat. I think the chickens are kind of similar. And the sheep are the same too. The sheep actually have 3 breeds. The Suffolk are the meat ones. The East Frisians are the milk ones, and then the Rambouillets, so however the hell you pronounce that French nonsense. These are the wool ones. These guys produce wool. From a distance, the Rambouillets and the East Frisians actually kind of look the same. I have no way of visually differentiating them. We also have turkeys up here. I'm actually a bit of an idiot, and I've locked myself out of this pen. I need to fix something about this parking lot over here with the trailers. But we've got turkeys up here. Turkey eggs take forever to lay, but they have slightly higher nutrition. Bottom line, don't take turkeys for their eggs. Take them because you'll eventually kill them and get some meat. Yeah, turkeys are rare. I don't remember if I found any on Annie Mae, my previous character. If I did, I definitely didn't get a chance to rescue them. I may have found some and ignored them, to be honest, because turkeys are some of the single most annoying things in the game if they get stressed. The way they crow in a certain way that sounds just like a baby crying. So if your turkeys get stressed, possibly one of the most annoying things to be around in this game. Like, they sound literally like a human baby when they're stressed. So there's a reason that I have them all the way out here, away from zombies, away from anything that could possibly stress them out. I wouldn't have gone anywhere near them if I didn't have a way to ensure that they would never get stressed. But anyway, we're actually late for bed here. I'm gonna hit the sack. Something that I've been thinking about in the back of my mind since I got back to base here is these fluorescent lights here. If anybody watching is not familiar, these fluorescent lights, they're new for B42. These were only recently added to the gas station in Riverside. What makes them special is that they do take up space on a tile, but you can drive and walk underneath them without any blockage. So technically speaking, they're one of the only lights that the player can move around freely, that you can also just drive straight underneath them. That you can't really do that with most other light sources in the game. So if you're trying to do what I do, build a big lower floor garage base, which I do recommend. I love it. It's great. I can't rave about it enough, but you have to find a lot of these fluorescent lights if you want to do that and light it properly. And that is actually one of the things that we loaded up in our Spiffa van here. In our Spiffa van, we've got a bunch of garbage bags that I named based on what kind of fluorescent light is in them. So each of these fluorescent lights are actually like, they're in a fixed direction. You cannot rotate them freely, sadly. So like, for example, this one that I just picked up, it is fixed to always be facing the direction that it is. So I could move it over here, like it's a half light. I could put it over here if I wanted to. That'd fuck everything up, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put it back where I found it for the moment. But another point that I'm making there is that it is a limited resource. There's only so many of these that you can find, unless you pick them up everywhere you go, which they weigh 4 encumbrance each, so they're actually kind of hard to transport. This is, okay, so we are directly north of the Riverside gas station right here. If we look at our map, this B right here, that's where I'm located, and the D right here, that is the police department at Riverside. The G right there is the gas station. I picked this location for my base because this, I believe, the Riverside gas station is the closest gas station to the Ohio River on the map. So if you're thinking in terms of a long-term base, what I think of most is access to the Ohio River, specifically the Ohio River, and access to a gas station. Those are my two biggest considerations when I think about a long-term base. Everything else is almost secondary at that point. So, for example, Brandenburg has got a gas station right here. This green one right here at Brandon Lawrence. That is a gas station that is technically as close to the Ohio River as our Riverside one. However, the spawn density of zombies here is freaking insane, because if we go just a little north here, this is the military checkpoint for Brandenburg. So there are other gas stations that are close to the Ohio River. Every single one of them are really, really nightmarish to set up bases in. There is one in West Point that is kind of close. Yeah, so there's a Foss Oil here at 2nd and Dixie. The Foss Oil here is, I mean, it's an okay base spot, but then you got to go all the way down 2nd Street and then through some through some woods to get to the Ohio River. So West Point is kind of a close second, but the spawn density on 2nd Street is actually kind of annoying, and then you got to go straight past Stendo's Firearm Emporium. This is always going to be a high density spawn point right here. So when it comes to my particular location here, I'm going to die on this hill. I do think it is possibly the best strategic resource on the map. Just in terms of dealing with respawn density, right? Now, if you go in your sandbox settings and you turn respawns off, which is one of the most common things people turn off, and I understand completely why they would do that, then you're not going to be planning your base locations based on minimizing your respawn problems. But since I play the game exactly as the devs give it to me, that's a major consideration for me. Alrighty. There's our second sleep. So, about those fluorescent lights. My naming convention for these garbage bags with the fluorescent lights is... there's 2 variants. And then there are center, left, and right versions of them. What you guys are looking at on the ceiling right now is just a left and a right. There's actually a center version, too. So if I wanted, I have 2 of this variant, I believe. Yes, I have 2 of this variant of the center variety in this bag here. So if I unpack these and go to placement, you can see that it's a fluorescent light that looks similar to those, but it's a middle segment. So I could place one of these in between those other 2, and it would be it would be three wide instead of 2. I'm not going to do that because I forgot that I'm using even number spacing here, right? So these driveways on the inside here, these little driving paths, see, they're 4 tiles wide. So 3 tiles in the ceiling would be an odd number. So I'm not doing that. So what that means is all of these 1 series that I brought back are just going to go into storage for now. So that means anything with a 1 in it, FL1L, FL1R, are going to go into storage. Probably, I'll probably put them upstairs somewhere. Maybe in the lab. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking over here somewhere. Even though I'm using even number spacing for the upstairs too, for the iron flooring upstairs. Whatever. I'm not that worried about it. Let's put it. Boy, howdy, am I filled up on storage space. I think I got room in this one for all three. Yes. Just barely. So this is a Lily's water pond painting. We actually have one of these already in my bedroom. That one right there. Is Lily's water pond one of the ones that can go in multiple directions? Yes. Okay, maybe that would look good in the kitchen. Let's pick up Violetta here and see if Lily's water pond looks better. I know you guys tune into these live streams for hard-hitting interior design tips. Don't worry, we'll do other things too today. I can't place it probably because of the toaster. Silly, silly, silly. Yeah, okay, let's try that. Oh, I kind of like it. I kind of like it because the darker wood is going to match the darker aesthetic of the table and the when I replace the other display case. Yeah, I think we're going to stick with that. I think we're going to stick with that. I like it. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, if we look at my exterior, we are like... it's the struggle is real. It really is. And here's the worst part, right? Certain wall decorations, when you place them on plastered walls, specifically walls that the player has built and plastered, in the current build of the game, if you place certain wall decorations and try to pick them up, look what happens. Nothing happens. You can't pick them up. These flags that I put on the wall, they are permanently there. They're there forever. I cannot pick them up. I might be able to do something in debug mode, but no. These flags are here permanently. I cannot pick them up. They're fixed objects in time and space. Thankfully, that doesn't apply to everything. And most importantly, the larger tile objects seem to be fine. So this triple wide flag, I can pick that up perfectly fine. I can't put it back down because the silly Plonky mobile is in the way, but yeah. I just gotta move this up a little bit. And then I can put it back down. If it looks a little weird layered in front of the Plonky mobile, it is. I don't know why. Thankfully, I don't notice it too much from a distance. Now these double tall church banners here, I actually found 2 more of them. I actually found 2 more of them recently, so I could put 2 more. The question would be where. Okay, I'm thinking right here and right here. So right here and on the opposite side. Now that means I would have to sledgehammer some walls. Or build like 20 floors. An interesting consideration. I'm gonna defer that decision. Having more, to be entirely honest, I was not expecting to find more of these banners, these church banners. I found 2 more. Every church banner you guys are seeing right now was located in the Ekron Church. That was the only place I had seen them previously because I guess I wasn't looking very, very hard. But I found 2 more, just like these ones here to the left and the right that are double tall. I don't know exactly where I'm going to put those, so I'm just going to store them for now. I will eventually find a spot for them, I'm sure. in this garbage bag right here, so that's 20 encumbrance. I'm sure I could find a spot to store them. I will literally make some more crates if I have to. And it looks like I have to. Let's just make some more crates. I'm sick of the song and dance of trying to figure out where to store stuff. Got some logs right here. Saw them up. Now we just need some nails. Hey there. Yeah, have a good one. Yeah, we got a good one ahead of us today. For sure. I don't know what it is. I just got a feeling today. I think we're gonna have a good time. Furniture. Crates. Medical overflow is going in household for now. Stars and bars and Kentucky State. We're up to 23 stars and bars and 11 Kentucky State. More to come in the future, I'm sure. I am an avid flag collector. And we have another medical display to top out our collection over here in the monitoring ward. As a wall decoration, they do actually take up a space in front of it, so I do have to move the IV stand if I want to do that. I told a funny story about IV stands. They have wheels on the bottom for a reason. You can move them around wherever you want. You can even use them as a makeshift cane when the nurse comes in and wakes you up in the middle of the night just to keep you mobile for no apparent reason. Alright, so all that's left in the trunk of the Spiffo van is fluorescent lights. In the passenger seat, we've got variety bag. And in the glove, we've got some hair dye. Variety bag, I'll deal with that later. Hair dye shouldn't be too hard. We've got pink over here. Green and yellow in the corner. Actually, green is so rare, I only have one other bottle of it. And I have no other bottles of yellow hair dye. Like actual yellow, as opposed to blonde. Like this is a proper saturated yellow right here. And this is like, I don't know, that's like a golden... I'm gonna be real with you guys, that almost looks orange. Like proper orange. I'm almost tempted to test that. But I'm not that brave at the moment. Now, black hair dye we're actually keeping in a bucket. So I've got this bucket right here. I'm gonna put that in my offhand and transfer these transfer liquid from these 3 hair dye bottles into the bucket. Our magazine collection for 9mm is up to 131 empties, plus 4 that are currently filled. Our power grows. And the messing around with these fluorescent lights is going to be a significant activity. I might defer it. I don't know. I'm going to at least move the garbage bags with the lights in them. I'm going to move those out of the way here. And now Spiffo Van is empty. What I'm going to do real quick is get some more sand and dirt. So that I can fill out more of these parking spots. For that, I'm going to use this particular Spiffo van. Because this one has my sack collection in it. So when I come back, that glitchy looking segment over here in the center right of the screen, when I come back, the shorelines will regenerate and it will look proper. Oh, look at that. Speaking of proper, let's give our guest a warm welcome here. What's up? So, why do I have so many Spiffo vans? One, because I want them, but two, because they each of them are. I kind of categorize Spiffo vans as agricultural vehicles, and then give them different purposes. So, one of the Spiffo vans has got a scythe in it, and when I need to fill up the animal pens with some more food, I'll go out there, scythe a bunch of grass, and then dump it into the trunks, and then carry it up to the animal troughs. So that's like the lawn maintenance Spiffo van, as it were. And then there's the one that I'm driving right now is the building materials Spiffo van. And then a different Spiffo van can be allocated for compost, which I do not currently have one allocated for that, but that's mostly because I'm actually using up all the compost that I pull out for the most part. Either I'm using it or I have a designated use for it. I've been a little bit better about that for this run. I think Annie had a collection of 4 Spiffo vans? I don't remember. I'd have to check the screenshots. So if I need more sand, we've still got a lot over here. I expect to see multiple zombies over here because the trees make it hard to see respawns. We're outside of my diligently maintained territory, so the, whatchamacallits, I have not eliminated the trees with extreme prejudice out here. I need the Desert Alpha here. The military backpack of the Desert Camo variety. That is my backpack for sand. sacks. Okay. We're actually off on our total sacks back here. We should have more sacks than this in this bag. That means I messed something up. That's alright. I don't need I don't need an entire shipment. I just usually, if I'm gonna be picking up sand, I like to get like close to a full shipment as I can. I store my sacks in multiples of 18 because 18 full sacks of building materials at 2 encumbrance each equals a full military backpack at 36 encumbrance. These numbers only apply if you have the organized trait. Yeah, we're like 1 sack short. We should have 1 more sack. That's okay. That's okay. I'm probably not gonna need, like, I'm not even gonna need half of this sand, but I'm taking it anyway because sand is also a crafting resource, and I'm considering, well, not considering, it's a question of when. At some point in the not-too-distant future, I will be doing glass making, which will require some sand, maybe. I might actually have so much glass from breaking windshields that I don't even need sand. Because if you collect the broken glass, then you can melt it back down. Alright, so that's a full shipment of sand right there. And regrettably, I cannot actually pick it back up if I put it down, so let's leave 12 in there. Next, I want some dirt. So I'm going to take the alpha bag out, which we'll call it Force Camo Alpha. And then we'll take some dirt in addition to the sand. Alright, so that's just 9 sacks right there. I don't think we need... that's a half shipment right there. I don't think we need a full shipment. I'm not going to use dirt as much as I am going to use sand. Okay, so our shorelines have regenerated. This was always just a temporary spot for rosewood blooms. We'll have a different spot for it later. But this does look exactly the way I thought it would. However, as I was afraid, it is definitely not enough room to get in and out of it. I mean, I could just keep doing sand. I just keep doing sand and then just make the parking lot facing the other direction and back in instead. That is that's gonna be what I do here. Hang on. So if I back in like this. Yeah, that's much better. That's much more convenient. I don't know why I didn't think of that in the first place. I might not be awake yet. That just means we're getting out the Desert Alpha bag here. And we're going to use up probably most of the sand we did pick up. So we didn't waste any time there. Alright, so if we're doing our parking lots in threes here. Don't want to separate. If I do separate them with a line of dirt, it'll feel better if I do that. So that means I'm picking up a row of sand here. And I don't have any more room. Now let me pre-count before I start dropping any more. That's going to be 1 tile for the separator, and then 1, 2, 3 sand. And that's it. So we're doing 3 parking spots. We have 3 spiffa vans. That actually is... This was all preordained thousands of years ago. It was written in the stars. 6, and then switch to sand. Perfect. So now when I leave and re-enter the area, the shorelines will regenerate again, and the spiffa vans will actually look pretty nice with that parking system there. I dropped some stuff somewhere. I think it was upstairs. Yeah, I needed to pick up those planks. Alright, I'm going to take a look and see what these lamps would look like. We'll start with 2 on this side. And we're doing 2 tiles in between. It's 1, 2, and then there. And 2 from the opposite side here. So, the eagle-eyed among you will notice that the fluorescent lights that I just put down on this side have a slightly different tint to the light color. And that is because the lights that come pre-installed in these fluorescent lights have a cooler color, like an actual proper, it's closer to fluorescent lights. But when those lights burn out, it's not like I have a huge stockpile of more of those fluorescent bulbs. I just end up putting regular white light bulbs back into them. So actually what I like to do is just take the bulbs out of these fluorescent lights and save them for a more substantial light source. Like if I put these fluorescent lights into a construction lamp, for example, then I can get a huge coverage from them in that color. It's actually kind of cool. So I'm just going to set those aside in here for the moment. And replace them with white bulbs, which I've got a billion of in boxes, actually. Boxes of light bulbs upon boxes. I like it. I actually kind of like it. So we're going to do the exact same thing right over here. So there's 1, 2. Center times 1, 2. 1, 2. And then starting here. And then 1, 2, and here. Beautiful. Let's harvest those gray bulbs. Now more than ever do I wish that I could have my own light switch to turn all these lights on and off. Now, okay, real talk. There is a way to do that in sort of a roundabout fashion. So in my previous base design, on Annie Mae's last base in Riverside, the way I built the base was actually in such a way that there was a separate generator for the fridge, which was all the way over on the far wall here, not in a dissimilar spot to this one. But the fridge in Annie's base was so far away from everything else on the back wall that I could have a separate generator for all the lights in the center of the base. separate generator for the lights and a separate generator for the fridge. So because the fridge is something I need to keep running all the time to keep certain perishables frozen, I don't want to be turning the generator off for the fridge. But if I'm going to leave base, I don't want the lights running, burning out my bulbs and burning out my fuel if I'm not going to be at the base. So I would have a separate generator for the lights that I can turn on and off when I enter and leave the base. I don't know if I have the real estate to do the same thing here. Because the only way to have a generator selectively power something is to put it a certain distance away from whatever you're trying to power. So I would have to have the generator for the fridge would have to be like 20 tiles in this direction from the fridge. Right, so the fridge is right there. That would have to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, the edge of my driveway is 8 tiles out. So we would have to go like, I don't know, another 8 tiles or something out into the river to put the generator for the fridge specifically. And my base design being entirely in the river is less conducive to that, to say the least. I'm not opposed to extending my driveway in this direction. But that's going to be a gravel shipment, and that's going to be more landscaping, more planning. I'm definitely not doing that at the moment, but that is something I'm now thinking about in the back of my mind. I mean, just having all these lights. Yeah, it's more important to me than ever. Now, I could do a half measure for what I just described. I could probably do a half measure if I put a generator just like in the corner right here. If I put a generator just right here in the corner, it might only catch the kitchen. So the only light that I would have to manually turn off and on would be the kitchen light, which, I mean, that's no big deal, right? In fact, I'm gonna trial that right now. I'm gonna see if that's possible. I would like to see if that is actually doable, or if I would have to go further into the river to make that happen. So I'm literally just gonna turn off and disconnect the generator up here, and use this actual generator as opposed to any of my spares. As always, I must be very careful walking off of my roof, so that I don't actually walk off of the roof. Okay, so it is, we can already tell that that was not, it didn't have the desired effect because it's powering 7 different lights right now. Yeah, see, it's catching all the light right here. That's unfortunate. And I don't want to, how should I say? I don't want to be hasty with this idea that I described to you guys. I don't want to be hasty about just, you know, putting my generator out there in the water somewhere, because I don't want. Remember, when you put something on top of a river tile, like a gravel floor or a wood floor or any other type of floor, whenever you replace a river tile, that river tile is gone forever. You cannot. There's no, like, if you delete the tile, then it's going to be dirt underneath it. It's never going back to water. So you have to be very careful if you're going to remove a water tile in a riverside base like this. So I need to think about that. I will. Unfortunately, I'll have to put the generator back where it was for now. But we learned things. That is important. Now, alternatively, this would be less convenient for the purposes of refueling. I could just make a sky bridge out into the river. Because then, if I don't like the way that turns out, I can just delete whatever I used to build the bridge. So that actually might be what I do. Let me test something real quick. Before I reconnect it there, I'm gonna try putting it like in this corner here, because this might end up being my light generator. Oops. Okay, it still powers the fridge from this corner. So splitting up the generators so that they only power one or the other is definitely going to be harder than I would like it to be. Because this is the absolute corner of my roof right here. So I have to be very, very careful about what I do now. Okay, there, in that spot, in this absolute far corner of the base, it doesn't reach the fridge. I'm a little paranoid about falling at the moment. But it powers all of the lights, except for the kitchen, of course, but that is that we understood that. So that's not a problem. So okay. We can work with this. Yeah, we can work with this, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's grab another generator. We've got many. And I'm going to take it up to the second floor on my porch. I have a porch that I haven't really gone out there much because there isn't much of a need to. The porch is for the rain barrels. How about we just extend the porch in the general this way direction? Just a little old sky bridge going in this direction, out over the river, far enough away so that it powers only the kitchen lights and the fridge. That's going to require way more than 6 planks, so let's go cut a few logs. Doesn't have to be that many, just a small shipment. That we're going to use our Plunky Mobile. Always a terrifying sound to hear, but it was just the sound of a light burning out. Because I have so many lights, I'm going to have to get used to that more and more often. Murphy's Law. Alright, what trees need to get removed first? Definitely these fucking things here. Wait a minute. I don't have an axe in this vehicle. That's unacceptable. I swear I had a wood axe left in the Plunky Mobile. Actually, I should not be using a wood axe at this point. We have so many firefighter axe heads that it's actually perfectly fine to be using a few of those for wood cutting. In fact, we actually brought a shipment of firefighter axe heads back from... there they are. Let's take a couple of these that need to be sharpened anyway. And let's go whip up some handles for them and sharpen them and then get some logging done. Yeah, I did just get 1,000 carving experience for that. That is the power of being having read a book for carving. I mean, there's nothing to unlock anymore, so I haven't really been grinding it at all. Alright, so that is a pristine firefighter axe, and a axe head that has been fully sharpened. So we've got a primary and a backup. No, I actually had a bunch of furniture in the Plunky Mobile there, and that's because I didn't have anywhere else to put it, but now I do. So I'm gonna empty that out real quick before it gets in my way any further. Really edging my storage space up here. This is why I built several of these crates. Okay, I am actually at my bedtime at the moment, so I'm going to defer the logging operation until after I've slept. And just to get the fridge back up and running real quick, this is going to prove to be longer than I thought. I'm just going to go ahead and plug up the generator that I put down for the fridge, even though it's not in the correct position yet, so it's going to catch some lights. That's fine, it's whatever. So this will be messy, but it'll get the fridge back up and running. Well, there's gas in there. So now I have two generators on overlapping territory. Not always the best recipe for success, but whatever. I mean, in fact, to be honest, there's no point in running the other one at this point, because that one is catching all but one. Actually, I'm getting double billed for the power consumption. Fuck that. Do not allow your generators to overlap. You'll get double billed for a lot of the consumption there. Well, we learned... I've never actually specifically done something like that before, so I learned something there. We'll see if my brain meat has enough room to remember that. You know, looking at these fluorescent lights now that I actually have sets that go in both directions, I actually kind of want to bump these other ones out just like one tile each. I'm sorry, bump the ones that were there already. Just bump these out by one. And these out by one. Because previously, if I had it like... I actually tried that configuration once before, and it didn't look good, but that was probably because... I did not have enough lighting in the center. In fact, if memory serves, that is exactly why. Yeah. There is still an ever so slight dark gap in the center there. I'm not worried about that. That looks fine. That actually looks perfectly fine. And now the lights are evenly spaced. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, overnight logging operation. Actually, we don't need to do that overnight. We only have 30 minutes before our next bedtime. What I'm going to do is spend those 30 minutes milking the cows here. Because we are... Our fountain cups are all empty. We have many more than that as well. Just going to put all 29 of those. Some milk. Ooh, look at that. I'm now ready to read Animal Care 5. Collection of fountain cups has increased to about 57. I think on Annie we had about 100 by the end. I had long since left cow's milk on Annie. Alright, now it's time for some logging. Perfect weather for it, too. I'm not going to be doing much else in this pea soup crap. had an error, and I don't know what caused it. I don't think I did anything specifically. Like, I just drove in and out of the area. I'm gonna start with a shipment of whatchamacallit, six 4 stacks of logs. We'll start with that. I feel like that might be enough for the current operation, and if it's not, well, I feel like it'll get us close. Right, there's 3. I love getting invited to meetings that have nothing to do with my line of work. There is nothing more cursed than sending out a meeting invite to massive groups of people on Microsoft Teams. There is a special place in hell for people who do that on a frequent basis for no reason. Okay, no reason is a bit of a stretch to say, but yeah. It's a little silly. Alright, one more 4-stack. And I think that may be enough, maybe. You know, I don't mind the occasional tree once you get this far away. So I'm only going to cut... I'll actually... These two with the white leaves, I'm actually going to keep those as decorations. Because they're far enough away not to be annoying. And I've still got plenty of other lumber sources in the area. I'm actually at that phase where I'm thinking about trees as a decoration. Despite how much I despise trees in this game. Right, we set on the ground here, unstack all those logs, restack the rope, drop anything in our inventory, and saw the logs all up. Look at that, the fog is gone. Alright, so let's start with... Alright, so this is now 4 tiles extended from the edge of my base, which means it is now... No, I need 2 more. Okay, yeah, 2 more, and it will be directly over the edge of the... Directly over the edge of my driveway. I went one over. Just a marker. Leave that garbage bag as a marker for where my driveway ends beneath the bridge here. Gonna need another box of nails. I've been storing construction nails on the roof all the way up here. Oops, all the way downstairs. We are now 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles beyond the edge. And if the edge was 8 tiles away, that means we're 12 tiles away from the fridge. So we want to go at least, well, definitely as far as this will let us go. See, another thing to keep in mind is it's okay to go over. If we go over, that's fine by me because we are going to go over anyway. Let's see what that feels like there. The goal is to be able to connect the generator and have it power only the fridge and no lights. Which, theoretically, there is a tile somewhere out into the river out here where that will be the exact case, based on the placement of everything that I have in there. So we'll just start right there at that tile. Arbitrary decision. Go. Look at that. Got it on the first try, boys. I'm just gonna take the dub on that. So, this generator is now a dedicated exclusive generator that only powers the fridge. And now we have another generator on the other side of the base that is now a dedicated generator specifically for the lights. So we have a light switch for the entire base now. That is what we just accomplished. All we got to do when we leave the base and we don't need the lights anymore is turn this generator here off. But now we are in the base, we want lights, we turn this bad boy on, and this one should be powering all 20 lights. Which exactly is what it's powering. Hell yes. I love it. I love it. I like it, I love it, I want more of it. I should still be able to use the washer and dryer. Nope. Damn. 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 I'm really mad about that. Okay, so apparently these floodlights are somehow close enough, but the clothing washer and dryer isn't. I don't understand that. I genuinely don't understand that. Because this floodlight right here should be farther away from the generator in the far corner there. I wish I could tell you guys that I understand how generators work in this game, but after 2,700 hours, there are still just little twists and turns that make no sense to me whatsoever, and that's one of them right there. It's like generators can power lights from farther away than appliances. Which, I mean, you know, that would make sense if we had wiring. Like, yeah, sure, you want to power a 240-volt electric dryer. Yeah, of course, you're not going to want to have a massive, long conduit going across the room. You're probably going to want to have a shorter conduit just going right to the generator. But that's not how this game works. It's not how any of this works. I'm going to try one tile over while still flush with the wall. Actually, let's start a little closer. Let's try 2 tiles over, still flush with the wall. I feel like that might be too close to the fridge, though. I'm gonna turn this thing on. It's gonna say it's powering the fridge. Fuck. And you see, I can't just move the washer and dryer. The washer and dryer are connected to the rain barrels on the roof. So there has been a lot of effort put into the placement of the washer and dryer. Sadly, that effort has met an inconvenience. Okay, so this corner tile did not work for the washer and dryer. This tile is untested. This tile, I don't know if it worked or not, but it powers the fridge. So we literally, this is our last chance. If this doesn't work, then, well, we just won't have a washer and dryer for a while. It's not like I use it that often. I'm just mad about it. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is just so fucking stupid. Why can that generator power this light and not the washer and dryer here, which are technically closer? Technically closer. I don't know, man. It's so stupid. Whatever. I'm not going to let it bother me too much. You know what? I don't know if you guys noticed, I have a lot of generators. I was hoping to use them for something more substantial. But you know what? I'm just going to take this one here and just put it right outside in the corner. Just as a bit of an FU to the generator system. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna test a little something else real quick. I'm gonna test something else real quick before I go that far. I didn't actually test whether the one on the bridge up top. The one on the bridge up top, I might be able to move it up 1 or 2 tiles closer. And have it power the... If I move it a couple tiles closer, it might be able to power the appliances. That feels like it's going to be a long shot. now powering 4 lights. So just by moving it over 1 tile, and when I say it's now powering 4 lights, I'm pretty sure that means I'm actually being double billed for the lights. And I still can't power the... Fuck. The washer and dryer, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. We are going to stop thinking about the washer and dryer. I cannot afford the brain power for that bullshit right now. It doesn't make sense. It genuinely doesn't. How is this generator able to reach all the way towards some of the lights? Because remember, there's only 1 light in the kitchen. So if I'm being billed for 4 lights, that means this generator is reaching some of the lights in the driveway inside. And yet it still can't reach the stupid fucking washer and dryer. It doesn't make sense. Everything about generators is stupid and broken right now. But that's why I said, like, I can't fight this. All the generator code is in the game's Java. It's not in the Lua. So I can't even look at it easily. So I'm not even gonna fuck with it. Not even gonna fuck with it. I'm gonna take the dub. I'm gonna take the dub. It's powering the fridge. That was exactly what I wanted to do. I'm taking the dub. There are no L's here to be had. The only L would be falling off of the roof right now, which I am not going to do. Thank you very much. Now, was this entire operation also a thinly veiled excuse to help empty out some of my electrical box, which is completely overflowing with scrap electronics? Just a little bit. See, now that I have another generator over here, I need to have a dedicated duffel bag with refuel and spare parts in it. Now I need to have another one of those. Oops. Oh, I didn't even bother looking at this, but behold, the Spiffo parking lot. The terrain is regenerated, so it actually looks nice now. Let's take a look at the crops while we're in here. Oh, this sunflower did actually die. It didn't say that it was dead before, but now it does. So we lost one sunflower. R.I.P. These strawberries are hours away from the next growth phase. Oh, this has got mildew on it. That's not good. Let's delete that. Get some mildew spray over here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the strawberries there. Some of them seem to have... The one we just treated has, like, weeks left for its next phase, but has not been composted. So does that mean that it got to the next phase? No, I think its growth might have been slowed by the mildew. But I also am not sure about that. Did I just not... Oh, okay. So I never actually composted this last one. I never composted it. I remember vividly, I only did 2 bags of compost for the strawberries because I actually thought that last one was dead when I came through with the compost. It wasn't dead, it just had mildew, and the mildew made it look smaller for some reason. I was always under the impression that if it had mildew, it was going to look wilted. But in any case, better late than never. I'll compost it now. Some of these strawberries are actually ready for the... Apparently, some of them haven't been composted. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, this one says it's days away, but it hasn't been composted. This one says it's days away, but it has been composted. I swear I composted all of them that existed. Whatever. The oregano needs it, so that means one more bag. The potatoes over here are not composted. So I want to say that the potatoes are ready for it. The garlic is down to weeks. Kale is down to days. I will go ahead and hit the kale with compost. So we're going to do all these potatoes. We're going to compost them all because we got enough compost for that here. These 5 bags, if anybody watching is not familiar, I do my crops in rows of 10. And I have these 5 bags between every other row because 5 bags of compost will do 20 crops. So I can do 20 crops with these 5 bags I just picked up. So that's both rows of potatoes here. And just to keep things even, I actually do compost that empty plot where a potato died. That's just to keep the bags even. I don't want to have leftover compost right now. It's just gonna mess with me. Alright, so that's all of the potatoes. And you know what? The potatoes I am going to fertilize as well. I've got 3 bags of fertilizer left. Fertilizer is 8 charges per bag. So these 3 bags right here will get me all of the potatoes and have a little bit left over. But that's okay, because I don't think any of the other crops need to be fertilized. Maybe I'll use the leftover on the strawberries. Actually, yes. That is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the leftover fertilizer on the strawberries. So we've got a plan for the rest of the fertilizer that we have. This is one of the reasons I don't usually pick up fertilizer. You can only use it once per growth phase, and there's no way to get more. Once you use it up, it's gone, and it really, really weighs a lot. It's 5 encumbrance for each bag. So 5 encumbrance for each bag of a one-time use item for obscure agriculture scenarios. Very hard to convince myself to actually take that home to base. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so all of the potatoes have been composted and fertilized. We're giving them as much of a chance as we can. There's a small possibility that we just planted them too late, and it's possible they'll start dying in June. I don't know if that's true. In fact, the planting season thing seems to give me even less information than it did before. Perfect. This strawberry that said weeks went down to days when I hit it with the fertilizer. So the strawberries are very uneven. Some of them are about to be the next growth phase, and some of them are a week away from the next growth phase. But that's all right. We'll survive. I can deal with a little bit of unevenness. I actually have no choice. I can't make them grow faster. I wish I could. Running around carrying bags of fertilizer is tiring work. I understand completely. I'm gonna give her a break. She has worked really hard here. Got a nice book to read. Foraging Volume 5. And there be our bedtime. So we are done with the fluorescent lights down here. What I'm going to do is take the leftovers and bring them upstairs. And put them in one of those new furniture storage crates I left upstairs. And we will reserve those for the observation area / hospital up here. I'm looking at the kitchen and I'm thinking about what else it needs. And nothing is immediately jumping out at me, but the lighting situation does There's a few things I could do with that, but we'll think about that. Just something to be pushed back to the back of my mind. So last time I actually did a little bit of clothing modding. We modified the textures for our Alice kit and our whatchamacallit, and the satchel that we're wearing. We also tried the backpack, but I made a very unfortunate discovery. Once blood or dirt gets stuck on your backpack, nothing ever seems to remove it. Like, we just washed all containers, right? But as you can see, there's still some blood on my satchel there. I don't think it's possible to remove it. I've tried everything. It's not dirty, but it doesn't matter. The game thinks it is. We need some more lights, actually. Light bulbs. Open up a couple more of those boxes, I think. The more I look at it, the more I'm feeling that this is a little too wide. Where's my crowbar? I should have multiple crowbars in the area. Usually I have one on my tool table here. Hey, there's some rain. Perfect. I was actually just about to, or it was in my pipeline of actions to check the water levels before I deployed back to clean up the base at Rosewood and then proceed to Muldra. That's on the agenda today, by the way. If anybody was not familiar, we are, after we finish base work in the area, we will be heading towards the general direction of Muldra on the long term here. But it is very nice whenever you have crops growing and you feel like going on an expedition, spending a few days away from the crops. It is always good to depart right when it finishes, right when it's raining, because then you know, okay, I departed on the 25th, and it was raining that morning, so that I know that that was the last time it rained, and the crops were completely full of water when I left. So that helps me decide if I need to return to base, because it's been too long since it rained, or whatever. Crowbar goes there. Oh, I just had an idea. I've got some lamps that I was struggling to find a use for. I wanted to find a use for them, but I was struggling a little bit. Where did I end up putting them? Oh, I ended up putting them over here. These pink lamps here. I want to see what they look like at the dyeing station. Oops, wrong one. I can't even reach that lamp. I literally can't reach the lamp. That's kind of funny. I have to pick up the counter in order to reach the lamp. Now, real talk, I'm actually getting a little sick of these mahogany counters. I don't dislike them, but they don't seem to work very well when they're up against a wall. Because they're just too high. They're blocking the dartboard, and they're whatchamacallit, I can't even access the corner here. There's other cosmetic items that they block too when I try to put them on the wall. So I might make like a floating bar somewhere else. Now I can pick up the lamp. Let's see what that looks like downstairs. Ha! Of course it wouldn't fit on the, well, okay, it will fit on that side. And of course the lighting, look at that. Look at how little light that provides. That is borderline useless. You know what? I need to remember that I keep trying to put these in certain places, and I keep realizing that they're terrible. So even two of them right next to each other just barely light up that. I might as well just keep them as decorations. I don't have to actually have them illuminated. And when I illuminate them, they just mess up the illumination levels. However, before I give up on that, I'm going to pull the bulbs out of them and switch them to bulbs that match the one in the corner over there. See, the best part is I can go nuts with the lights now, because I don't have to worry about turning them on and off individually anymore. Because now I have one generator. One generator to rule them all. One generator to connect them. One generator to power them all and destroy the darkness from the base or whatever, I don't know. I can't redo Tolkien's work in real time. Love that man. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. Even with the abysmal lighting reach. It just doesn't look good. I'm just gonna not power them for now. Alright, it's a little bit past our bedtime. Before I forget about it, this firefighter axe is the property of the Plonky Mobile. And then she heroically went to sleep. So one of the strawberry plants said that there were only hours left for the next phase. I would like to see what it meant by that. Still young. Cabbages are all still days away, and I don't really care about the next set of rows here. These ones we just want to make sure they're watered. All the flowers are in the almost ready for harvest phase, but they are weeks away from the actual harvest phase. The spices down here are in the almost ready phase. With, except for the sage is seedling. Interesting. The sage might not make it. Okay, so now that I've confirmed that the strawberries are still, they have another young phase. So even though I just need to make sure that I compost them again while they're still in the next young phase here. It doesn't matter when you compost them within the confines of a single phase. You just need to make sure that they're actually composted once per phase, and that's how you know you're getting your maximum return on investment for composting. Just make sure it happens once a phase. So, yeah, we have nothing left to do here, because by the time we come back, hopefully all the strawberries will have progressed to the next phase, and we can compost them all at once. And ideally, that'll be the same for anything else that says there's days left. So I want to say that we can update our notepad here. I now have both a book list and crop list here. So we've last watered the crops 5/25. Last checked composting. So I update these dates separately because then I can tell, let's say that we head down to Muldraw and a couple days pass and then it rains. Then let's just say that it's 5/27 when it rains. I update this to remind myself that it's been 5/27, so I don't have to worry about going back to water it. If that makes sense. Kind of hard to explain, but yeah. I wonder if I could dye this bandana. Or, sorry, let me rephrase that. I wonder if there is white dye that I could use for this bandana. I think that's a negative, Ghost Rider. We do not have any white dye. Oh, no, we do. I just grouped it in with the black. I really can't stand that we're not able to, like, rename these dye bottles. I think the white is all the same in these particular categories. So, how do you dye clothing? First, you gotta identify what you want to dye and make sure it's possible to dye it. So, if you go to the crafting menu, go look for the word dye, and check the options under the right side there. As you can see, we've got bandanas. They have to be tied. So I have to change the bandana into a tied bandana first, and then it will let me dye it. However, what I would prefer to do is, instead of dyeing... let's just say that I dye it and it doesn't come out the perfect color. I don't want to mess up the fact that this bandana is actually really close to being perfect. So I'm going to leave it right here for the moment, and I'm going to go find another bandana that I'm much less likely to want to use. That's like a really dark forest green. Actually, that might be a bit of a rare match. I'm gonna hold on to that. I have multiple black bandanas. I'm just gonna take randomly one of the ones in here. Yeah, that's like a mid-gray. That's like a mid-gray, and I haven't swatch tested it for anything, so that's fine. We'll use this one. So, if you want to dye a bandana, it says in the crafting options that the only bandana that's valid is if it is tied on head. So I switch it like that. So it is now a bandana tied on head. So now I unequip it, and it is now called bandana-tied. it is now, it should now be, it is now a valid option to be dyed. So, all I gotta go do is get 10 liters of water. This is one of a great many reasons I just have buckets out here catching rainwater constantly. It actually requires 10 liters of water for every dye, but it only uses 20 milliliters of the dye itself. So this 2-liter bottle of dye that we're using is only going to have a very small amount used from it. And here we go. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Look at that, boys. Look at that. Oh, boys, we got ourselves a new bandana right there. Hell yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. That is I love dyeing clothes, especially when it works out right. It doesn't always work out perfectly. But when it does, mwah, mwah, it's glorious. I mean, while I'm at it, I might as well grab another crop top. Because, why not? Right now, I have a crop top that I'm wearing underneath the police shirt. But I don't know if you guys have noticed, I've started getting overheated a little bit. And that tells me it's getting to be that time of year where you're going to want to take off layers progressively as you need to. So we've got this long sleeve t-shirt as an underlayer. That is part of the black kit. As is this Hawaiian shirt. And the crop top arms. Don't look too close at that, YouTube. Let's put the Hawaiian shirt, this long sleeve tee, and these crop top. Let's put all those away for the moment, and we're going to find an equivalent in the white variety. Where have I been putting the... I'm very disorganized over here. I try not to think about it too hard sometimes. In a perfect world, I would have a separate bag for all of the stuff that I was wearing that had leather strips applied to it. But I have failed at doing so. Yeah, I've completely and utterly failed at that. The last place it could have been would have been over there. Okay. So in that case... Wait a minute. No. Oh, no. I put it in the laundry chute here. Okay, yes, the laundry cart. This laundry cart contains my, all of the kit that I was wearing when I was going for black. So these go in here. Perfect. Alright, now we are seeking a crop top, a long sleeve shirt, and a Hawaiian shirt. All three of those are things that we can dye. And so that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this now, because now that I have a dye that gives me the correct color, yeah, we're doing it. 100%. So actually I have multiple Hawaiian shirts in green here. This looks like it's too bright of a green for it to ever match military gear. So that's actually, that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and overwrite the green on this. So there's my Hawaiian shirt, and there's my crop top arms. Now I just need a long sleeve shirt, or something that fits in the long sleeve shirt slot. Believe it or not, that it doesn't count as a formal shirt. Slots in this game are very, very, very unorganized, very grabastic. So this long sleeve t-shirt right here, this one right here, is a separate slot from the police shirt. And both of those, the long sleeve shirt and the police shirt, are a different slot from the Hawaiian shirt, and all three of those are on a different slot from the crop top. So I'm wearing 4 shirts right now. All 4 shirts are platforms to put leather strips on. That's how my protection levels constantly stay in the 60% or higher range. But one of the you know, slightly important things to me is that if I need to take off a layer because I'm constantly sweating my face off, it is important to me to still match if I have to take a layer off. So right now, let's just say that I take off the police shirt. I think the next layer that's going to be visible is going to be the Hawaiian shirt. Let's verify that. Yeah, the Hawaiian shirt is the next layer. So let's go ahead and do the Hawaiian shirt next. I mean, let's just grab... Yeah, we got 2 buckets of water. Let's grab a 3rd bucket of water. And let's just go nuts. Let's just dye all 3 of those. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Oh, look at that. That is a perfect match. Now, of course, there's nothing we can do about the fact that the Hawaiian shirt has, like, the tintable part of it is the part that is pure white, and then the part that is not really tintable is like a black texture that doesn't change when you tint it. So the fact that there's always those really ugly pixelated looking flowers on it to try to make it look like a Hawaiian shirt, yeah, that's we can't do anything about that. But that's okay. I was expecting that. So next is going to be the I think the long sleeve tee is what, yeah, the long sleeve tee actually reaches an extra part that the Hawaiian shirt doesn't. So if I take the police shirt off to take a layer off, then this is what I look like right now. So the next most important thing to dye is the long sleeve shirt. Or sorry, long sleeve t-shirt. And now we wear that one. And look at that. It doesn't even look like it doesn't even look like 2 different shirts now. It doesn't even look like 2 different shirts. This is why I collect dye. It's glorious. I love it. Alright, crop top never shows up unless we take off... I think we have to take off both the long sleeve shirt and the Hawaiian shirt to actually be able to see the crop top. That's something that would only happen if I'm, like, logging, if I'm cutting wood in, like, the dead of summer. Which, I mean, you know, summer's coming. That might happen. Oh, well, I can't do that while I'm wearing it. Boys, we are matching at every layer. That is freaking glorious, and I love it. Now, of course, the only thing we have left to do is make sure that every layer has all the necessary leather strips put on it. And that's actually going to cost us a lot of leather strips. Because every single one of these shirts has several slots that you can put the strips on, so. Looks like the rain is not done, so let's go put these buckets back outside. Oh, yes. That is what they used to call me. Nora the Gray. I am Nora the White. Oh, wait a minute, where is that? Dye goes back over here. And we grab ourselves a needle, thread. Gonna unstack bundle of leather strips. Alright. Starting with the bandana. We can slap a strip on the head there. Next up, crop top, bottom layer. What's up, KTO? We just dyed a bunch of clothes to make sure that we match as much as humanly possible. Mission success on that. Very big success. We got a, right now the only difference is the bandana, but the bandana is a perfect match for the hat and the police shirt. And we're just slapping some leather strips on the stuff we just upgraded. Alright, crop top, long sleeve tee. I think we're going to be short by a couple of strips. Let's open another bundle. So yeah, there's whatchamacallit, yeah, they're for clothes. So I just had the recipe on screen. One of the what you do is if you go to the crafting menu and just search dye, it's the only result in there. And dye clothes, just get a bucket of water and a dye. You only need 200 milliliters. Yeah. 200 milliliters of dye, and one of anything in the list here, right? So you go to dye, clothes, and then you go to the right side option there, and it shows you what the options are. Unfortunately, the options are kind of limited. One thing that's kind of important to note about this is at the very bottom of the list is yarn. You can dye yarn whatever color you want, and then you can turn around and use that yarn to knit something. And if you look up the crafting menu for knit, any one of these items can also be dyed if you dye the yarn first and then knit it yourself. So that's kind of some high-level tailoring lore right there. Yep, and I was able to dye, just now I dyed my bandana, my crop top, long sleeve t-shirt, and Hawaiian shirt. And I still have more than half of this bottle of white dye left. Yeah, I still have 1.2 liters of it left. And that's on top of the two more white dye bottles that I have in the storage bin there. But yeah, this general like arts and crafts station here. It's got my whites and blacks over here, and my yellows and reds over here, and my greens and whatever the hell wacky browns over here, blues over here, and pinks and purples over here. We actually have not found a pink industrial dye yet. Strangely. We could make our own pretty easily, probably. But I'm not worried about that right now. We got ourselves a very nice kit. I like it a lot. Yeah, the 2-liter dye bottle. And I have already tried. Unfortunately, you cannot mix it with hair dye. You cannot cross-pollinate your clothing dye and hair dye. It would be kind of cool if you could. That'd actually be really cool if you could. But the game is not quite built for that. Alright, so I think we are fit to deploy back to Rosewood. Yeah. There isn't too much left in Rosewood to do at the moment. What we're going to do is kind of do a last pass through the town, and then we are going to transition over to Muldra. So that is our order of operations. We're going to wrap up operations in Rosewood, and then move over to Muldra. We'll probably do both of that within the confines of this stream, maybe even more. Periodically, we'll be returning up here to drop stuff off and update the crops. You know, I'm going to take a couple of these boxes of sparklers with me, so that I can possibly make a few of them their explosives. Oh, geez Louise. Oh, yeah, so you wanted to know if I can mix colors. Absolutely, absolutely. You just can't mix hair dyes, right? So that's what I was lamenting. There's hair dye and then there's industrial dye. That was what I was lamenting. You can mix the colors, though. So let's say, actually, just for experimental purposes, because I have never found a pink industrial dye, I would like to see if I can actually make one myself. So I'm just going to grab a, I'm going to grab a 2-liter right here. I'm going to see if I can do that. Because I have red, and I have blue, and I have purple, and I have white. I feel like hair dye is mixable in an additive sense. That's how we got our beautiful orange hair here. So I'm wondering if perhaps the same way works with industrial dye. Give me one of those 2-liter bottles I can see through here. 2-liter bottles are going to be in the soda over here. Yeah. Let's grab that one there. Just grab 2. Alright, so let's take... We've got this bottle of white dye. Let's take the reddest red we've got. This is a very, very vivid red. This is like the reddest red we've got. The reddest red that's ever red. And let's take the bluest blue we got. And just for good measure, let's take a purple too. I'm going to sit down because it's going to be over encumbering. It is very hard to right click on a chair sometimes. Alright. So, let's start with the red. Let's just put 50 milliliters to start. Or, well, won't even let me select 50. Let's start with 100 milliliters. And then let's move over to blue and do 100 milliliters of that. Let's see what that gets us. Look at that. That looks like a vivid additive magenta. Okay, so I'm screenshotting that. I'm going to fire up Photoshop real quick here. How about not audition? Thank you. So we're going to swatch this. This is just a zoom in of what we just looked at here, and that is almost. Well, it's actually it's much higher in the reds than the blues. I'm kind of okay with that. So it's additive, but not perfect. Meanwhile, the blue was like... Yeah, this is a 255 blue. This is literally perfect blue. So the dye that we picked up is as blue can be shown on a computer screen. And the red... Actually, let's check the red. Let's check the red in Photoshop. Okay, so yeah, the red and the blue dye that we picked up are literally perfect red and blue. That's interesting. A perfect red and blue in Project Zomboid gives you 255 red and 105 blue. Because remember, we did exactly 100 milliliters of both. So that's fascinating. That is truly fascinating. It's like the blue was contributing less than half as much. See, okay, now if it was perfectly additive, it would look like 255 red and 255 blue. This very, very vivid, bright magenta right here. But what we got is what's on the bottom there. Very, very, very odd. And I don't have a solid explanation for that. It's like they decided that they wanted color mixing to be additive and then, like, half-heartedly tried to make it not additive. Because in real life, this is not how dye works at all. In real life, dye is a very... dye is... I wouldn't go as far as call it subtractive, but it's very... the blue would very much darken the red and kind of turned it into something brown almost, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it would not look anything... You get like a very dark purple maybe, depending... And again, we're talking more material science at this point. Like, what pigment are you using to get the blue? What pigments are you using to get the red? There's different things. It's but I'm actually kind of curious what this magenta dye looks like now. 200 milliliters should be enough to dye something. So let's actually do that right now. I'm just going to drop the dye that I'm carrying that is not what we're going to use. So we've got a plastic bottle of dye now with 200 milliliters. And here is a bucket of water. This one should be full, yeah. Just find a bandana real quick. I'm sure I have another bandana somewhere. I actually collected a large quantity of black bandanas that didn't turn out right. Oh, look at that. This is one of the textured bandanas. I don't know if the game will let me dye this. I'll try, though. I'll try. So this bandana, if you want to dye a bandana, you have to make it so it's on your head. So right-click, put tie it on head, and that is now a dyeable bandana. So let's go over to the table. Okay, so this bandana does not count as a dyeable clothing item because it is not a tinted bandana. It's one of the pre-textured ones. So this bandana is useless to us for dyeing purposes. This one is a... Yeah, this is not a very good color. It's a little too reddish to match the pants. So this is a good candidate here. We'll use this one instead. But as you guys can see, the bandana doesn't show up as an option because it is not a tied on head bandana. So I gotta put it tied on my head first, and then I unequip it. Assuming I can find it in the list here. There it is. Now I should be able to dye it. Yep. So if my calculations are correct, this will be like as perfect of a magenta dye as we can possibly get. No, we cannot tint bags, just clothes. Like I said, if you go to the crafting menu and you search dye, and you look at the far right option here, and then hit possible items, it'll show you everything that you can dye. All the options show up in that list, aside from the yarn. Look at that. That is very, very, Okay, now, what we have an opportunity to do here is what we're going to do, we're going to take a screenshot of her wearing that, and we're going to compare the, color of the bandana that we got to what the, preview showed us here. See how much of a lying little shit the preview was. Did the preview lie to us? Or was it close enough, right? so let's swatch test the preview on one side. And sorry, the preview. When I said the preview, I mean this is the color of the liquid. And then on the right side, we're going to swatch the bandana itself. So the bandana itself is 183.70. That's hue 337. And okay, so that's very close. It's only 2 degrees off. I expected a change in brightness because the colored clothes in this game are basically all just white textures that are getting tinted by the game's engine. So I expected it to be darker a little bit. That's the only way to give it definition. But it's 2 degrees off, and I find that to be fascinating because the hue shouldn't change. Let me show you. I can show you the way hue. So hue is 335 on the preview of the die here. If we go to brightness here, the brightness is like 99% for the die. What should happen is the hue should stay at 335, while the brightness should be the only thing that changes when we look at the bandana. So the bandana is brightness 72. So if we go to the original color here and set the brightness to 72, this is what the bandana should look like. And that is very, very, very close, though. It's very close. This is so close that I should not even be complaining. B8004-4D. No, sorry, B84D. It's B84D versus B746. That is an extremely subtle difference. I should not be bitching about that. I should not be bitching about that. That is that's what I'm trying to figure out is this an honest representation of the color that we're going to get? And I would say, yeah, 98%. 98% honest. Because I've bitched about that a little bit when it comes to the hair coloring. The hair coloring definitely doesn't come out to be exactly what the dye looks like before you use it. But I would say the clothing dye is a lot closer. A lot closer. But yeah, I'm not going to actually use this bandana. This bandana was basically just a test. We are going to put this bandana in the, whatchamacallit, the collection of red and pink clothes over here. Oh, you know what? Now that I look at it, I just want to take a look and see what this looks like. So I have a firefighter hat, and it actually does look like the visor is a match for the sunglasses. However, the hat itself is too dark. It's too dark to match the satchel that we went out of our way to design. And if I were to compare the hat to the ambulance, one of the things that I was trying to accomplish when I retextured the bag was that I wanted to match the ambulance. The bag and the hat are not a perfect match. The hat's too dark, and the bag is all over the place. It's too bright in certain places and too dark in other places. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stick with the country club hat. I just love the beautiful all white look. I like it a lot. Put that back. Okay, so I screwed around there for a bit, but we learned things, and I'm happy to learn things here. I'm always happy to learn things here. Put away that. Put away that. And we are going to be deploying to Rosewood to clean up things there, and then move down to Muldraugh. Yes, I think Shamaz can be tinted. However, that being said, I think you have to find a certain type of Shema. Like there's like a Shema that is a fixed color, and then there's a Shema that is random tint that you can tint. I don't think we can make Shemas. Yeah, if we search for recipe, nothing there. If we search for required items, nothing there. Interesting. Hang on. No, you can't. I was wrong. I apologize. I was under the impression we could dye those. But that is definitely not the case. It's not showing up as an option anywhere in there. That kind of sucks. Because Shemas are a niche but very, very useful item for colder weather. Yeah. To be entirely honest, if I was wearing Shemas more often, I would retexture one myself. I would absolutely retexture one myself if I wore it more often. But now that we're entering warm weather, even in cold weather, it's kind of hard to wear one and not start getting overheated. So I should not even need to bring much of anything with me to Muldraw. I'm going to bring a pipe wrench, because that is something that I might not find there that I actually would definitely need. And I'm going to bring some clay. I'm actually going to bring several sacks of clay to Muldraw with me, because I'm going to be building furnace infrastructure down there. I did that once before, and I'm not going to talk about what happened to it, but I've learned my lesson in that regard. And yeah, we're absolutely going to do that. But that means we're going to need a set of tongs. Even we might not find a set of tongs down in Muldraw, believe it or not. I actually did not find a set of tongs down in Muldraw last time I went down there. We also might not actually find too many garbage bags. So there are a bunch of boxes of garbage bags in Rosewood. I'm actually going to take most of those with me to Muldraw. You absolutely can make a pink pimp suit. Holy shit. Actually, I didn't even realize that, hang on, right here. It is, suit jacket. Come on. Yes, you can actually do a suit jacket and suit pants. Holy shit, I didn't even think of that. That's dapper as fuck. You could actually, okay, so that, you know what makes me laugh really hard about that? 7 Days to Die, another game that I play. It's a zombie survival game. Very fun in its own regard. Very slightly different kind of arcade game. It's developed by a group called the Fun Pimps. And the Fun Pimps have this, whatchamacallit. They have this unique little aesthetic for their company logo. It's this dude with a feathered hat wearing this purpley looking suit. You know, the stereotypical looking pimp suit. They allow you to cosplay as a fun pimp in the game if you get one of their fucking Twitch drops. If you get one of their fucking Twitch drops, you can get a fun pimp hat in game. In Project Zomboid, you can just do it yourself. That is so fucking hilarious. That is so fucking hilarious. It is easier to cosplay as the devs of 7 Days to Die in a game that they didn't even fucking make. Oh, that is really funny to me. That is really funny to me. I almost want to make a purple suit. A purple suit and a purple suit pants. I almost want to do that, but there's no feathered hat in this game, unfortunately. If there was a feathered hat in this game, I would be doing... I would have already started doing it if there was a feathered hat in this game. Oh well. Fun things to think about. Fun things to think about. I think actually the Twitch drop thing that the Fun Pimps did was recent. Hang on. Scroll down through this shit. Yeah, here it is. Look at this. Look at it. The 2.0 Town Hall. Tune in to earn free hat via Twitch drops. Free hat. A free hat in a survival crafting game that a lot of people, I would probably say 70% play single player. Yeah, we want to tune into a fucking Twitch stream and get free drops for that. I don't understand Twitch. I genuinely don't. It's, okay, no. I kind of understand it, but I don't understand why people would keep using it if they know that there's better things out there. What can I say? I streamed to Twitch more than a decade ago, and I enjoyed it at the time, but it was a very different platform back then. Alright, so we've got 5 sacks, 16 clay, 8 box of sparklers. We're taking the sparklers because those are going to be used at some point to make some explosive traps. Hairspray should be no problem to find down in Moldy. Yeah, we should have no problem finding those. And then duct tape and mortar and pestle, that's all very easy. Oh, hold on a second. We don't even need hairspray. We can use insect repellent too. That's actually funny. That's funny. My brain meat keeps telling me that there's something I need to bring to Muldra, but I don't think. I suppose if I brought, let me take an electric blower forge with me, just for the hell of it. I suppose if I brought a fishing gear isn't really much because the place to fish there is not very big. I'm not going to need spare electrical parts. That is not going to be necessary. Yeah, I mean, almost everything else that I could possibly want down there is going to be down there in large quantities. Oh, detonators. Let's take some spare tubes of glue. These tubes of glue, I'm going to consolidate these and take it with me, and that is going to be so that we can make remote detonators for these aerosol can bombs that I'm planning. I would love to make pipe bombs instead, but I don't have the recipe, so we're going to make what we can make. Summer hat. Okay, we can't dye that, but you're correct. We can dye stuff to match it. Okay, new side objective unlocked. I'm not going to do it now, but maybe I will do that at some point. That does sound very funny. I feel like I would get a lot of updates on Reddit if I posted about how I did that in Project Zomboid. The subreddit for 7 Days to Die is a very interesting place. If you're too salty about the game over there, everybody will downvote you into oblivion. The people over there genuinely love the game, but I think not everybody, but a lot of people over there in the subreddit are pretty tuned in to how the devs of 7 Days to Die have a very hostile relationship with the player base. I've seen some very funny memes over there. It's actually it's so silly to a certain extent that the even the mods, the mods for the Steam forums for 7 Days to Die, even they are just like unironically critical of the devs on certain occasions. I picked up this bulletproof vest in civilian variety because I want to, while we're on the subject of matching things, bulletproof vest armor is something that is kind of hard to make work. But I did at one point. I did. And I might actually do it again. So, here's the thing with bulletproof vest armor. You can put it on your forearms, and the discomfort is not bad. But you want to know the stupidest thing that it does? Bulletproof forearm armor blocks your fucking watch. You can't wear a watch while you're wearing forearm armor. I feel like that is so stupid, and here's why. We're making this armor ourselves. Why, if we're going to be the ones crafting it, why in God's green earth can we not, make I don't know, put a very small, mesh screen or something so that we can see a digital watch through a certain spot? Or, I mean, if we're going to be making the armor ourselves, why can't we just, embed a watch into the armor? I'm salty about this. But I actually did on Annie. I actually did wear bulletproof vest forearm armor almost all the time on my offhand, the one that isn't wearing the watch. So I just made a civilian forearm armor. Out of a civilian bulletproof vest. So if I put it on my right forearm here, I now have a arm guard on my right forearm that matches my outfit. And it does not block my watch. If I were to put the other one on, though, I no longer have a watch. Now, that being said, there's another way to have a watch. And it's kind of silly, but it's also, it's not the dumbest thing in the world. There are pocket watches in the game. And this is one of the very, very rare niche use cases where a pocket watch is actually something you can use as part of your kit. So I found a couple of spare pocket watches here. If you equip it in your secondary hand, look at that. I can tell the time now, but I have to have my secondary hand holding a pocket watch in order to see the time. It's silly. It's really, really, really silly. But it's not the dumbest thing in the world, all things considered. Because, I mean, forearm armor, I don't know if you guys are seeing these numbers, your forearms are actually kind of hard to protect. Well, that hard, quote-unquote, to protect, they, without, like, wearing a military jacket, for example. If I were to put on a... Let's do urban camo. Let's just, for the sake of argument, let's put on an urban camo military jacket. This is what I would wear if it was winter and I was using this outfit. My forearm and upper arms go to 100% with this layout. But if I were to take off the bulletproof vest forearm armor, you would see that my forearms go down to 80%. Which is, I mean, you know, that's more than livable for me. But if I'm thinking about what I would want to wear for heavy combat situations that I would, you know, wear for combat and then take off after combat, I could do worse than something like this. Yeah, that's also true. That is also true. And but of course, if I'm going to do it like that, if I'm just going to leave it in my inventory and check it by, you know, opening my inventory and mousing over, in that case, just having a digital watch is less encumbrance. The pocket watch, rather sillily, is 0.2 encumbrance, while the, whatchamacallit, the digital watch is 0.1. Oh, this is, I didn't even realize you could do this. So I can actually equip the digital watch in my secondary hand. That's actually really funny. Okay, so the pocket watch is really still just a vanity item at the end of the day, like objectively in every scenario. That's all right. I still find that very funny. Just to see what it looks like, I'm gonna try. I should have other bulletproof vests in the civilian variety here. We're not deploying just yet. I'm not just getting distracted constantly. It's 2100 hours, so it is okay to burn a little bit of the clock because I do want to, I would prefer to drive during the day if I can. So I'm going to check around. I know I have a bulletproof vest in Civvy over here somewhere. Oh yeah, they're on the floor. Okay. So I'm going to take 2 civilian bulletproof vests off the floor here. And we're going to make some leg armor too, because I just want to see what it looks like. Bulletproof shin armor. See, I've never actually had a white outfit that is this white. So seeing what it looks like with civilian bulletproof armor is something I've never seen before. So I'm actually very, 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 very eager to see this. So shin armor and thigh armor made out of bulletproof vests. Very effective, but it will block your knee pad, and it will be very uncomfortable. And you definitely don't want to wear this long term. That's just goofy looking. That is downright goofy, and I kind of like it, to be honest. If I take the military jacket off, that is goofy, and I actually kind of like it even more now. So let's just say there were NPCs in this game, and they were capable of shooting at you. I would be exploring new area where they might possibly be spawning. I would probably wear something like this when exploring new area, just to preempt the possibility of getting shot. Now, that being said, if I could just walk into a random area that I've never been to and randomly get shot, I don't know if I'd keep playing this game, to be honest. Having a character in a game like this get shot just randomly by somebody from a very long distance away, that, I don't know. There would have to be some kind of system to tell whether I'm going to get shot or not. So I just put on a bulletproof vest of the civilian variety, along with the bulletproof forearm, shin, and thigh armor. It's not that good against zombies, and it is the single most uncomfortable thing my character will probably ever wear. But this is proof of concept that we can have a white outfit and still be very protected against bullets and well, it's not bad against zombies either. The rest of my heavy armor is out in the ambulance right now. I don't think there's ever going to be a riding helmet in the color that's going to work for me. When I was on Annie, we had, whatchamacallit, we had a, yeah, this would be peak protection levels for my my current build, the riding helmet. So when I was on Annie, we went to the horse track in Louisville, and we found colored helmet varieties of this one. Like the riders of the horses each had colored helmets. There were 5 variants of them, but they were like all solid primary colors, like solid primary and secondary. So there was like a red, a blue, an orange, a yellow, I think a purple. Yeah, I think those were all. There was no white, unfortunately. It is 22:30. That's my bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack after we take the armor off. We do not want to sleep in this armor. This armor will, this will make her absolutely miserable. So in order to get these protection levels, which, and I gotta say, 50% or higher on the entire body with no vision or hearing debuffs. However, that being said, we do have a substantial movement speed debuff right now. And the discomfort is so extreme that we cannot regain endurance. I need to repeat that one more time. We are so uncomfortable from this armor that we do not regain endurance. So a little bit of combat and running around, as soon as I get winded, I cannot just sit down and recover my stamina. Because I am so uncomfortable, the act of sitting down does nothing. You cannot get your stamina back while you're wearing the armor. So that's a very important thing about armor in Project Zomboid, regardless of what type of armor it is. If it makes you uncomfortable enough, you'll never get your stamina back again. You have to take it off. So it's really stupid. You're having trouble with too many crops. Yeah, no, I know the feel. That is, it's a struggle. I get, yeah, it does. I learned this the hard way on Annie. So it actually was not that dissimilar from this protection level. We were wearing something like this on Annie. Replace the thigh and shin armor with the proper ones. And we were wearing something like that on Annie. And we got to this moodle up here where it says extremely uncomfortable. That right there, that's the thing to look out for. Stage 4 discomfort completely blocks the regeneration of stamina. So, like, listen, I can actually show you. If I were to just sprint in circles right now, if I just sprint in circles for a second, and she gets a little bit winded, if she gets a little bit winded, she could sit down, but her stamina would never come back. Or at least I'm 99.9% sure that... Okay, there we go. See, we're winded. So I'm going to go inside. We're going to sit down. Sit on ground. And I'm curious. Because on Annie, okay, I'm wrong about that. I'm wrong, at least in the sense that it will, it'll never come back. However, on Annie, I would sit like this for a very long time, and I would still be winded. So it looks like it does not block it completely. But let's just say that you didn't notice that you were winded for a couple seconds, and your stamina got a little lower. It would definitely take a long, long time to come back. The only solution is, of course, to just take the armor off. So you want to definitely take the armor off after a certain point. Our ambient walking load at this point is so heavy that we are over-encumbered. I'm going to take my armor off and put it... hang on. Calculating. Put it on the ground for the moment. I will sort through it after I sleep, because I do need to get a sleep in here. Otherwise, we'll be off track with our sleep schedule. Now, as you can see, the extreme discomfort moodle completely disappeared. So all we got to do is take the armor off, literally just toss it on the ground, and we will get our stamina back. But this is where the hostile game design from the devs. They probably want you to do this. They want you to take your armor off and sit down somewhere, and then have a zombie wander up and bite you. So, at the end of the day, if you're going to wear heavy armor, wear it, get into combat, accomplish what you need to accomplish, and then as soon as you get winded, I recommend exfiltrate. Exfiltrate completely. Or maybe park in a safe place and recover while you're sitting in the vehicle. That's my recommendation. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you, KTO. That is actually my general policy. I try to be a compatibilist sometimes, but at the end of the day, 90% of the time, I'm just wearing regular clothes with leather strips on them. That is the way. So, our protection levels without any heavy armor still aren't that bad. Obviously, they're not good. Our head and neck is only 10%, and our hands are only 25%. However, I don't think you'll ever get much better than that. I don't think you'll ever get much better than this without discomfort. Oh yeah, I understand completely. Whenever it comes to like putting patches on things, it's just something that I kind of work towards as a side goal. Like actually trying to go out of your way and do it and focus on it. That's more effort than it's worth. It's a fallback. Now, earlier I mentioned shin guards and thigh guards. We actually just collected these specifically from the Rosewood prison. And I was relatively happy to find those, because we actually used these on Annie, and I didn't dislike them. The protection levels are better than the bulletproof vest armor, and this is like actually like proper riot gear, like proper law enforcement riot gear that we're wearing on our legs right now, and it matches our leather pants perfectly. And you know the best part? Look at my lower body right now. Look at them big green 100%s right there. We do take a slight movement speed debuff to these, though. And they're really bulky for some reason, like in terms of size. 2.0 encumbrance when you're not wearing them. Kind of wacky. But I do want to make room for these in my permanent armor kit for the vehicles. So what I'm going to do is take the bulletproof vest armor that I just made. We're going to set that aside for now. I have a white duffel bag. Specifically, I can put that in, and it's very thematically appropriate. So these are my protection levels without massive discomfort and inducement. Oh, I should put the watch back on. There we go. So yeah, these are my protection levels without massive discomfort inducement. It's honestly fine. It's honestly fine. I could fight like this, and my stamina would not be threatened too hard. So yeah, I really like this as an armor kit. This is definitely going to be one of my permanent armor kits. Helps you with those holes from falling when you jump fences. Oh yeah. The apron is also something that I I don't necessarily like wearing it that much, because even when it's clean, it looks silly. Yeah, I kind of wish I could just hide the lower part a little bit. I just maybe hem it a little bit, just a little bit of hemming. Just a little bit of hemming. But that brings my chest protection levels up a little bit. And the most important factor of the apron is it goes on the jacket slot, but it provides no insulation, right? So if you wear the apron, yeah, it also prevents blood from getting on you. If you are a person who has fear of blood, or you just don't like getting bloody all the time, either or, that can help you out. Thematically appropriate as well, yeah. I'm gonna put strips on this leather, this military jacket. The Urban Camo military jacket is not one of the best platforms because its insulation is really high, but I'll take it. Oh yeah, look at that. Our torso is 80% with that. That's fantastic. 80% on the chest. That's great. I don't know if I'll be able to fit all that in my passenger seat. So we did get to stage 3 discomfort from that. That's good to know. I think I'm not going to do the shin guards. Yeah, if I skip the shin guards, that allows me to not have to worry about the knee pads, taking them on and off. And spares me a little bit of discomfort, and spares me, most importantly, gets me a little bit more run speed back. Yeah. In the past, I would have a duffel bag specific for armor. I would do that. I would do it, and then I would stop. And I would always stop because eventually the duffel bag's size itself would get too annoying to deal with. Whatchamacallit, sneakers. If I had casual clothes to wear, I would wear sneakers, because sneakers are, sneakers get you the least amount of movement speed reduction. I think I actually have some white sneakers. I have 3 pairs of white sneakers. Theoretically, this increases my movement speed a little bit, but, I mean, there's no way it's that significant. If I use a hiking backpack for my armor, that That would make it equivalent to a seat. While also getting me a little bit of encumbrance reduction. I feel like my field kit is missing something. And it's not just the fact that that's a club hammer right there. I can no longer fit a club hammer anyway, so... Is it the apron? No, I'll put the apron in there. I'm not wearing anything else. I don't think I'm ever going to wear a respirator. I feel like I'm always just going to use corpse sickness as a timer. If I see myself getting corpse sickness, that means I'm leaving. That is, I think I'm always going to do that, so I don't think I'm ever going to... okay, specifically, if I ever use a respirator, it's going to be because I went out of my way to bring it with me. I think that's how I'm going to roll with that. Just checking to see if there are any other items that I could get in this armor bag. Sorry, not armor bag, just a field kit bag in general. I carry around a needle and, whatchamacallit, needle and thread in my, I always carry around a needle and thread in my, glove compartment now. So I don't need to worry about that part. I'm overthinking it. I'm definitely overthinking it, and that's not the... Oh, so... The shema. The shema, which I do not commonly wear during the summer. Okay, so now I just have 0.1 left. And that can go towards another spare battery. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just put one more spare battery in, and then we are set. Perfect. I have a perfect vehicle kit now. Henceforth, this is our combat vehicle kit. Oh yeah, no, I do highly recommend it. I think I'm actually pretty close myself. I'm electrical 2566.39 out of 3000. That is the last thing that I unlock with electrical is um, adding a long range motion sensor, or sorry, a remote controller long range to a bomb. I've never tried a motion sensor before. How do you make? Can you make a motion sensor? You cannot make a motion sensor. You can add one to a bomb, but you can't make it. So that's kind of cool, but at the same time, if you can't reliably make one yourself, then why bother? I want to be able to source things myself. I'm a big DIY kind of guy. We lost the music a little while ago, and it doesn't sound like it's coming back. So I'm going to do what I should have did a while ago and fire up our playlist. PZ Chill. Yeah, I have noticed that. I feel like they should just add like a max flight time for a bomb. You know, if a bomb hasn't exploded after 2 seconds of being thrown, then it should just explode. That Game Design 101 right there. Oh, we should be good. How about if I have a copy of Animal Care 5, that is something I can now read, so I'll take that with me. And in the event that I get to the next level of electrical, electrical 4 comes with me. And then before we go, we milk the cows. I'm also going to replace 2 of those light bulbs that burnt out. Can't wait to have NPCs do this for me someday. I asked for this when I decided to use fluorescent lights. I can't complain about this. I can't call it a grave. It's the future I chose. Okay, but now, since we're about to head out, we do not have to, we don't have to go and click all the lights anymore. We can just do this, because all this generator powers is lights. My lights generator is now off, while the fridge is still running, because the fridge is on its own generator now. Oh shit. Oh shit, that's the fridge generator is catching the, Wait a minute, hang on a second. The fridge generator is not billing me for... It's not billing me for any lights. Those lights shouldn't be on. Give me a second here. Yeah. Look at the power consumption. It's only powering a fridge right now. Those lights should not be on. I don't understand this. I genuinely don't. Lights are getting powered by generators when they shouldn't be. I'm going to try moving it up just 1 tile here. And I want to see if it still powers the fridge from here. Because if it still powers the fridge from here, but the lights are not still on, then problem solved. Well, now it's not powering anything. Now there's no power cost at all. I'm gonna laugh really hard if the stupid lights are still on. Okay, the lights aren't on, but the soda machine is. That's really funny. That's really funny. Okay, no, that's fine. I can deal with the fact that it's accidentally catching 3 lights. I can deal with it. I can deal with it, I promise. I just wish the system made more sense. The gas, the energy cost is not necessarily even the biggest problem right now. It's just if you leave the lights running, but you're not actually using them, you're not in the base, then that's a chance not only for, if the fuel isn't the problem, eventually you're going to run out of light bulbs because they're going to keep burning out when you're not there. Hey there, how's it going? I'll go ahead and just manually turn these ones off before I leave. It's only 3 lights. It's fine. Don't leave your lights running. Alright. So before we head out, we are milking the cows. Getting a few more fountain cups of milk. And then we are set. Oh, we have some births. Sorry, not births. We have hatches. Hatchlings. Looks like we got some leghorn chicks. So I'm going to rename the male chicks broilers because they are going to become chickens, like, as in like buckets of chicken. This is called sexing the chicks. I am not being facetious. They literally, in the industry, when they're born, you must sex the chicks and throw away the males. It's a technical term. In industrial farms, they throw the male chicks into a grinder. All 4 of the chicks that got hatched over here are all whatchamacallits. They're all males. So what I would have done if any of them had been females, I would just rename them to Hen Junior and bring them over to the hen house to grow up in there. But all 4 of them are males, so they can just chill out here. Now, if I had some of the leghorns hatching, that means the roads over here are probably... Yep, look at that. We got 3 chicks over here. 4 chicks. And look at that, another male. Oh no, that's a boiler. So you are not a broiler, you are a hen junior. You are a male, you are a broiler. Okay, all chicks accounted for. So the hen junior here, the hen junior is going to go over to the hen house. And all of the eggs over here in the hen house are non-fertilized eggs, so I can just take them inside and toss them into a, whatchamacallit? Toss them into a, brain fart. Into a, carton, egg carton. The older egg cartons come with me. The newer egg cartons that I just packed up go into the fridge. Okay, I'm getting closer and closer to the the phase where I actually depart here. when we get to Muldra, there actually are lots of chickens in Muldra. I don't think I'm going to recover them. I did on Annie. It didn't really prove to be worth it. I ended up with way too many chickens on Annie. In fact, on Annie, we had so many chickens I had to cull them, and that's never fun. I'm not particularly sentimental over animals in this game because they are like 10 times less intelligent than animals in real life, so they're even stupider than real animals. In real life, I'm actually rather sentimental towards animals that I spend time with, but in game, I have detached myself because they're just pixels on a screen, and they don't even act as smart as pixels on a screen. If they were just a little bit less stupid, I would be a lot more sympathetic towards them, but they are not even accurate representations of animals, and therefore are not deserving of your emotional labor. One more peek at the crops. Potatoes, probably a week out. Same with the oregano. The strawberries are close, but only half of them are at the next stage. So that's fine. Parsley. Cabbages. Mint. Corn. Okay, so another thing to keep in mind about is growing months. I think some of these crops are going to be at risk of dying next month on June 1st. So my goal right now is we're going to depart for an expedition. We're going to wrap up, like I've said about 20 times already before getting distracted. We're going to wrap up shop in Rosewood, grab anything else that I want to grab out of there, and then we're going to go to Muldra, set up base. And our time limit is going to be May... 30 days has September, April, June, and November. May 31st. Our time limit is May 31st. On the morning of May 31st, we must come back here to Riverside and handle whatever of the crops that are south of this tire. This tire separated the crops that I planted at a good time in the season versus a questionable time in the season. So basically everything south of this tire, I've been babysitting very carefully, and am kind of hoping that I can at least save some of them. There's a possibility that some of them will die, and there's nothing I can do about them. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Okay, and just before I deploy here, let's refill my water, because I'm not going to be a doofus and forget that. And I'm also going to step away briefly IRL, and then I will be back, and we are fit to deploy. I shall be back momentarily, folks. Alrighty. We are back, and we are deploying. Oh, she's tired. She's tired because I never slept. I didn't get my second sleep. I can fix that by drinking an entire cup of coffee. And now that I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and replace the coffee that I had in my satchel here. This shouldn't take longer than a moment here. Now, I don't think it'll be too hard to find coffee out in the field. I don't think it, because, you know, coffee, you'll find some in every town you go. It's usually just a question of how much as opposed to whether you find any at all. But sometimes I have noticed I will go a long time without finding coffee. Like an inexplicably long amount of time. So I actually will just go ahead and take the leftover coffee from that I'll just take that, and that will be left in Muldrow. Alright, so we are deploying. Now, on our way out, we are going to nab a couple of these clay tiles right here that I've driven past like 50 times because they're right next to my base. One of the reasons for this is Muldrow, when we get to our destination in Muldrow, and I want to build a furnace and forge there, Muldrow will have some clay available there. But if you go down there expecting there to be a lot, you're going to be disappointed. So I like to just get ahead of that now. Why is it not letting me take some clay? Oh, this is a different kind of sack. This is a different kind of sack. So this sack that's in my inventory right now is base.empty sandbag. And I think that's an invalid target to harvest clay from. Or no, I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. This is just a malformed tile. Okay, it's not the sack. I thought it might have been the sack. Did I already harvest some clay up here? No. Some, okay, yeah. That's interesting. Did I miss a few spots? Huh. I couldn't tell you what might have been going through my head there if I harvested some clay, but not other tiles. Anyway, my intention was to fill up these 5 sacks. So I'm gonna do that. Now if I need more clay for future operations, as you can see, the Ohio River is just Clay City. There is so much clay on the Ohio River that you will, I could probably redo my floor with clay tiles. If you're one of those people who wants to level up all of your skills to 100%, even if you don't really need to objectively, if you just really want to see those, if you really just want to see those pale yellow boxes, making an entire floor of your base out of clay tiles, that'll get you tons of masonry and pottery experience. Now, I do need a little bit of gas in the ambulance, but that's okay. See, we have more than enough to get to our destination, and our destination is a gas station base. So we'll fill up there, because when it comes to where I would rather extract the gas from, I'd rather extract it from a place that's farther away from base than closer. So my calculus for refueling is now weighted towards refueling farther away from my home base, where it makes sense to do so. Because even though I'm based in front of a gas station, it's not going to last forever. Nothing does. I wrote a dissertation on this game and potential petroleum refinement. It will probably... I can guarantee you it will never be implemented in the base game. I almost ran into that guy. I actually kind of want to get out and shoot these guys. I'm not going to shoot them. I'm going to cut them, but yeah. This is South Riverside. This is my territory.
Hey!
But yes, I agree with you 100%, Kitio. Clay cement should be... Whenever you make a bucket of clay cement, it should have 10 charges, and then it should just use... It should, like, use 2 for a wall or something, and only 1 for a floor. But right now, when you make a bucket of clay cement, I think it's one of those things that has only 4 charges. So the minimum that it's possible to use is 1 out of 4. And that's silly. That's just game design skill issue right there. So I would have made more swords before going. But the goal is right now to make more swords when we get to Muldrow. So I think we'll be the sword and the shetty we have now. That'll be fine to get us there. And I mean, always in a pinch, I can always make more short blunt. But yeah, I think we're gonna be more than fine. The trees are getting greener. Starting to lose those pretty pink dogwood trees. Always sad to see those go. It's nice to see a splash of color in the sea of green. I would say that this game definitely overrepresents colored trees when it comes to springtime in the eastern seaboard of the United States. We do have, I mean, there's actually one of the towns that near where I live in northern Virginia, so it's not, like, you know, it's not that close to Kentucky where this game takes place, but it's close enough from a climate, an ecological standpoint, right? A lot of the flora and fauna are going to be the same, because, you know, it's just right there on the base of the Appalachians. But the trees, you do occasionally have days where it's like, you know, there's a lot of white trees and a lot of like dogwood blooms, but it doesn't last that long. In this game, it lasts very long, and I'm here for it. But it's not if you're looking for your realism. No, these trees would have shed their flowers a while ago and then start growing leaves again. One of the things that I used to do was go up to a town to the north of me, where it's a little further out into the countryside. So there's actually more friggin' trees in the area, as opposed to data centers. The whatchamacallit, they'd have a cherry blossom festival, so the cherry trees would be blossoming, and it was really, really pretty. Possibly one of the happiest memories of my life is taking my ex-fiance to the cherry blossom festival. It's like if you've ever seen like a romance anime, where it's like, you know, the sakura tree is in full bloom and the, you know, everything's all sheen and white and just glowy and everything, and there's a bunch of pink flowers floating through the air. That's not just an anime. That happens in real life. I can confirm. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I'm 200% gay. I do not abide respawns in Phallus Lake at the moment. Even though I probably will not use Phallus Lake to get back from this trip. I still hate seeing these guys. Okay, you know what? Disregard everything I just said. Disregard everything I just said. Because one of the reasons that I would pass through Phallus Lake in the future would be if I wanted to pick up some construction supplies from EP Tools on my way somewhere. But I will not ever need any sort of construction supplies or tools at Muldraugh. Muldraugh is warehouse generator tool city. You will find more than you'll ever need there. Alright, I won't get out to kill them, but I will pull their asses out of the road. So if I leave town by going like this, slightly reduces the chances that they'll be on the road on my way back. They'll probably eventually make their way to the road, but that basically ding-dong ditches them in the forest for a lot of them. We call that the ding-dong ditch. Oh man, that was fun. It was fun until it started happening to me. My buddies back when we were like I don't know, 11, somewhere between 11 and 13. We would ding-dong ditch some of the neighbors. There was one guy who just always fell for it. Why did my doorbell ring? There's nobody here. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. I wish I had the jawline of Mr. Freeman. I will absolutely wake up and smell the ashes, though. There's plenty of ashes to smell when we get started with these aerosol can bombs that we've got cooking. We're gonna be bombing the zombies today. I've never used a bomb in Muldraugh before, but it's prime territory for it. Public service announcement: fire translates through chain link fences. So if you have a huge group of zombies on the other side of a chain link fence and you happen to have a Molotov cocktail or a firebomb, just chuck that bad boy right at the fence. The fire will go through the fence and cook the zombies alive on the other side of it. You know what else I want to cook alive right now? That's right, do not run into the road, run back into the forest. Next T intersection, and we are close to Rosewood. So I've been trying to think in the back of my head if there's anything at Rosewood right now that I actually really want to bring to Muldraugh. It's very limited. The contents of the fridge, contents of the fridge, and I really can't think of anything else. Because again, Muldraugh, Mass Gen Fatco is where we base in Muldraugh, and that is just, as far as bases go, it is quite based. Okay, hang on a second. You know what? It is based as long as there's no mass respawns. If there's mass respawns, then it's not based, because I've been cryptic about this. There is in Muldraugh, there are so many respawns that can come wandering out of the woods and around that town that you might just lose an extremely well-defended base just because you left it for a couple months, came back and had to deal with a full respawn. Yeah, that could happen. Okay, here's something I definitely need to do. Any leftover scrap electronics that I have not scrapped, let's definitely scrap those. Anything that can be boxed up. How about we fire up a couple of noisemakers using the supplies we have here? Yeah, because that's something we can do right now for electrical experience, which we do actually need. We're not exactly going to be able to grind our way to the next level of electrical just making that kind of stuff. We will blow through all of our supplies immediately and not even have anything to show for it. Medical supplies, basically not needed. Although, alcohol bottles are rare enough that I would rather have one at my base in Muldraugh than here. So these sport knee pads, I have several copies of these. I'd never even tried what they look like with these leather pants. It breaks things up a little bit in a way that, if it wasn't for, okay, if the straps were not white, I would wear these. But the white straps kind of screw things up a little bit. Like if just the plate was white, absolutely I would wear these. But it's the straps that feel weird. So no, we're not doing sporting knee pads with leather pants. I had a copy of Electrical 4 that I knew this whole time. These, whatchamacallits, boxes of garbage bags. All three of these come with me. The batteries and light bulbs as well. The sword and machete got messed up. Fix their, there we go. These are just, these are decorations. Those are weapons that are close to breaking that I decided to turn them into decorations instead of letting them break. I will find billions of shotguns and not as many billions of rifles in Muldraugh. And billions of handguns, too. In fact, I will find so many billions that I'm going to use these ones that are in not as good condition. I'm going to use them to repair each other. And I'm going to drop the one that I'm carrying. Because if you try to repair a weapon using another weapon, make sure you don't have one of the same weapon equipped. because sometimes it will use the one that is equipped to repair it. Stupid as that sounds, is just as stupid as it sounds. Yep. Animal inbreeding in B42 last night. I participated in that Reddit thread. If you got a Reddit thread, there's a Reddit thread with the title, "Is there a penalty for incest?" And that just everybody lulled at that because of the phrasing. A lot of the replies were like, "Wait a minute, this is Project Zomboid, right?" I'm not looking at the Crusader Kings subreddit, am I? Hang on a second. I think it was within the past 6 months, so I do have a direct link. But my contribution to the thread was just that I don't think it does anything, but it might. And there is precedent for it in the cohorts of rabbits that I was... Because, I mean, I did breed rabbits at one point. It was a longer post, so it would be... Yeah, here it is. Here's the thread. There's no coherent answer as far as I know, because I mean nobody actually nobody in this thread, as far as I could find, nobody in this thread actually decompiled the game code. OP said that there's genetic defects. Yeah, see, this right here, it says currently animals have a few dozen genes. I have noticed that in the code, and I'm just assuming that they're good or bad. But again, I'm just making random assumptions here. I don't actually have any solid data for anything other than the fact that I know that there are about 12 genes for animals in the game, and if some of those genes are bad, then I have to assume that there is a mechanism for bad genes to be inherited, and inbreeding will probably increase the chances of that. And I guess a better way to interpret that is that if it doesn't currently do that, it probably will someday based on how the devs are doing this game, right? If it looks like they've got a foundational framework for something, then they're probably going to finish it someday, maybe. I don't know, assuming they're going to continue working on it. I look at the electrical system, and that's your best counterexample, because boy howdy would I love if they finished the electrical system in this game, but it's been untouched for 4 builds now. I don't remember if they changed it much in build 41 from 40, but I wasn't here for the transition of that, so I don't know for sure. What are you doing, Step Zombie? Oh my god. See, if we're talking about animals, and to be honest, if we're talking about humans too, there is the actual chances of disfigurement or serious genetic disorders from first generation inbreeding are pretty low. The problem is inbreeding is a generational problem, and if you create an environment where it's liable to happen once, it's probably going to continue to happen, and it's a compounding problem. That's, you know, the famous example of the Habsburgs. They were fucked up, but it wasn't just because one guy married his cousin. It's because they were marrying cousins for generations upon generations. And it just gets worse with every generation until the last guy was literally just a pile of butter falling apart. I know. Having to use an entire generator as my light switch. That's what I've been reduced to at my main base. We actually did that just earlier this stream. We pulled the trigger on reorganizing our, whatchamacallit, our lights. Get this powered back on so we can refuel. Yeah. No, that is, it definitely takes a lot of, I mean, like, I don't want to, I don't even want to think very much about how much time I spent on it earlier this stream. I mean, we've been at this for 4 hours today. I probably spent at least one of those 4 hours just working on load balancing generators. And it's not that I regret it. I mean, I have fun whenever I'm playing this game. Like, no matter what I'm doing, I'm probably having fun. Maybe not as much fun as I could be having, but I enjoy this game. If I didn't, boy howdy, would that be miserable. The, 4 times, 2 times, you can put, public service announcement, you can put a 2-time scope on a shotgun. And I actually really like it. I liked it a lot. That was on Annie, when we were aiming level 10 with a shotgun, with a 2-time scope, recoil pad, and full choke. We were getting kills with the shotgun from about, for zombies standing about all the way over where the whatchamacallit, where those floodlights are. We could shoot zombies all the way over there and get basically a perfectly tight crosshair on zombies that far away. And because, I mean, to be entirely honest, if zombies are close to me, I wouldn't want to use the shotgun anyway. Because the shotgun, while it does get good multi-kills, in order for it to get good multi-kills, and this, I think this is true in real life too, you don't want to shoot something really close with a shotgun if you want to, the buckshot to hit something next to it. If you want to get, like, buckshot to spread a little bit, it needs to, the wad needs to get shot a certain distance from the gun before the spread is actually going to result in pellets, you know, spreading far enough. You see, video games have really thrown off people's expectations of shotguns. And when you get a game like Zomboid that, you know, realism is a meme, but in this game they're actually trying for realism in certain aspects. They're definitely leaning towards the not quite as gamified side of shotguns. Okay, this is really disorganized, but I got everything that I want in there. And that should be everything, yeah. How about we just take the medical bed with us? I was thinking about holding it for something else, but we're just going to take it with us. We have room for it, and it's a lot more likely to get something useful done with it if I take it to Muldraw. I don't know what I'm doing trying to bring nails with me. I literally am going to have, like, multiple cartons of nails at my base location in Muldraw. Those loose nails do not come with me. Firebomb is still not possible. I don't know if... I do not remember how I learned the recipe for firebombs on Annie Mae. I did at some point. I don't remember what level I was, and I don't remember how I learned it. It may have been from a magazine, but on Annie, I never found the magazine that teaches pipe bombs. The only reason Annie ever learned to make pipe bombs was because she literally found a pipe bomb and was able to research it. It may have been the same thing with firebombs. Like, I may have found a pipe bomb and then researched it. That would make sense to me. And that probably is what happened, but I don't remember. That's how obscure it was. I'm probably overthinking this. Yeah, I'm definitely overthinking this. It's a transition to Muldraw. I think we're going to be fine. aerosol bomb and firebomb in a... Yeah, that's where we found, it was a survivor car that we found our pipe bomb. So when you say you found the recipe for a pipe bomb, I'm assuming you mean like it was one of those little piece of paper recipes. Because that, we did find something similar to that, but it was a quote-unquote explosives recipe, or explosive schematic, that did not include the pipe bomb for some reason. That kind of baffled me, because when I saw the words explosive schematic, I got so excited. And then I looked at it and I was like, oh, aerosol can bomb and something else. And it taught us how to add triggers to bombs. And that was it. And I was like, really, man? Really? Oh, I never actually emptied 100% of everything out of the, out of this trunk. That's okay. I'm not entirely opposed to bomb recipes being very hard to find. Because, I mean, truth be told, it's not exactly the easiest thing to find in real life. I mean, even now in the internet age, it's not like Wikipedia is going to tell you how to do it. I won't talk on stream about where to find it, but the information is out there. I do not recommend anybody go looking for it, because that's probably how you get yourself on watch lists these days. I am assuming that I am on at least 3 watch lists. Being a federal contractor is probably even making me even more likely to be on one. I'm not the kind of guy who's like, oh yeah, shout out to my CIA handler. No, I know federal agencies well enough to say that there is 0.0 chance that any agency has the manpower to constantly be watching neckbeards on the internet. No, you're not that special. If somebody is watching you directly, your days are limited. Your days are limited. They're watching you directly because they are planning to get rid of you in some way, whether they're building a case or something else. So I'm not even worried about that. Like, if I'm actually on a watch list and being actively watched, well, I'm fucked anyway, aren't I? I'd take one of these 2 car battery chargers. Except I don't have room in the ambulance anymore. The ambulance is full. Alright, now as a last thing that I do here in Rosewood is, of course, make a pass through the town itself. The town itself will probably still have some respawns on the main street, but I assume that the respawns on the main street won't be that bad. I can't believe I left this fucking door open back here the whole time. That was a bit of a doof. I actually cannot say that, the name of that book out loud without, YouTube running a flag on me. I learned that from Count Dankula. Thankfully, the text on screen right now is quite small, and I don't think YouTube cares if a viewer mentions it in chat. But yeah, I literally should not be saying the name of that out loud. That is how, well, I mean, it's one of those things where if the government sees you owning a copy of it, it's kind of one of those things that, even though it doesn't necessarily in real life, doesn't actually mean that you're going to do anything with it. But it is like, if the government sees you with a copy of it, and they want to charge you with something, they will absolutely fuck you in a jury trial. If the jury is told that you have that thing that is mentioned in chat, all they have to do is tell the jury that you have that, and the feds can say jump, and the jury will say how high. It's one of those things that, not even because it's that bad, but because it looks very bad. It'll be used against you in really silly ways. I'm not a big fan of that personally, but I do understand some of the pragmatic arguments behind it. My client is federal law enforcement, so I'm not entirely unsympathetic. They don't, I'm not involved in investigative stuff or anything like that, but the mentality is very familiar to me. And I do understand that sometimes I mean, Jim Gordon said it best in The Dark Knight. There's a point far out there where the structures fail you, and rules are just tying your hands while the bad guys get away. And don't ever assume that lawful evil is underrepresented in the world. I would go as far as to say it's probably the most powerful form of evil in the modern context. I mean, you need no look farther than your own goddamn grocery prices to know that the modern context, your final boss is going to be the lawful evil types who are going through all the grocery stores in the world right now and using AI algorithms to find out exactly what the highest possible price you will tolerate is, and fighting to set it 1 cent lower than that. I wish I was fucking kidding you. I wish I was fucking kidding you. I have seen multiple people talk very extensively about that. One thing that actually will behoove me to go to Master and Fatco with us is a couple cans of gas, because even though Muldraw does have plenty of gas stations, none of them are secure yet. And Master and Fatco itself is actually not close enough to a gas station to be a Oh, the rain falling reminded me that I did not update my list here. So my list here has me, I checked the composting last on 525, and I didn't actually check it again before I left. So last watered crops, I'm now going to update this to 526, since it is now raining, and it is 526. Ambulance is topped up on gas. We've got 3 cans. Muldraw is Generator City. So as soon as I get to Muldraw, I can put one of those cans of gas into a generator that I'll find out there, and we'll take that generator with us. One of the things I might do after getting to Muldraw is find one of the throwaway vehicles in the parking lot there, drive the throwaway vehicle back here, and I might pick up the fire truck, because the fire truck is actually going to be very useful to me. I'm not going to plan as if that is a guaranteed thing, though, because it's not quite necessary. I'm going to go ahead and sleep here tonight, because it is almost bedtime. I will put the perishables in the local fridge. Perishables, right? Yeah. Alrighty. Sleep number 1 is done. We are going to use our overnight activity to browse around Rosewood and verify that for the last, probably for the last time. This will probably be the last time that I enter the proper town area, now that all of our primary and secondary targets are hit. Just gonna check and see if there are any other tertiary things that I might have neglected. I mean, actually, there is a tertiary Target right next door to us. Two of them. There's the Gigamart and the auto parts store. Although I actually think I might have checked the auto parts store already. 2 on my 6. I'm just going to briefly parse the just gonna briefly parse the shelves in here. I don't want to commit to anything. Electrical, maybe that's easy. I have to assume that that zombie is going to realize that we walked in here. In which case, I've got about another 20 seconds. There's a deer down there. I think that was the same deer that I saw earlier. Did it actually follow me in? No. Because it was a fast shambler, but he might have lost me in the trees here. Yeah, it lost me in the trees. He's just over here now. I don't like having fast shamblers on the loose. Alright, so it's not even 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And we are unpleasantly hot after just running around for a minute. I really do love this police shirt, but I'm starting to question... Actually, I'm questioning the long-sleeve t-shirt. The long-sleeve t-shirt has more insulation than the police shirt and the Hawaiian shirt combined. And that's kind of silly, but that means if I want to take off a layer, that's the first one on the chopping block right there. Alright. Passing through, passing through. Iron bars, specifically, I don't mind taking those with me to Muldraw, because when the time comes to make a forge, we will need iron, specifically. A cauldron full of iron, as it were. Perfect performance brake for a sports vehicle. I can't say no to that. And the break room here may have coffee. Assuming this is... No, this is not the design of the break room. So some of these auto shops have a break room. Tight hallway. But no, that's just a bathroom hallway. Some of these places have break rooms, and obviously anytime you see a break room, brain should say coffee. Gibbs coffee. Pretty weak numbers on YouTube for a Friday today. Shout out to anybody who is watching after the fact. Always appreciate you guys just as much as my live boys. It's hit or miss on Fridays these days. I've noticed that my biggest numbers actually seem to be on Wednesdays now, and I think that is probably because I've been marked as quite a few folks' second choice for PZ streamers. I think a lot of people, well, this is true across the board with live streamers, a lot of people take Wednesdays off because the number of total viewers on YouTube are lower. But those folks who are still around and still looking for stuff to see are, well, that means they have fewer options. And that does not necessarily mean that I am doing anything better or worse, just that I am the only, or one of the fewer guys in town at the time. Is a factor of consideration. Also, I don't know if I've mentioned this publicly, but I'm pretty sure that I've reached a lot of the audience that I'm going to reach in terms of, like, YouTube. People who go on YouTube specifically to look for Project Zomboid live streams. I think I've reached most of the folks who are going to find my content interesting at this point. At least in terms of the people who are already going on YouTube. You know, anybody who's new goes on YouTube and obviously finds me well. I can't account for that. That just happens all the time. But in terms of the existing audience, pretty sure most people have either seen me and been like, nah, or not seen me and never were interested to begin with, just based on the analytics I've been seeing. That doesn't necessarily mean that... It doesn't really mean anything, actually, because I do still want to keep playing this game as one of my core games to play. There are very few things that would make me want to not play it. I mean, it should be a massive testament to the staying power of Project Zomboid that I'm still playing it despite the fact that vehicle storage has been nerfed to such an extent. Not being able to store things has unironically cost me, like, probably more than 20 hours of my life at this point. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration. I haven't exactly counted how many hours we've spent on this character, but I do know that it has been at least double digits at this point that we have spent just kind of consolidating and optimizing our travel routes and doing multiple trips back and forth between places because our vehicles can't store what they're supposed to be able to store. And yet I keep playing the game all the time. So that is absolutely a testament to the staying power. At this point, when I look at Gigamart over there, I'm seeing billions of encumbrance of food. And all that means is billions of encumbrance of stuff that I cannot bring forward with me to Muldraw because my ambulance is full. I'm surrounded. I've already looted cosmetic furniture from the church. I could do one more pass through the residential area. That couldn't hurt too much. Wait a minute. I remember there is actually a shortcut through here. It's very, very narrow. It's only 2 tiles wide. That is technically wide enough for a vehicle. I do not recommend doing this under duress. Okay, I didn't know that could happen. Interesting. I don't even know exactly what happened there. I skirted the edge of the fence, like, ever so slightly, and that caused a bunny hop. Wacky. Alright, residential. Final pass through residential here. Potential targets may include a target of opportunity like a, if I see a propane grill, for example, and it's not too heavily guarded. That might be something I pop out to grab. But as you can see, the population for this area, it's way outsized. There's almost nothing here. It's just residential of, it's residential Rosewood. There should not be that many friggin' zombies. You know what? You know what? Because I don't have one yet. This is perfect. This is literally perfect. Perfect target. I don't even know if I'll take it any further than my base, but I'll leave it at my base and take any guns or ammo out of it. I'm assuming maybe a box or 2 of ammo. I just made a big mistake. I now cannot turn around without causing problems. Or I have to do it very carefully. I got this. I'm not like stuck or anything. It's just a weird tight spot. If I want to tow in reverse, I've got to avoid that tree and that stop sign there, and then I'm good. Towing in reverse in this game is an entire friggin' skill set. One that I now have probably several hundred hours in total over the past year. Alright. That feels like a great target. I love how we found no law enforcement vehicles at the police department here. But we have now, this is the second one we found just kind of parked randomly out here. So this one's not going to come all the way to Muldraw with us. Even if it's like even if it's like pristine. Even if it's pristine, I probably would just keep it locally. I picked it up for the loot more than anything. Law enforcement vehicles always have some fun stuff in them. Decent condition, but quality is only 70. Doesn't appear to be locked. Key in the ignition. Battery dead. Nothing in the glove. That's sad. There's almost always like a box of ammo or something in the glove. Oh, the battery is not dead. Okay, we came away with one box of shotgun shells. Alright, game. I see. I see how it is. I get it. It's just rosewood. When I first drove past this vehicle, there were probably like very few zombies around it. So the loot that would have spawned in it would probably have been nerfed because of that. Your light bar will make a fine addition to my collection. Oh, the battery, right. Dude. Yeah, I forgot that the, I saw that was good condition, but not charged. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad use for them. Now, when you say Z-bait, do you mean that you would turn the light bar on and set it and forget it? Or were you actively in the vehicle using the light bar to drive around in circles and whatnot? Oh, you just stood your ground. Oh, fair enough. That's one way to do it. What the horsepower these things are. I'm going to repair the engine and take a look at that out of curiosity. So this is 480 horsepower. So in theory, this vehicle should be weaker at towing. I have noticed some very strange things when it comes to Nialas and towing. Like this was back when horse trailers were, there's something weird going on with horse trailers. I noticed it felt like Nialas were the best at it for some reason, and I never figured out why. That was a little bit back before I understood how to like parse through the game's code and whatnot. But the performance of a Niala has always felt unusually good for a Niala. Like, you don't necessarily expect it to be good, but like the acceleration rate, the turning speed, and the towing power. Like, I'm almost tempted to experiment with it, but I'm not going to. So the key for the Niala there can go into the my key ring for Rosewood here. Where did I end up putting that? Was it here? There it is. Just put that in a conspicuous location. Hang on a second. The Chevalier D6 key is on the Rosewood keyring, which is over here. I thought I actually moved this recently. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, so if I want to be able to move it, I can't use one of the other D6 keys. For some reason, my brain meat is telling me that in the past I have successfully used the key for one D6 on another. One specific, like, fire department D6. But I can't remember. I'm going to call this just South Nap Fire D6 because whether I leave it here or bring it with me in a mall draw, either way it will be staying in the south. Put those sports car things that I picked up into the trunk of the sports car, whatchamacallit, sports car, cop car, yeah. So if I do come back to pick that up, then that's why I would need that stuff. See, right now I don't have much of a need for a sports car windshield. I can't think of anything that comes to mind that I would need that for. Okay. We are prepped to say goodbye to Rosewood. It has treated us well, but we have gotten what we want, and anything we may possibly want in the future has been consolidated at the top of the the town map here. The only other thing that I could ever see myself coming back here for would possibly be the school. And that's if I end up using up a lot of glue and just want to come back somewhere where there's going to be some glue. Glue is a place, or you go to schools, you'll find lots of desks. Every desk has a chance of dropping some glue. Glue gets you your remote detonators for your bombs. On Annie Mae, that was something that I found myself enjoying quite a bit. Okay, I'm overthinking it. We're clear to go. Let me just get the perishable food out of the freezer. I'm overthinking it. Let's get out of here. Alright, we just had some rain. I'm going to update my notepad really quick, because I know that I know that I'm eventually going to forget to do so. Last watered crops on 5/27 is when we had rain last now. Off to Maldi we go. Yeah, it is. March Ridge, house by house, man. Where do you have a base in March Ridge or nearby it? I could see base defense in March Ridge being a bit difficult too. March Ridge has a, if I'm not mistaken, it's got like a underground bunker, but it's like a Cold War bunker, like not an actively used bunker. So you don't go there for finding loot, but it may be a potential base location if that's floats your boat. I imagine there would be respawns crawling around all over the place above it, though. Spawns, respawns, migrations out of the forced cells. Nasty. Okay, this is the diner at the crossroads, so not yet any reason to stop here. In fact, we already explored that road there, just for the sake of seeing it. I think I am going to take Carpenter Test Road here. I did verify that it's actually relatively quiet, and I would like to have some quiet while I commute with my hands completely full. I don't want to be dropping what's in my hands until we get to Masta and Fatco. At that point, I can get out and drop shit and fight, but until then, I don't want to have to be picking this stuff up again. One could almost consider this road the Muldraw Town Center bypass. I have a screenshot of the silliness that occurred here. Actually, I think I'm still using the thumbnail for this video, is showing when I found the Corvettes there. Or I found one Corvette, the other one I brought from a different location. We actually have a Corvette of our own here in Muldraw, specific to this area. So when we get to the next crossroads, we take a right and we'll be dead center in Muldraw. That'll be the little crossroads where the gas station is on 31 West. Sup, losers? Come back and deal with y'all later. Alright. Back to Main Street Muldraw here. So we should have cleared out everything in this area so that anything we see now is going to be a respawn. And as expected, there are respawns. Oh yeah, more respawns to the south here. Actually, kind of a lot there. We've come full circle. The ambulance that I'm currently driving was originally located here in Muldrop. Right, I dropped what I was carrying. And now, respawns shall be killed. I have found, on this character, I think about 8 annotated maps, and every single one of them have been Louisville. And I don't understand why. I remember vividly... Okay, no, I lied. There is one that I can think of off the top of my head, and it was Ekron, and that was after I came to Ekron. That was particularly wacky. But as far as I recall, every other map that I found was Louisville. I kind of wish survivor houses would spawn in the same town as you, or when you got annotated maps for them. I know there's still one to the north there. We'll deal with it. Never been a fan of the trees here. This mini forest here between Mass Gen Fatco and the storage facility. Always been a source of annoyance. They like to spawn in between these trees. Still getting hot. That's annoying. I mean, it's not entirely unexpected, but it's still annoying. Oh, our body heat generation is, like, what was that, 80%? Yeah, that makes sense. There's nothing I can do about that. 80% body heat gen, you might as well be topless and you'll still be a little warm. Alright, so we already have a safe place to sleep in there. And our immediate bag is mostly empty. Let me, garbage bag any non-essentials in my main inventory here. Alright, main backpack has been cleared. We've got an ambulance here. Now here's the fun thing about a Corvette. If you have the organized trait, the most storage space you'll ever get in a trunk is, I think, 39. Hang on, let me check this one. The trunk is at 88% integrity. If I were to repair it to 100%, I'm pretty sure that it would only give me 39, which is exactly one less than I would need if I wanted to carry around a premium tech generator, of which I can think of, there's at least 2 out there that I need right now. So what I think I'm going to do, actually, I don't want to have to empty the ambulance right now. I will, but I don't want to. Okay, you know what? There's a lot of this stuff in here can just be put in a bag for the moment. So I'm assuming, okay, so I've never actually seen one. I'm gonna assume that I was actually, part of me wanted to say they didn't even have a trunk. Do they because I mean, race cars are kind of built for, whatchamacallit, to like strip as much weight as possible as they can safely remove. Which tells me that there would be, maybe a small amount of room in the trunk. I don't know. If that. That ought to do the trick right there. Base 20. Wow. Yeah, that is ever so slightly lower than the Corvette itself. This makes an unfortunate amount of sense, though. The you don't look at one of those and think, yeah, that's gonna store a lot of stuff. Carrying around a pipe wrench now. local supply. Alright. We don't have a full day ahead of us anymore, but we still have a good amount of time before fatigue hits. Let's go grab ourselves a generator. It's now got a full trunk to put it in. Okay, that's actually going to fuck me. These floodlights right here, these are going to fuck me. Because I'm not used to them being there. I'm used to being able to drive straight across that. So, it would have been a good spot, but no. I would sooner, like, put a little footbridge on the second floor. Hold on a second, it has 4 seats? Who the hell is going to be sitting in your race car with you? That's actually really funny. Really funny. I think they, the devs might have done an oopsie there that they're probably going to undo. So our initial target is going to be the, whatchamacallit, the trailer park here. Muldraugh has a trailer park where some generators are, as far as I understand it, they are guaranteed to spawn. I've never seen them not spawn, but I am hesitant to say that they are guaranteed to spawn. Because as soon as you start saying something is guaranteed, the game was going to struggle to prove you wrong. Now, the last thing, of course, that we ever want to do is overextend ourselves in Muldraugh. That is one of the only ways I have ever lost a character in B42. I'm salty that I just lost some trunk storage space, but it's Muldraugh, and I need to stay on my toes. So I can only be so mad. You know, this is the wrong trailer park right here. There is a trailer park in this direction, but it's not the one I'm looking for. Although, I do think, technically speaking, these trailers are actually valid candidates to be survivor houses. Not that I have high expectations, even if I found one in a trailer. I never even bothered to look at the trailer park in Riverside. I'm only proceeding with this because it's right in front of me. I'm not challenging that up ahead there. There's way too many, and they're way too tightly condensed there. That junkyard, I don't think a junkyard has a chance of spawning a trailer. Okay, so trailer in this context, what I'm talking about is one of the towable trailers, the haulers. We have not seen a single one on the entire map here, and we have explored every single spot where they're highly likely to spawn, which has led to the very depressing outcome that Nora the Explora here, who must exist in a world where organized people can only get 130 in the trunk of any van, also has to exist in a world where there's no hauling trailers. A very depressing reality right here. I don't even know if I'll ever take this road again, but I have an opportunity to clear a roadblock, so I'd like to. As far as I'm concerned, anywhere in Muldraugh that is accessible instead of inaccessible is a net benefit. Sounded close. Yeah. know what? Oh. I almost got him. I'm used to doing it without tires on the vehicle. Bro. He's going somewhere with a mission. There's actually a shed to the north there. I'm just gonna do a quick peek. I'm gonna be securing this area anyway. Okay, that's more than I wanted to deal with. This is why Muldraugh is so dangerous. I cannot give you a more succinct example than just the simple fact that I didn't realize there's a dozen of them on the other side of this tiny little tree line. Our sword is on its last leg here. Switch to the Shetty for condensed targets. Look at that. Look at that. About a dozen over there. Now a dozen up here. Muldraugh is very deceptive. It did not look like there was going to be that many here. I should know better. This is Muldraugh. This is Muldraugh. If it looks like there's not going to be that many, just assume there will be, and you won't be that disappointed. Are those all four of those fast? Okay, fuck you too, game. Left in the yard, probably more. No chicken. I was correct. Muldraugh is Generator City. So, at the moment, as long as we don't get fatigued too early, we're on track to come home with 3 generators. That is a bit of a generous assumption, though. We may get fatigued. And if we are fatigued and there's too many of them in the trailer park that I'm actually trying to get to, then that won't be happening. The cars that spawn in the... do you mean the junkyard that I looked at earlier? junkyard that I was looking at was right there, I think. Yeah, I'll leave that marker. Note to self. So the only reason I took that detour is because this spot was roadblocked, and it's still roadblocked. I could try to slide through there, and I guarantee you I would take a side hit. My luck with side hits has run out. I blew it all earlier. Patience is going to be my virtue, as long as the situation allows for it, and if it doesn't, then I'm going to just start plowing. Better the hood than the side. Potential propane tank, not a priority. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's what I think about your roadblocks right now. I'm done with Muldraw's roadblocks already. I will either plow or avoid. I will not try to slide. Unless it's very obvious, I'll make it. When faced with a smash or grab, go for smash, never grab. Alright, I can't resist this. Yep, I told you. I'm so fucking not Muldraw right now. What'd I lose? Just 2 that time. Should have been no. Should have been none. I shouldn't have lost anything from that. That was the lightest tap you could imagine. Alright, destination is past this group. Establishing a safe angle of approach here is going to be tricky. My brain meat is telling me to yeet, but I don't think it's going to be safe to yeet anything in a place like this. This is not going to work. Hang on, I can yeet. I'm going for it. Bro's going for it. Got it. We're good. Sometimes, gotta make sure not to overthink it. Ooh, that is a survivor house right there. And of course I just honked the horn in front of it. I only noticed that like half a second after honking the horn. We're not blowing the light bar or anything. I just want to do a couple of toots to see if my strategic ploy here is going to pay off or not. Oh, that's the police department. Oh. Okay. I completely forgot it was that close. I knew I was getting close-ish, but that's way closer than I expected. Okay, welcome to Muldraw. It's big until it seems like it isn't. Alright, taking a risk here. I literally just pushed him back. Oh, the dumb shit I gotta do here. Oh dear. I almost boxed myself in there. That could have very easily turned into a box. That didn't go far enough. So I did not help myself with that. If that toot had gone just a little farther, I might have been able to make some strategic use of that. I don't know if y'all heard the audio skip on that little, the little wolfhow.png or .wav there. It skipped because of how many zombies were on screen making noise. Couldn't see them all, but there were just that many between the fucking trees and on the other side of the whatever. Okay. This is going to be very risky, but I think I can pull this off. We're not going to try to drive up and do it. I'm going to cut the engine. I'm going to walk up and grab the generator and just mosey back carrying the generator on hand. Because I think that is unironically safer than... Because my ambulance is just that loud. It idles very loudly because it has an old muffler on it. Muldraw is probably one of the worst towns to have an old muffler in it. Unless you are literally just trying to pull everybody out of the woods. Alright, so our target is at the top right, or sorry, the top left side of the screen right now. And of course, a couple of zombies decided to approach me. They're all over the place in here. This was a terrible, terrible idea. Should have known better. I should have known better. I'm going to try one thing to salvage this situation. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to fuck out of here. Me being tired doesn't make my bullets any less slow, motherfuckers. Am I sick? Yep. And that's our cue to leave. Now the really risky part begins. That particular little discharge, that was nothing. It's what comes next. It's how I try to exploit that opening I just created. Can I even exploit it? I have a plan, and I don't know if it will have any success whatsoever. So I have done a circumnavigation of the metalworking facility there, and I am now in stealth mode. Anybody who is not aggroed onto me should still be moving to the left, which is where I made my discharges last. She's locked onto me, so she doesn't count. I can deal with one zombie. I'm still level 8 Longblade. I have not lost that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm feeling confident. They're smacking the fence. I don't care. Keep smacking it, boys. Keep smacking it, because I got a generator now. We are coming home to Muldrow with 3 premium tech generators in one trip. One of them acquired by luck, but 2 of them acquired by map knowledge. Always remember, this trailer park right here, this is your friend, as long as you know how to handle this place. Always make sure to yeet carefully. Yeet with extreme caution. Though I buy it with great pain. Speaking of great pain, we're actually near. We're near the spot. We're near the spot. I don't know if anybody watching right now would have been around back in the day. Back in the day when the tragedy of Barb the Builder occurred. Was it right here, or was it, I think it was I think it was right here. Hang on. I am going to check. I'm going to pause the game, F2, and I'm going to open up my live streams here, my live stream library, and we're going to go into the past really quick, because I know if it's not that spot right there, it's close. So if we go all the way back in my live stream to earlier this year, or earlier last year, you can tell by the thumbnail color, this will be the one with the blue frames. Barb the Builder. Final part is part 14. This is back when I would always put in my video description, what could possibly go wrong? I don't do that anymore. I'm going to pause the music too, because there's going to be music in this clip. Now, here's what happened in this clip. I'm going to go ahead and tell you what's going on at the moment. I'm vibing. That's what's going on. I'm vibing. Into the van. Recover the stamina. Gearing up. Armor on. This is always hard for me to watch. Observe the tree behind me and watch it very closely. The lack of checking my six. Now I from all angles now. Why am I not running? I should be running right now. I should not be that close to the fence. Shouldn't have stood my ground. What are you doing? What are you... Game over. I can't watch it. It's game over. So, what happened there? What happened there? As we can see, one of them flipped over the chain link fence right there. And I went up to them and I attacked them on the ground. That ground attack missed. Because it missed, they were successful with the lunge. Because they were successful with the lunge, I was off balance and thrown for a little bit of a circle there. And the two in front of me that were coming at me right here, I may have been able to survive those two coming at me in the front, even with the one who slapped my ankles, even as the third is getting up. These two right there would not be the end of the world if it was not for the one that came out of the tree behind me. Like I said, I can't watch it anymore. You see the first one who grabs me, green shirt bitch there, I push him back successfully. But it doesn't matter. There's two of them next to me and one behind me. It's game over. I couldn't even sit there and watch that. I closed the game and ended the series. I'm a coward. I don't have the ability to watch my characters die and sit there and watch them become a zombie, and no, I can't do that. When they're gone, they're gone. After the end, it's over. But yeah, that is a tragedy that occurred right over here at this little part where this chain link fence and this whatchamacallit, regular plank fix mixes. I've been meaning to do a post-mortem on that, like, just a separate video where I go over everything that went wrong, because there were so many things that went wrong, and I learned so many good things from what happened there. It's just so hard to watch that footage, though. That's one of my girls right there, and she, I let her down there. I shouldn't do that again. I am going to put a marker on the map. This is not where that should be. This is the marker that I was going to put. It is right here, where the road curves. Oh yeah, no, I didn't load it. That was just a, I'll put a link in the description if you're interested. That was part 14 of Barb the Builder there. Wait, did I already close the window? Yeah, I already closed the window. Yeah, but there's on my channel, there is it's called Project Zomboid Longplay 42.8.0. That was the series that I played Barb the Builder. And it will be the last video in that series, is when that occurred. It's a miracle I didn't run over that rat. But in contrast, I mean, I can feel my face getting flushed watching that footage. It's just, it's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching, because there are so many mistakes that I made at once. And that's why a lot of people say that this game is unforgiving. And that's true, but you can habituate yourself to such an extent that it feels so much less, it feels so much more forgiving, because there are so many things that I did wrong there that I could have not done if I had properly habituated myself against doing them. But well, hadn't gotten there yet, so the bad things happened. There is no generator at the gas station there, but I know of a red generator somewhere that I would love to put there. Actually, hang on. If I open Firefox, does it give me the Control-Shift-T? Yes, it does. Okay. I couldn't remember if it would do that or not. So yeah, here is, this is the, just scrub to the end of that video if you really want to watch it. I mean, there isn't that much that I didn't show. It's literally just kind of me pausing and being like, well, that's it. GG. I don't cry like a bitch or anything. That was after the stream. Nah, not really. I don't show my sadness in any stereotypical ways, but I definitely feel it. Alright, so 2 of the yellow generators we picked up don't need to go anywhere specific. We can just put them out in front here. of use there. What was I looking for? Nothing. I just wanted to do a quick orbit around the place. I'm not going to fire up the generator tonight. I do have some perishables, but I think it's all eggs and garlic. Eggs and garlic should both be fine out of the fridge for one night. I don't have any meat or anything like that. At least I don't think I do. Hang on, let me double check. No. It's just eggs, garlic, and ginseng. All of that should be fine for a day outside of the fridge. The reason I don't want to install the generator right now is because I need to go to bed. And if I install the generator right now and just a zombie wanders out of the trees that I didn't catch before, I'd rather not have to deal with that because I'm stage 2 fatigue now. So we'll just sleep through tonight here. If anybody was not here earlier, we set up the sleeping spot in this place probably like 4 or 5 streams ago. We were kind of passing through, and I wanted to pick up a few things I had left here, and also just kind of drop off some stuff. I think this is probably like the 3rd time we've been in Mass Gen Fatco. We came here in the first week as part of our initial map exploration. Picked some stuff up, left some stuff here, and then more recently we came back for a brief spell, and then our 3rd trip here. The other one here can go in the row with the others, and then the 3rd can go up on the roof. I cannot fucking believe it. How many times have I slept here? How many times have I slept here? I've slept here at least 4 times. Dude. Do you want to explain to me exactly how it was you managed to hide there? Disrespect you for that. Very rarely do Zeds get the boot from me. Alright. What is this? 23 wide? I forgot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 wide. 18 by 2. 18 by 18. It is a square. Okay. So that means 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right here. I forget this a lot because, you know, once I put the generator up, I kind of just set it and forget it. But this is why I always get rid of these plastic chairs. You really wanted some company because he spawned in at the top of the stairs there. See that actually? Okay, I'm gonna be real with you guys. That was a skill issue. That was on me because I never went up those stairs before. He would have. I think what might have happened there is he only spawned in because that was the first time I went to the 3rd floor of this place. Oh, I didn't want to pick that up. I wanted to pick the table up. Because if you are in a multi-story building in this game, the upper floors beyond the second floor do not spawn in until you are in the floor below it. So let's just say I'm in a 3-story building. If I drive past it, only the first and second floors will be active, no matter how much noise I make. And that holds true for Louisville skyscrapers, by the way. If you want to wake up upper floors, what you got to do is actually go to the next floor. So the moment you go up the stairs to the second floor, the third floor wakes up. So one of my biggest tactics when clearing multi-story buildings, run up the stairs to the second floor, shoot my gun, and then run right back outside and start making noise outside. Because zombies have the advantage when you fight them indoors every single time. So if I can fight them not indoors every single time. And that's one of the reasons that the military research station is probably one of the most terrifying POIs in the game, because there's no bringing them outside if they're 17 stories down. You can make noise outside till the cows come home. They won't be able to hear you more than one or two levels down. So I ride the generator upstairs, but no gas. I'm actually just gonna take all 3 of these cans. Never mind. I was gonna say I was gonna put all 3 in all these generators here. I'm gonna hold on to one of the cans though, because I would like to have one for the red generator that I'm gonna pick up and bring to the gas station in Muldrow here. Oh wow. Yeah, that sounds like a whole lot of fuck that is what that sounds like. Alright, the generator is powering only 2 lights. Fantastic. That's just the, that's out front and the floor lights. That means I don't have to chase down all the lights that it's powering. Wait a minute, the floor lights are not on. The bathroom lights. Bathroom, aka my bedroom light. Oh, there was no switch on this side, it's on the other side. Alright, don't have too much time here. Oh, wait, is it powering the fridge? Yes, it is now powering the fridge. For some reason, I didn't even process that the fridge was in the electrical cost there. I kind of love how I've habituated myself into leaving a water bucket out in front of basically every single one of my main bases now. For this exact reason. Random Zeds decide to run into me. Now I gotta watch their blood up. Actually, the car battery charger, you can safely walk over it, or run over it with the car. So that's okay. I want to keep the battery charger away from my main base because it makes a lot of noise that I personally find to be very irritating. Gotta. Alright, so what do you do with a place like this? Well, avid viewers of my channel will definitely know my process, but I'm always happy to re-explain it for anybody who may catch this who's not familiar. You basically drop everything on the floor and then get the stupid crates out of the way. That is my process in a nutshell. Once everything is on the floor, you can very easily see everything that you need to sort. So when you have crates put up on a wall that you actually want them on, like this wall on the right-hand side here, then it is very easy to sort them as you please. Sometimes I would be discerning and take really small stuff like seed packets or whatever and put them somewhere in my backpack. Right now I'm doing like zero discernment. I'm putting everything on the ground. Usually it's an early game thing when I might actually need, like, have an immediate need for something in one of the crates. I might actually, like, you know, take it out of the crate as I'm dumping everything else. That's what I did in Electromax, because it was still early game when I hit Electromax. Well, no, it's not a bug, it's a feature. The devs actually have outright said that they don't want people doing Sky Gardens. So they actually made it so that they're not going to fix it. So, like, I think it's like, okay, so it's like they made it so that it's not supposed to work. They give you a sandbox setting to enable it, but then I think it causes a lot of lag. I'm not 100% sure. That's what I remember seeing in the sandbox settings. Yeah, it's been a trope in many whatchamacallit works of fiction. Your urban farming on rooftops. Even this game drew heavily from 28 Days Later, and 28 Days Later had a well, they didn't make it to agriculture, but they had, like, rain captures all over the roof. Oh no, somebody died. Whatever will I do? Oops. Let's not take it all, thank you very much. You know, when this track ends, I'm gonna put on something that feels like good music for building with. This is Noosphere, the pipe organ cut. It's from the Mechanicus game, isn't it? Yeah, the first one. I saw that there's a sequel coming out, but I haven't even played the first one yet. I bought it. It's on my list. Just haven't given it the time of day yet. I've always felt as though if I was in the 40K universe, I would definitely be a tech priest. Not that I would particularly want to be, given the choice. Sometimes I do feel like praying at my computer, but more often than not, I feel like modding it, and that is very illegal. Alright, so we start moving. Where shall I put the crates of crates? They're going to be hard to move once I put them somewhere. All the way in this corner, yeah. They're probably supposed to be saying Oshita, but all I hear is Osha. The Mechanicus does say their prayers to the Occupational Safety Hazard Administration. Okay, now that I'm finally doing crates, I'm actually going to take some of my... I'm going to take like 90% of my gear off. Something I should be doing while doing this, aside from making sure that our girl isn't too hungry, is every once in a while I should sledgehammer out a couple of obstructions. I don't want to overuse the current sledgehammer because it's actually reached half of its lifespan. The main, what do you call it? The main, the head, the hammerhead of it, already at half capacity. I should have went ahead and made a sledgehammer back at my main base and brought a spare one here, because then I wouldn't have to wait until I had a, whatchamacallit, had the forge up and running. I would like to be able to clear some obstructions before placing the forge here. Not the light switch, please. That was dangerous. If I picked up that light switch, that would be the end of this place's usefulness. It's only because of the floor lights that this place is actually useful to me. Without the floor lights, I got nothing. But, speaking of the floor, take a look at that. No more obstructions. In fact, we're about to reduce obstructions even further. Not a final resting place, just a point of consideration. Do I want the stove? Probably. I'm not going to get rid of it or anything. I definitely don't want cheap plastic chairs. Hate this guy for what he did to me. He barely touched me. It was a pushback, but I still hate him. Gonna have our Council of Elrond up here. 9 there were who set out from Rivendell. Alright, I like to always get the big stuff first when it comes to sorting stuff. I wish I could sort by encumbrance. I'm gonna take a bunch of planks and bring them straight upstairs. Purpose for those planks shall become clear at a later moment. More than anything is to get them out of the way. And there wasn't even a specific purpose to the amount that I brought upstairs. Just a couple stacks. Give me Children of the Omnissiah next. I love this track as well. This one's better for organizing. The other one's better for building. Still slightly above half integrity, so it's not under risk yet. I dread the day that I have to put it away, because it's a red one, and a red one it's going to be hard to replace. We might never find another red one. I was lucky to have found one. Oh, this is where I put my cookware. Ah, that's funny. Something I've never considered doing down here before. Kinda actually want to. I could drive straight through this place. It's a thought I've had many times. And it's a powerful thought indeed. Because one of the reasons that this place is sometimes hard to work with is that I have to leave so much room in the middle here so that vehicles can go in one door and out the other. Because I find that to at least be more convenient than having to drive in and then back out. But if we could drive straight through, That would actually cut down on the amount of real estate that we have to keep open. Grab one of these hammers off the floor and put on my belt. Here. A little bit more fresh water before I get the rain barrels up. Too bad. Alright, we're going to start with furniture on the far right side over there. You know, this is not the best loop of this soundtrack that's on YouTube. This is somebody who just took the entire track, played it over and over again, and then just mashed it together. He didn't bother trying to cut to make it a seamless loop. It's a shame that you have to go out of your way to find seamless loops as opposed to just silly loops. I mean, if somebody wanted to just play it on loop, they can do that now. The days of YouTube forcing you to not watch the video anymore are long over. They actually want you to put something on loop now because for normal people, every time YouTube loops a video, that's more ads that play. Just parsing for anything that I would class as furniture. That would include wallpaper. So I can do some wallpaper in the corner too. Brain meat tells me there was like 2 wallpaper on the floor somewhere here. I ain't seeing it. Okay, that doesn't have to be. There's a small part of me that just wants to make the loop myself. Did it not work? No, it didn't. Got an error message. Oh no, that time it works. Shouldn't have tried to parse the URL. One of the things that I plan on doing on my main channel, youtube.com/Thunderbirds, when I return to that channel, which is going to happen someday, not anytime soon, but someday, that channel has tens of thousands of subscribers. Almost all of them would have subscribed because I used to make extended loops of soundtracks. We won't talk about why I made those extended loops of soundtracks. The reason doesn't matter. Trust me, it doesn't matter. The point is, I accidentally made stuff that people really fucking liked. I made a loop of He's a Pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean, and that accrued like it's almost got 100 million views at this point. And I'm not exaggerating, it was 93 million last time I looked. YouTube still recommends it all over the place. And I can almost guarantee you that, I mentioned this before, YouTube loves to recommend evergreen videos from channels that are not monetized. Because then YouTube gets to slap ads on it and keep all the ad revenue. Yeah. Someday I'll probably want to actually monetize my main channel, because my plan is next time I actually upload there, it's all going to be original content. Nothing copyrighted anymore. It's something I'm practicing on this channel, sort of. I'm dodging YouTube a little bit right now because this song is technically copyrighted, but it's a video game soundtrack. So rights holders don't enforce video game soundtracks in 99% of the time, or maybe less than 99, but most of the time. Because if they did, then Let's Players would get flagged and taken down, and their game would just not get any exposure on YouTube. So it's a little bit of a cheat code there for YouTubers to use music from video games. So if you ever hear your favorite YouTuber just randomly using a soundtrack from one of the video games you play, that's probably why. I've lost count of how many times Pancreas No Work did this with RimWorld music. The guy makes Warhammer videos mostly, but he almost always uses RimWorld music. It's great music. Fantastic music. Check around that. Okay, we're looking good. So I'm going to put some sand down, seeing as I have a bunch of sand. We're going to do 2 tiles going this way. Possibly more than 2 tiles, but we're going to start with 2. No, and looking at Social Blade is terrifying. Every time I look at Social Blade for my main channel, I don't even have bookmarks. This is what Social Blade thinks I could be making if I had monetized everything and I was getting all the money for it. But that being said, even if my channel was monetized, I'm sure there's some who is it? Disney? It's a Disney film, so a Disney rights holding company, whichever one does their stuff, would probably be all over that. But yeah, like 99.9% of anything you see on this channel is just that one video. Wasn't even the last thing that I posted either. A lot of the stuff on this channel is actually not visible, publicly visible. And this one right here. 13 years ago, 97 million views. So it's just I stopped looking at it for like a couple of weeks, and now it's got 4 more million views. I particularly love that it has how many? 20,000 downvotes. I find that fascinating. I actually did find early on some people had some problems with my naming of the like the name I put on it, like the video title. Some people had some problems because apparently the guy who wrote the soundtrack kind of got screwed. What else is new? Am I right? Artists get screwed by Hollywood all the time. It's just that was such a banger that he probably had the voice to actually get his word out there. So I didn't even... Hans Zimmer was the name that I had put next to the music. And I think that actually accrued me some downvotes because people were like, oh, Hans Zimmer stole this from Klaus Badell, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, I don't really fucking care. So I just took the name, like the artist name, just completely out of the title. I just put Pirates of the Caribbean, he's a pirate. And I don't know if anybody still downvoted it after that, but if they did, well, that's their problem. It's a great fucking soundtrack, isn't it? I love it. There's a reason I looped it for like 30 minutes so that I can sit there and listen to it over and over again while I do random stuff. It's way too hyped to listen to for a chill game like this. Plus, I'd get copyright hit on my second channel, which I'm actually trying to avoid. One of the whole reasons that I'm doing things on this channel is to practice, get into the habit of doing things the right way for YouTube. Maybe reduce my chances of fucking up on the main channel. Okay, there's nothing else to bring outside. Paint. I would like to get the paint out of the way. I've been kind of mulling it over in the back of my head how I'm going to handle the paint. One of the things I did in the past is I put the paints in the crates over here. But the crates are now full of crates. The crates are full of crates. These crates are made of crates. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put them on the crates, not in the crates. Start with the blacks and whites. Blacks, whites, grays. We'll see what we get with that. Actually just kind of separating the paints so that I don't accidentally see ones on the floor when I'm trying to organize them on the crates. I kind of wish that there was a system where you could just select a bunch of items and just say, move these items over here, and your character would just automatically follow those instructions, like as like a queued thing that you can fast forward through. That would be pretty cool. That would be like, that's like RimWorld style right there. You just create a zone, drop stuff in, and your character will just automatically do that, and you can fast forward a bit. That'd be cool. Pipe dream future, though. This game's got a lot of work ahead of them. Such a thing would just be a distraction at this point. Surprisingly large amount of gray paint. I am impressed with how much gray paint there is. It's funny because back in Riverside I had a very, very notable shortage of gray paint. Got a little excited there and I got ahead of myself. I should just be going straight from right to left with every color that I have to reduce the chances of me accidentally running out of space like I just did. So the thing I'm going for there is Roy G. Biv, just right to left, but with shades in front of the Roy G. Biv. So black, gray, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and then the fake colors like pink and purple. Oh, 22:40 already. Bedtime. Tons of paint. This is more paint than I've ever found here. This definitely bucks, or this maintains the trend. I do think this place has always been probably one of the best paint resources on the map. So if you're doing a custom base and you want a lot of paint of a specific color, and you seem to have a lot of trouble finding it locally, you could do a lot worse than trying this place out. Yeah, that's true. I feel like what we're seeing in those random basements might actually just be the devs copying and pasting the loot table from this place. Because every once in a while, we'll just score one of those crates that's just full of paint. Maybe sometimes more often than once in a while, too. I can't remember how I did browns. I think I did something weird with the browns here. When it comes to, like, getting paint into the spectrum sorting here. I think I did, I actually think I did brown between red and the shades. Yeah, I think that's what I did. I mean, I guess if you think about it, what is brown? But a little bit of reddish, a little bit of very, very, very dark red. Oh, I was not expecting to see rain. Sweet. That is actually going to task switch us a little bit. We could use some water, and there's water falling from the sky, so we should catch it. We're already partially prepared for that. Brought some tarps. And I even saw some buckets on the floor right here. Let's just toss those outside. Don't think I have loose nails anywhere here. No, let's open a box. Alright, so I like to do my rain barrels over the... Woman! Okay. So there is something seriously wrong with the railings on metal staircases. Your character will just vault over them as if they are regular railings. But they're not. There's nothing regular about them. They're a ledge. If you vault over them, you're going to seriously hurt yourself. The railings on staircases should absolutely be excluded from auto vault. Just because I happen to be running downstairs. I mean, come on now. Whatever. I'm a little salty about it. I can live with it, but I hate it. That was how we lost one of our hats. Had a very nice black hat. It's a very nice match. We accidentally did one of those vaults that I just described, and next thing you know, the hat fell through the floor. There should be another run of 12 up here. Yeah. Not just 7. I would need to find 2 more tarps if I wanted to do a full load up here. Not a lot of tarps, actually. That was one of the reasons I brought some. My brain meat told me that there actually would not be that many tarps, despite how workshop prolific this place was. And not only did we bring a few tarps, we brought a couple boxes of garbage bags. 20 bags each. 4 bags per rain barrel. There's 5 up here, then looking for 7. All right. Those are the rain barrels for the sink. I have enough garbage bag for 3 more rain barrels. And you know, I've been itching to find a use for these boxes of garbage bags. I feel like I have too many of them. I mean, I have 15 back at Riverside. So, we're emptying another one. And I do see a Z over there. Shall taste my hammer. Or my blade, either or. I ain't picky. Be a little late getting to bed here. Surprised we ran out of loose planks. Thought I was going to have those for days. But you know what we have here? We've got ourselves a firefighter axe. But now that I've gotten a huge amount of rain barrels up, and I don't expect we're going to get like 1 billion liters of rain if it's going to be off and on right now. But we'll at least catch what we can. I'm going to finish what I started up there after I sleep here. We're going to kill a couple birds with 1 stone here by cutting line-of-sight blockage trees nearby. No sharpening. That sucks. I was hoping to catch it before it lost a condition point. Give her a break. She can read forging for a minute. Except we don't have forging. Oh dear. Just saw these ones out here. Should be alright. These will be the ones we'll bring upstairs. Just saw somebody move past the trees. As always, overkill. There's 6 for the sink and 6 for the laundry. And I'm gonna put the laundry. I'm gonna put the washing machine underneath the back of the staircase. So we already got all that planned out. Holy crap, this one can be rotated. So this one is different from the ones in the police department in, whatchamacallit, in Riverside. In the police department in Riverside, they are fixed direction. Careful doing that. And this was the last obstruction. A door frame. We're going to do a steel door. That is going to be 3 steel sheets and some rods. Or sorry, 3 small steel sheets and some rods. I don't actually know. Oh no, there we are. The small steel sheets do spawn over here. Okay. Boom. Should be able to do a door. Two hinges and a knob. And we are lacking 1 hinge. We're unhinged, boys. We are unhinged. More so than normal. Sometimes hinges, I thought, would spawn in these crates, but I don't think I've seen any at all. Fascinating. So you know what? I'm actually going to disassemble the upstairs door, because I don't actually need it. It doesn't do anything. And, of course, that used up some torch, so we're out of torch. Give me a plaster powder and a bucket of water. about one of those plastering trowels? One of a great many. Surely a great many. There we are. I want to say that if we paint the wall red, the redness of the paint will actually match the bricks a little bit more than, well, a little bit more than the white at least. So if we plaster this door frame here, it looks quite clashy as white. But I left some red paint up here, and it wasn't intentional, but now this might be an okay match. What's going on there? Oh, that's plaster. Where's paint? It's a little... It's okay. It's not perfect, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Perfect. And I might do some more work like that up here. So I'm going to leave the paint, plaster, and brushes up here too. No, I should put it on the other side so that if I actually want to use those to store things, it's not blocking my view. But I am curious what that looks like from the lower floor. Looks like nothing because you can't see it. Good. I was actually afraid for a second I'd be able to see that, and I don't want to. Sledgehammer has not taken any damage from anything we've done here so far. Always a chance that it will. Can't stop it when it does happen. We're not going to remove the entire set of AC vents. Just anything that might block our pathing. Or our placement, rather. And I think I'm good on building stuff. I don't think I need to build anything else. If I did, it would be a wooden, fence or something up there at the, so that I don't fall off the top of that. I don't really care about that right now. Many other higher priority things to do. So I did a slight oopsie, not that big of a deal, but whatchamacallit, the sink. No, never mind. The sink goes right here on this tile. Okay. I'm not even 100% sure if I want to use these simple tables for anything. But for now, I'm going to bring them upstairs so that they're out of the way. I would prefer maximum freedom for whatever I want to do with the kitchen. Woman, no! God! Okay, that is it. I am deleting those fucking railings right the fuck now. God damn it, I can't stand that. Did she hurt herself? Okay, she's fine for the moment, but I'm deleting those fucking railings right now. Tables would go facing either side on this side, I think. Yeah, thank God. Small victories, I'll take them. Unfortunately, the brick walls that the player creates are a much brighter tint. A much brighter tint than the existing ones. It would just clash. It would look out of place. I wish that wasn't the case. It makes me sad every time I think about that. I'm just gonna give her a break after that, so that she doesn't actually have a break. You know, break something. Gain a little bit of health. Yeah. Should not allow myself to be beholden to any specific layout down here. Just the fact that there is some walls over here. Part of that, you know, that's kind of telling my brain, okay, make use of these rooms. No, the game does not tell me what to do inside these brick walls. Once we're inside these brick walls, we are free. In the back of my mind, I've been thinking about the storage system, but I also don't know if I want to expand or contract these the row of crates here, right? Because at the end of the day, these are the crates that I would start storing all the crap that's on the floor. Once it's organized, it would be in these crates over here on the right, minus the paint, of course, because paint is, well, that's a very fast way to fill up all of your crates and still have crap on the floor left over to organize. Minus the red upstairs. I think that's all the red, so we could move on to orange. Get that sorted. I can't remember if I wanted to do light brown. On which side of the orange did I do light brown? Light brown is not quite as... yeah, light brown goes between red and orange on the spectrum. Even though light brown isn't actually like, you know, it's not a color you're going to find on the rainbow spectrum, but that's okay. Because we're going to include fake colors wherever they make sense to. Shit. I'll move one of the reds over. Can't. Everything is full. Fuck. God, I hate it when that happens. I just know I'm going to find another light brown. And it's going to ruin that. There is a lot of orange. I'm all about that. I don't know if you guys noticed. I could paint every single crate in this place orange and I would still have plenty left over. I'm almost tempted to do that, but no, not quite. Okay, I think we can move on to yellow now. Now, going from yellow to green is actually a bit complicated. There's some more fake colors that are probably going to need to go in there. I'm going to take one of each of the things that are greenish. So green, cyan, and turquoise. Those are the three, like, things that are either green or some mixture of green and blue. So straight up green can go there first. It was the question of whether cyan or turquoise goes after green, and I think it's going to be cyan, as weird as that sounds, because cyan is brighter and therefore has more green in it, additively speaking. So cyan actually does go before green, or before blue, the darker blues, as it were. Actually, I could just put a couple on the ground right now to show you guys the progression that I got in mind here. So the last remaining colors to sort are, after we get all the green in there, is cyan, turquoise, blue, pink, and then purple. Or purple and then pink. So you can, it's not like the coloration is obvious, but you can kind of see where I'm going with that. Wait a minute. I knew I was forgetting something. There is a light blue. I remember that. That's what made it complicated in my brain last time. So light blue would have to be over here. Actually, maybe. No. It makes more sense to go here. But this is why it got so complicated in my head, because light blue and turquoise are both pretty high on the RGB value, and turquoise is lower, just like green. So maybe we will do turquoise next to green instead. These fake colors really throw me off. If I could just commit to long-term memory, the exact orderation that I'm coming up with now, I'll probably save myself lots of time in the future. Green seems to be not that common. strangely. Green does seem to actually be one of the rarer paints, statistically, from anecdotally what I'm seeing. Anecdotal statistics. Okay, I believe that's all a green. Yeah, it is. And we are going to run out of room, though. So I need to make sure that I'm not leaving any space open. Okay, good. Alright, green is done. That means turquoise is going next. But since we know our order, all we got to do is fill it in and keep going until we run out of space. Didn't make any paint in there. No, we're good. And cyan is next. I think we're going to run out of room right as we start getting to the actual blue. Because next is light blue. And that's okay. So actually, after I get to the end of this row of crates, I have other crates that I can actually start putting down. Not actually that much light blue. Definitely up there with green in terms of rarity. Even though rarity is white and purple. Talk about getting a beauty sleep. Okay, that's actually, you see, this is great because now we've got almost all the full spectrum colors. Oh, look at that. We fit all the blue. I'm happy. Okay. I'm very happy. So I'm going to put down 2 more crates. And we're going to fit as much pink and purple as we can. But at the end of the day, any leftover is going to go into these crates. Because finally, as we get to the end of this here, we actually do have room inside the crates themselves. So starting with purple. Lots of pink and purple. Interesting that we had equal amounts of pink and purple too. Now I know it's uneven. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. You can't make me care. No. Nuh-uh. You are not going to force me to care about that. Because it's my bedtime. I'm going to drop off some plaster powder and hit the sack. I don't expect we'll be finding billions more pink paint or purple paint, so that side can share. Oh, I missed. Oh, no, that paint is not on the ground. I need to remember that. Wallpaper paste powder can go in with the wallpaper. I have tested wallpaper before, and it doesn't look that bad, but I can't think of any significant times where I've actually used it because I actually liked it the way it looked. Like, I've never, disliked it, but it's never made me feel like I wanted to go out of my way for it. Okay, now that we got the largest stuff, with only a few exceptions, almost everything else weighs 2 encumbrance or less. Notable exceptions being things like these oxygen tanks. I think I missed a couple of bags of concrete powder here, which are relatively rare. We only found 2 in this entire place. But you also don't do as much with it. Remember how I said I was going to delete that railing, and then my rage dissipated and I completely forgot about it? I haven't forgotten about it forever. You're not going to catch me again, Satan. That's what I have to say about your fucking railings. Fuck you, Indy Stone. I believe you have my stapler. Set the building on fire. See what happens? See what happens now? Nothing. Nothing happens. See what happens when I run towards the, That's exactly what should happen while the railings are there. But no. Stupid game. No, no, no. Quick, get to bed. Damn it. I was trying to beat the pain. It's okay. I'll take some painkillers. Take some painkillers and then we'll just finish what we started there. Yeah, something's got to do it, right? Okay, so I don't know why she does this, but she's got to go outside in order to destroy this corner. It busted me out the first time I saw that happen, but we're good. She's going to be hurting for a while after this, but that's why we are sleeping it off. Damn, still red strain after that. I hate muscle strain. Really? Right, no, that's, I'm sure with NPCs added to the game, there will be plenty of opportunities for first aid. Oh, we destroyed the painting? No, no, hang on. Yeah, we can fix the painting. We just have to pick it up. Right? No? It deleted half of the painting. Or can I just not reach it? I don't know what's going on there. Okay, so deleting that corner killed half the painting, and that really sucks, because those paintings are not very common. I don't even know where I want this bench anvil. I just know that it needs to not be in that crate. $550% faster. Oh, that's definitely worth it. Or let me rephrase that. That will definitely be worth it someday. I'm looking into the future right now, and I'm telling you that's gonna be worth it someday. Today's not that day, and it won't be tomorrow either. I suppose I've never actually done a proper white kitchen before. No, wait a minute. I did a white kitchen in, Reed Outpost on Annie. Yeah. Okay. I didn't, it escaped me because it was so unremarkable. There was nothing particularly special about it. It just worked. The sledgehammer still has not taken any durability hits, which is great. If it was up to me, the sledgehammer would never take durability damage if it was being used in a place where the player has recently slept and there's no zombies around. That would feel like, you know, a nice balance, so that we can have a little bit of creativity fun without everything breaking all the time. That'd be nice. I would like that. I don't think I need to block that. Actually, you know what? Here's something I could do with that cabinet. Prevent myself from accidentally walking off the edge over here. Oh, no, wait, it's not wide enough. Never mind. Oh, I could do that the other way around. That's where the couch goes, right there. I need to make room for the silly crate. In the past, I've turned this place into a multi-story, like as in the second floor is completely built up. But I don't think I'm gonna ever go that far again with Mashed Gen Fatco. It's not that I dislike the place, but there are limits to its usefulness. Second most useful place on the map for me and the way I like to play. I wonder if there's a way I can trick the game into fixing the painting for me. No. Sometimes I've seen the game do weird things when there's a whatchamacallit, incomplete tile. But I'm just going to get rid of it. Except I can't. I literally can't delete the painting. I have to delete the wall. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'll cover it up with crates. I'll cover it up with crates before I have to delete the stupid wall. The wall is invulnerable. It's one of the strategic values of this place is how many invulnerable walls there are. Problem solved. I was considering doing that anyway, extending that row of crates. Might actually start using some of this white paint. What if I did a white and black kitchen? White and black kitchen with gray crates as counters. I actually kind of like that idea. Yeah, I'm going to take 2 of these gray paints. Oh, no brush. Left my paintbrush upstairs. That's a note. There's a lot of paint in this place. There's probably only like 2 or 3 paintbrushes tops. I remember seeing at least more than one. Now, if anybody was around when I mentioned that they have fixed steel crates. So steel crates actually, they used to be better than wooden crates, but then for a while there's something wrong with them, and they weren't better than wooden crates for a while. Now, as long as you make the craftsman level, they are, as they should be. However, you cannot paint them. So I only use the steel crates if I can deal with the aesthetic. And in this case, if I'm going to do gray is darker than the steel. Now that's funny. Not a single paintbrush, other than the one that I already had. So, okay. All that paint and only one brush. Welcome to Project Zomboid. I would understand completely if it was if this was not a facility that also made paintbrushes, but it is. The people, this Mass Gen Fat Code produces tools, and those tools include paintbrushes. So, laughable. Truly laughable. Right here is where the washing goes. So the dryer goes here and then laundry cart there. That means that I need to do the stove here. I think I'll just make a vertical column here. Why not metal crates? I just didn't really feel like it. That will cost a lot of steel sheets to make all those as metal. The steel sheets that I have, it looks like I have a lot once I start using them. Because remember, it's 2 steel sheets, 2 normal steel sheets, and then 2 small steel sheets for each one of those containers. And that only buys me a little bit more storage space. So I would only really allocate steel sheets towards that if it was my main base, like completely main base. Or if I was like, you know, low on crates on a field base and I had plenty. Like if I did not have like a billion wood crates that I could work with here, then I probably would just make some steel crates. But I could just sleep up here for now until I figure out a different bedroom situation. And sure, sleeping upstairs will maximize the amount of space I have downstairs. I could always do the thing that I did at Reed Base and have a proper bedroom upstairs, but then like have downstairs just a bed that I can right-click on and sleep on if I don't even feel like running upstairs. Plan for laziness, and you won't be disappointed too much. I don't know what exactly is compelling me to want to make use of literally everything here. I just don't have to. I genuinely don't have to. Yeah, you know what? Screw the couch. Screw the couch for now. Maybe I'll think of something for it later. Perfect. Okay, now there's a couple of strategic sledgehammerings that I will need to do, particularly to eliminate... See, I've always hated this particular vent in the kitchen, because the vent actually intercepts your... if you put a sink right here, for example, I always like to put sinks on this in this corner where the kitchen is. The vents block your right click on the sink, and I find that to be unbearably annoying. Kind of lack the words to describe how annoying I find. Right there at the intersection of it shouldn't happen, and it's actually really bothering me. Doesn't happen that often, that both of those are. Because, you know, a lot of things that should happen bother me. A lot of things that shouldn't happen don't bother me that much. Odd as that may sound. Alright, so, bill of materials to loot from the local area to complete this arrangement shall include a stove that matches a gray, white, and black aesthetic. Already got ourselves a microwave over there. Washer, dryer, laundry cart. And I'm feeling good about that. I shall do cookware in here. So the one in the center is what's going to be directly above the sink when we plummet. So I'm going to go ahead and pour all the water that I have into that. That will consolidate things, and then I can put back down the other barrel. All in all, we didn't actually capture that much rainwater, sadly. That is okay. We will eventually. Always do. Now, we also didn't actually have any sinks get recovered when we tried to pick them up. The only water fixture here that we successfully picked up was the toilet. And I'm not worried about making a bathroom here for a very long time. Bathrooms are like last, like after you finished everything else, including random decorations. You know what? I'm going to pick up those two stacked crates and put them in here. And if I need more, I'll deploy those. I don't think I might actually need all those. I'm going to transfer the cookware to the right of the microwave there. Which is in the middle. Water containers go here because this is quote-unquote under the sink. And I'll put canned food underneath the microwave. And a bit of a display of irony, because if you put cans in the microwave, kaboom. This sword is done. We are using the machete pretty much exclusively now until we get more weapon production up and running here. And I left behind another sword that I had already used up, so we actually already have a wall decoration here. I'm not going to use up what little water I have here on washing stuff, though. I'll wash those in a toilet or something. Alright, now order of operations. I would like to get the plumbing up and running. The plumbing and the cooking capabilities up and running before we spend any more time on the organizing stuff here. I forget which, but one of these neighbors had a stove that might be prurient to my interests. That one is going to be chrome. Success. We have a sink. It is so tempting to just go for the whatchamacallit, to go for the easy thing and do chrome for everything instead of trying to go for white. Because white is really hard to match when it comes to the cooking appliance. Spare pillow, perfect. Alright, you know what? I am gonna do a little map search here. Where is my website? b42map.com. Show me your stoves. I want to see everybody's stoves here. Show me those pretty stoves. Because this house in the corner here has a white kitchen for everything, like white counters and whatnot. Even a white dining room. So whatever they're using for a stove, I feel like it's got to be an okay match. That's a lot of random stuff. I actually don't have a trowel and a pickaxe. Those are the mason's trowel and pickaxe are two strangely hard to find tools. And I don't even know why for the pickaxe. The pickaxe is just hard to find for some reason. Yeah, if I want to get that corner house, I gotta kill these guys. That was my wrench. Oops. And look at that, there's more around the corner. There's this is an area of common congestion here. Okay, look at that. What a shocker for me, a chrome stove and a white kitchen. I should have known. Whatever. I mean, there really is not that much better of an option that I can think of off the top of my head. Actually, the restaurant is right around the corner there. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to drop the stove there, along with all the furniture in the dining room. Come back and pick it up. Because it's not high priority for decorative furniture. And I'm only going to grab that stove if it feels like something I need. Oops. I can just drive by, pick that up if I do feel like going for that full aesthetic. Gonna wash those swords that are gonna become decorations. So one of these swords, actually the dull, this one right here, with the sharpness that's like at the bottom, that one was one we used, like that was one of the first swords we made, and we just dropped it off here because it outlived its usefulness, and didn't feel like spending the storage space on bringing it back with us. So it was used out in the field here as well, so it is a valid local decoration. Actually, also, since it's a decoration, let's just drop it off here. Pick it up. Hello. Yeah, there's a restaurant right here. I'm just gonna check to see if there is an oven that looks better than that. I'm thinking of a chrome oven that is a different design. Yes, that's the industrial one, though. If I'm gonna go with something chromish. Industrial it is. If for no other reason than the fact that it's got a little bit more black on it. And that means if I do white and black tile floors, that will be something that is closer to a match. Come on, guys. I'm going to be vulnerable on my way out of here. But you knew that, didn't you? I don't like these fences if I have to fight in the area, but for an escape, it's plenty fine line of sight blocker. Checking down south, make sure my other movement activities didn't cause anybody to follow me. They're looking good. What? Okay. Well, public service announcement. It used to work. It used to look fine if you put a sink on top of a crate. But now it looks like the crate clips into it. Oh, you know, it's okay. So it's still functional. Maybe I could do something creative with that. I'm not gonna take that as an L. I'm gonna plumb it. We have a sink, even if it doesn't look like there is one there. Yeah, the whatchamacallit, crates are one of the most versatile surfaces. Doesn't necessarily mean that everything looks good on them, but they can do a lot of things that certain surfaces can't. Like, well, they're one of the very, very few surfaces that can actually properly fit things like a whatchamacallit, like a what am I thinking of? Like a popcorn machine or a ham radio. Things that would normally, like for a lot of countertops, would just go over the edge. But in the past, the sink would look normal It would look a little bit inset, but it would look normal. Trying to see if that would make an okay looking drain. Doesn't look like it. I'll think of something better later. It's perfectly fine for now. Small form food is destined to go into the corner here. So there's our first couple of victims. Muldraw is a big place, so that box will eventually fill up if we stay here long enough. I don't know if I'll stay here long enough to fill up that entire box, but it's an inevitability if I go nuts. Which I've been known to do in the past. Okay, we've got cooking, and we've got water infrastructure. And I'm going to go ahead and calculating. Of all the light switches to not get destroyed, it had to be this one instead of the kitchen one. Washer and dryer are not necessary right now. They won't be for a while. Basically, the whole point of a washer and dryer is as it slowly fills up with water, or the whatchamacallit, the rain barrels start filling up with water, I just start adding more and more clothes into the washer and wait until the washer is completely full of clothes to actually run a cycle. And at that point, when I run the cycle, the whatchamacallit, I think water usage is a little bit more efficient if it's completely full. Don't quote me on that, though. I haven't fully grasped how efficient the water usage is. I just know for a fact that it's a lot more efficient than hand washing. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and get started with a little bit of sorting through the stuff on the floor. Now, in order to establish a storage system, the fast and easy way for me to do it is to establish an electrical bin, because electrical is always how I identify things. I zero in on the electrical bin, and then I'm like, okay, this is to the left of it, this is to the right of it, blah, blah, blah. And much easier than actually trying to memorize where specifically everything is without having to check, without having to correlate first. So I'm going to dismantle these two radios, and all the stuff I got out of that can go. How about here? Here's our electrical. And I'm going to identify it as the electrical bin by placing a few light bulbs in front of it. I suppose that's good enough. Yeah, I would be able to identify that anywhere. So there's my electrical bin. And to the left of electrical is small form materials, which means large form materials goes above that, which means let's make a carton of nails. There are enough boxes on the floor. We can absolutely make a carton. And what I'm going to do is put the carton of nails with its ugly face right there in front of the large form material bin. And then we'll do steel next to that. So now anything that starts with the word steel. Probably enough wire around here that I can make a stack of it. That would be a good correlational decoration too. I think back at Riverside I had a couple of stacks. More barbed wire than wire, strangely. Can make wire from barbed wire. Just need a crafting surface. It's a stack of 12. To be honest, I thought we had more than this. And maybe I'll just use, hello, incoming. Touch my fucking wall. Tentative positioning. Probably enough nails to make another box, to be honest. We're gonna find out momentarily. I'm gonna sleep first. Quick perimeter check. There's one coming this direction. Now that it's nighttime, I can see what the light levels are in this corner. There is something I could do. I can't believe I did that. I should know better than that. I left the fucking door open. So I literally did just sleep outside just now. At least I might as well have. What if I put that floodlight right here? Light does not leak into the inside. I know I can put it in front of the window. That's actually unironically a useful tactic if you need a light indoors, but you don't want to place a floodlight somewhere. You can put a floodlight in front of a window. It looks a little goofy from the outside, but it helps your inside get some illumination without being locked into any specific light placement. Lots of first aid here. All of that is going to go straight into the slot that is to the right of the electrical bin. And there's another carton of nails. Might be enough. I'm not going to try to make a third yet. now that I have a general understanding of where things are going to go, I'm actually going to do a Hoover mode with the vehicle here. We're just going to back the vehicle up and just load everything into it. That should reduce a little bit of back and forth. Calculating. We'll need to establish a gardening bin. We do have actually quite a bit of gardening stuff here. Gardening will be, so to the left of materials here is going to be tools, and at the top of tools will be gardening. I like how machetes count as gardening / weapon. I don't barely even parse that normally. And all the tool / weapon on the floor right now, it goes into the middle box here. That's the second in this row. And all tool goes in the bottom. Now if we try to keep this up, we will actually fill up the tool / weapon bin very quickly with these stupid bolt cutters. Bolt cutters are extremely heavy, so if you try to put everything of that category in the same bin, you'll find yourself frustrated with disappointment soon. I should actually put those in with the steel, because they are steel and they can be smelted for steel. So I'm going to put them in the second in that rack. I'm now picking up all materials except for steel or whatchamacallits. Steel or wood. There was a door hinge on the floor over here the whole time. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. We'll do a welding stack to the left of steel here. Maybe above welding I'll do masonry. Masonry et set. trapping stuff can go in with gardening for now. I go back and forth on that occasionally. Oh, thank you. We've still got work to do, but it's starting to come along nicely. Especially now that we're getting the floor cleaned up. This place is it's a lot easier to think in this place once the floor is cleaned up. We're gonna put handles and stuff at the top of materials. I don't think we're gonna have too many massive floor materials put up there, because I've already found homes for other things that would fall in that category. Hey, good to hear, Hassan. Putting away a bunch of stuff that we looted here. Household goes above first aid on this side. We won't be like exploding in household or anything. Candle needs to go somewhere where I'm gonna remember where it is. Perhaps in here. Nah, you didn't miss too much, actually. We've been doing a lot of logistics. I believe when you joined, we were at Riverside still. Since then, we've stopped by Rosewood and cleaned everything up there. So Rosewood is mothballed. We're pretty much done with the town. And we have since moved to Muldraugh and started getting our base there cleaned up. That's always a very hefty endeavor to get everything organized. Because this place, Masjid Fatco, has always got tons and tons of loot in it. gardening is going to fill up. I just know it. There are a lot of gardening tools that spawn here. Way more than we actually need. Gardening is going to be top of... no. Going to be third in the row. Managed. Tool weapon is second. So tools are first in this row. Tool weapon second. Fourth from the bottom is handles, woodcraft stuff. Steel, not on this section. Fourth from the top is small form. Dead center is medium form materials. Perfect. Something like that. Depending on how your definition of cleaned is, we could say we organized it, something like that. Tool/weapon over here. A couple things that are going to still defy categorization, so I'm going to try to pick those up now. Gloves, padlocks, books. There's a whole ass stove there still. We'll figure something out with that. Being able to drive around inside the place means we don't even have to fully clear our inventory to move it. We could just use the vehicle. Kind of silly that we have to, but that's what we got to do. There was a pickaxe on the floor in here, so we do have two. Alright, so if this is first aid, we could get started with reading material just right next to that. And that means we could do memorabilia just to the right of that. And at the top of that stack, I'll put magazines and books, because anything that I find in here, magazine or book related, is now. It's outmoded at this point. That could just be my random crap bin. Clothing and PPE can go in there for now. I don't have any other point for it at the moment. Filters into household. And that's it. We have categories for everything now. Temporarily, we'll put pottery-related stuff in at this bar of the stack on the side. I think that's the ambulance emptied, except for the steel, which is easy. We can now return to Hoover mode and pick up everything we see, because everything has a home now. Floor is clean all the way to the door on this side. Just gotta get this corner then. On this side, it's always hard to see stuff on the floor because of the crates blocking line of sight. That's why I only stack the crates on this side to one high. Some of them. I have not yet gotten a mop in this area. In fact, I don't think there was any bleach that spawned in here. So we will need to secure some cleaning supplies to clean some of the marks. You even reach gardening from here. Hell yeah. See how full that gets. That's going to get pretty full. Steel in the 4th from the top. Bolt cutters in dead center. Iron 4th from the bottom. Oh, it's full. Gardening is full. 15 leaf rakes. Absurd. Literal absurdity. Let's merge those in with the bolt cutters. Because leaf rakes, you actually can, I think you can break down the head of the rake for steel or iron. I don't remember which. 2878, so that goes direct center. I don't even think you use leaf rakes for anything other than a very, very weak melee weapon. Tools and tool/weapons. Tools, weapons is full. Probably thanks to things like 10 screwdrivers. Yeah, let's move that to surplus as well. Pickaxes are massive. Let's just not store that in a crate. There's only 2 anyway. I don't actually have a pickaxe back at Riverside. One of those is going home with us. I was not expecting to find something here in whatchamacallit? Here in Mass Gen Fatco that I didn't already have at Riverside. Surprise myself every day. We'll also do weapons starting... How about at the top of memorabilia for now? I mean, most of them end up being decorations anyway because my main weapons are not going to ever be stored in crates. They're just going to be in my hands. Alright, now just back up the van a little bit. The next row of 3. Tools go to the top here. That's going to fill up. $18 wood saws. Yeah, of course, it's almost full. Actually, these empty watering cans, too. We can move those to water storage. Water container storage, as it were. Doorknobs and door hinges defy categorization for me. I'll just put it over here for now. I mean, they're technically a material, but at the same time, they are something that you can kind of, if you try to put them in other material bins, you could fill up that bin very quickly. And it does not feel worth it for me. 4 from the top is small form. Alright, fine, I'll just put draw plate in small form. Dead center is large form. From the bottom is handles and rods. Perfect. Whoa, shh. I accidentally hit shift while moving forward, and that turned my cruise control on to 65 miles an hour. That could have ended very poorly. Nah, yeah. Well, I mean, in my defense, at least 80% of the crates, or maybe like 70% of the crates on the right side were already there, and almost 100% of the crates on the left side were already there. I just actually got rid of the ones in the middle that were just screwing everything up, making this place a disorganized mess. But you are 100% correct. If there were none, I would have put them there, because it is objectively a very good way to do things. See if you bastards can do 90. Alright, steel. Dead center. That's not dead center, what the hell? Now it's dead center. Or no, sorry, second. Much better. I actually forgot where I've been putting saw blades. Up here, masonry. It doesn't necessarily need to go there, but that is not the worst place. The way I see it, I'm gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna go there in style. One of my greatest regrets is that I didn't get a copy of that from my, I didn't rip a copy of the Blu-ray from my brother before he moved out. I am in the market to source some Blu-rays of it. Good Blu-rays are not the easiest to find these days. Now, not very, very often I don't bother buying Blu-rays these days because I don't like Hollywood anymore. But no, that doesn't count. That is a fantastic movie. I will absolutely pay for that one. So even though I thought I hooked the sink up to the correct side, it doesn't look like I did. There's no way I only have 1.50 liters. It hooked up to the wrong barrel. Whatever. I don't know if it might be going left to right, actually. Whatever. Gardening is dead center. Actually, there's not that much else that would go up here. I need to move the old stove into like its own little box. I'll put it right here for a moment. Second from the top. Yeah, basically everything else is tool/weapon or material. The tools bin is basically full, and that's mostly because of wood saws. So I'm going to move wood saws to somewhere. There's actually nowhere left in the stack that I can. I should not have put gardening up there. I can get away with that in my own base because I limit the amount of gardening crap that I don't actually need that comes back with me. But here, since it's already here, and I gotta organize it, I don't get to be quite as choosy. Unless I literally just want to throw it in the trash, which I'm not that wasteful. If it is something in a base that I'm gonna build, then I'll do something with it. Tool/weapon dead center. And we now have room for everything. No, that's not dead center. What the hell? Oh no, tool/weapon I don't have room in. I have no room at all. Probably thanks to these claw hammers. Let's move as many as I can to second in this stack. Duplicates of certain things. I'm not going to be able to fit all that. Whatever. Non-weapon tools, fourth from the top. Should have room for that. Just trim the bottom handles. Bottom small form. Second from bottom, medium form. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Everything up off the floor. Minus this stuff, which I intentionally put on the floor. Jack, tire iron, we just need a tire pump. Surprisingly, I don't think I actually found any tire pumps here. There's one on the floor outside. So I can put that out there with the tire pump. These are common local use tools over here. And these are all stuff that needs to be out visible. Don't have an immediate use for these logs, but I know exactly what they'll be used for eventually, and that is sawing into planks. I couldn't even begin to tell you if I'm ever going to use compost anywhere in the local area. But if I am, that can actually fit in gardening. In fact, it's going to be a label for gardening. We have a duplicate book already, actually. It's one of those almanac ones. So I'm going to actually use that as a label for the book bin. Because books are always something that I often don't place in the same row as other stuff that I've already placed. So that is something that definitely needs a label. Other labels aren't quite as necessary, but this one, I will forget where it is easily without something visual to lock onto. Perfect. And I don't think there's any reason not to arm up now. The only reason I wouldn't be armed up is if I need to move anything extremely heavy, and I think we're good on that for now. There's another carton of nails that I actually forgot about in my offhand this whole time. Somewhere I will want to have a masonry workbench if I'm going to be doing the I'm going to be doing a forge furnace here. We'll want to do masonry somewhere, but that can be thought about at a future moment. For now, we can sleep peacefully knowing we have gotten a shit ton of really good things done today. Oh yeah, I do regret, I got rips of those from my brother's collection, but they were ripped in 1080p. I could have ripped them in 4K, but at the time I was like, 4K is gonna be a meme, blah blah blah. Not my best take, because I am now absolutely fucking obsessed with it. I do maintain that 8K is not going to be a thing unless you have an extremely massive screen. And even then, it's going to be so massive that at what distance are you even going to sit in front of it? My order of operations, like I'm one of those guys who has plans like all kinds of plans. Like even if things happen that I don't expect to happen. Like if I get rich, like I win the lottery tomorrow, I actually have a plan on exactly what kind of things I would buy from the, the retail electronic side of things. And an 8K TV is among them, but it would be it would wait until after I did a fiber optic upgrade to my entire computing stack over there. I actually have plans. Well, I mean, this is just theoretical plans because this is expensive shit. I was going to replace, or I was going to augment all the computers that I currently have running which is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 that I have control over. I can't do this to my work computer. All the computers that I have running except for my work computer would be augmented with a fiber optic network card, and I would replace the Ethernet with fiber. Not even for any real benefit, because I mean, you know, bandwidth is not a consideration. I can do 10 gigabit between my local network machines, but the, I don't know, fiber just is very alluring to me. But it would be very important to have fiber if I was going to be watching 8K anything anywhere, because I would need to be streaming that 8K from something, and 8K is mass, like fucking massive as fuck. If you want to be able to stream that, Google Fiber or Go Home, it would be SFP plus everything in my local network before I went and bought a 8K TV. Otherwise, 8K is a meme in my opinion. Good luck, you know, you standard internet connection. Even if Netflix offered 8K, which it doesn't, or I'm sorry, 8K. Even if Netflix offered it, which it doesn't, you'd be sitting there looking at your buffering circle for like 10 minutes before the movie would play. And even then, the likelihood of it being interrupted in the meantime, pretty high. Coffee can go over here. We have incoming. Hello. Right this way. Come on, don't get tired. We're gonna be here all night, buddy. Oh, look at that. I'm not leaving the door open this time. Not this time. Not today, Satan. It's going the wrong way, buddy. The human's over here. Silent motherfucker. Oh, look at that. I never even heard this one. Absolute bitch nugget. Your flat ass right over here, please. Yeah, that's right. You heard me. Touch my base again. Yeah, TBA on all this stuff that's on the floor. TBA on it until I have a proper workbench area. Up to and including masonry workbench, because that is critical to my next phase. Okay. Yeah. We actually don't have too awful much to do immediately, because immediately we need to, like, the next thing is to start progressing down the street. I suppose there is a little bit of sledge work I could do tonight, but now that I've gotten the critical stuff out of the way, I feel like I need to leave the sledgehammer alone. This is the red one. I can never make another red one. I cannot reforge this one. I mean, if it breaks, I can reforge it, but then it wouldn't be a red one anymore, and that's not acceptable. So. And I need to get rid of this combat vehicle kit. As much as I like it, it doesn't work because the size limit brake works when you put it in the seat, but not when you take stuff out of it. Hate it. Okay. That just looks dumb. I mean, I'll recognize it, but it still looks dumb. I'll just put it in there then. Whatever. Okay, it's decided. I'm just going to read forging for tonight. I could go take a bath, but that actually could... I have not secured the lake yet. There is a lake that is not too awful far from here. But it's far enough that I would have to... I've never been there before, so I would have to be very, very cautious going through the woods, and that would slow me down to the point where it would no longer be a 30-minute activity. So maybe tomorrow morning we'll secure the water source. It's not necessary. I mean, it's like... She's not gonna get upset if she's a little bit bloody. It's mostly her weapons that are bloody anyway. So this body of water right here is what I'm referring to. There isn't a direct path to it from Ginfidel. If there was, I would absolutely have used it by now. I think there is a much clearer route if you kind of go over this way. It isn't marked on the map. And of course it is going to be overgrown to hell with trees. There it is. That's not too bad as long as you can move up that way. Threats are always, of course, tree cover related. I do occasionally see them come down from this way. Like, to the top and right of my screen. I feel like that is where they would come from most often in the past. Stand right there and use that tile, and you can keep an eye on things coming from that direction at least. Now you'll see that there's a couple of fish jumping. I would never rely on this for a food source. Maybe supplemental nutrition every once in a while. But I'm pretty sure with the fishing system that if you're not doing the Ohio River, you can very easily exhaust a isolated pond like this if you overfish it. I think this actually is the safest route to go around like this. Fewest line of sight obstructions going this way. Now to make the arrow point the correct direction. I do not have my axe with me. Perhaps next time I come this direction. Yeah, that's right. I threw this down. I'm a horrific litterer. Holy shit, I completely forgot. I'm glad that I came up this way, because I remember leaving these for myself. I don't remember why I put them on this particular bend, because that's farther away than I would normally pass. I knew I would pass through this area again. The sensible thing would have been to leave them a little closer to Ginfidel. But whatever, that's 5 cans of propane right there. I knew past me had some more surprises for me in this, future me in this area. Oh God, I can't believe it. I got tunnel visioned. It's June 1st. June 1st. Some of my crops might already be dying. I need to get back to Riverside today. And I need to, like, not even just today, I need by this afternoon. If crops are outside of their planting season, they die within 2 days. So actually, the timing is okay. The timing is okay because I can get a list of materials that I want to bring back here with me. If anything is wrong. I did not bring leather, so that's actually perfect. We'll get some leather. I can quite literally leave the milk behind. Just take the fountain cups with me. Those eggs will be fine. I will be back. They will not be rotten just yet. And all of this is for local use. I'm going to put the sparklers and glue into the electrical bin so that we can make us some explosives of the aerosol can variety down here. Yeah. Shut the generator off because there's no longer, now that we have the fridge emptied. I find it fun, what can I say? I suppose since if I am going to be going back to Riverside, I'll siphon 2 cans of gas out of the ambulance so that I have some spare gas for the generator here, without having to worry about pressuring myself to get up to the gas station around here. That can be the use for our hiking backpack. Can of gas. And spare electrical parts, of which I don't have too many right now. But I also don't really need too many right now. And we want to take one of these pickaxes back with us, and I need to remove most of this propane. I will take 1 full propane tank of the collection that I left there. I'll take 1 full propane tank back to Riverside with me, because Riverside is already really flush with propane at the moment, so I'm not hurting for it or anything. Bill of materials, I'm actually going to write this down. Bill of materials is going to be 2 times medium leather for the bellows. Let's get some floodlights, because we have a massive surplus of floodlights at Riverside. We can make use of 2 of them down here. We do not need to bring electrical parts. We will overflow with electrical parts eventually down here. We have plenty of clay, and once we empty the clay out of the sacks, we have plenty of sacks. I think we're going to be alright. No need for non-perishable food. We will, like I said, we will find a billion of everything, except for very few specific niggles here and there. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I may or may not think of something else. I don't need to bring these yellow generators back with me. They're going to go forward to West Point at some point in the distant future-ish. Distant-ish future. We're not going to wait that long before going to West Point, because West Point is Stendos. Stendos is a potential chance for aiming 5. Aiming 5 means I can actually start using guns again. Right now, I have not been using guns very much because it's not the best idea while I don't have the book read. Hang on a second. How about we explore some new territory on the way home? I have not taken Riverside Road from Muldraugh yet, so we can actually take Riverside Road from Muldraugh and have a little bit of territory exploration, which is always fun. We've been retreading ground for most of the past several streams. Now that it is June 1st, that actually starts the planting season for a couple of other new crops. I don't know if there's anything I really care about planting right now. Things like there's just not that much. I think I'll be fine. It's like tomatoes, jalapenos, habaneros, stuff like that. More things that require me to babysit. And I'm just the thought of babysitting shit. Oh, hello. That's right. There's a blockade here. Am I gonna challenge this? I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. I do want this blockade cleared someday. Today's not that day. I'm literally on a ticking clock at the moment. Took a little bit longer than I was quite expecting at Muldraugh, which is okay. We got good shit done. But yeah, we'll just take the other road back to Riverside now. Yeah, that is a fixed roadblock. It will always spawn there. Some of the other roadblocks are random generated as opposed to where they'll actually be. But that one is permanent. Can't get between West Point and Muldraugh too easily, now can we? I can't remember if that one's actually mentioned in the lore. I do know that some places, particularly military checkpoints, which I guess is obvious, some places are actually mentioned in the lore as being specifically like a traffic jam that's actually talked about on the news. But I don't know if it ever talks about the placement. See, I spent so much time fast-forwarding when I was transferring stuff that I burned the clock way more than I ever expected to. Usually I don't fast-forward through, probably 30% of a day like I did for several days in a row there. I hate those signs. Such a burning passion. Is there a zombie behind it? Guess what? You don't get to know. my turn? Yeah. I'm going to be going back and forth on this road multiple times in the future. I'm going to do my future self a favor here. A little garbage bag to mark the correct turn. Sometimes this place melds together a little bit. I have taken this road back and forth between Riverside and Muldraugh many, many, many times. But it's always, for the past several characters that I've done this on, it's been at different times of year. Almost every single time. It was always winter on Bud, and it was, what was it, winter and then fall on Annie? I don't remember. But it looked different on Annie. Already up to the 9-hour, 40-minute mark. Great one today. Not too many live viewers at the moment, but shout out to all y'all who stuck around. We're in it long today. I have been considering. I know I don't think any of them are here, but I know some of my viewers were actually quite interested in seeing me try Terra Invicta again. I am interested in trying again, and I actually was considering this weekend. I am kind of starting to lean against that for sleep schedule reasons, because Terra Invicta is a game that I really need to come at with a very fresh mindset, right? I need to come at it after I get a good night's sleep, and I have not been getting good night's sleep lately. In fact, I have been staying up ridiculously late, despite the fact that I'm up at 5 a.m. every morning on the weekdays. So if I can get a really good sleep tonight, then I might consider it for tomorrow. But, no. See, I can play Zomboid at, like, 50% mental capacity. That does not put my girl at risk. But Terra Invicta is one of those games where my strategic mind is constantly being challenged, and I can't just run on autopilot. This game I can run on autopilot and do great. There's so much of it that's just burned into my muscle memory at this point. Like, I feel like combat is so well burned into my muscle memory that it would take quite a few mistakes for me to truly fuck up. But I'm never going to say that it won't, because, yeah. It doesn't matter how many times I shame myself over what happened to Barb. It can and probably will happen again. Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad idea. I have finished the entire Horus Heresy. I have not acquired all 40,000 of the Warhammers, but it was alright. The End in the Death was the final one to see the Terra series, and there were some things that I wanted to. I really hate what they did with the Argonauts. Probably don't think too many of my fans are going to be avid Warhammer fans, and even if they are, they're not going to. A lot of Warhammer fans don't like 30K that much. But I enjoyed both. I'm one of those weirdos who, when I got into the hobby, I was like, oh wait, so there's stories that take place earlier on. I should read those first, right? Maybe not, but that's what I did. And I enjoyed it for what it was. Would recommend some of it. My buddy, I did have a guide who told me which books I could skip because they were almost entirely unrelated to the overall, like, even tangentially related to the overall plot. The entire subplot of what happened with Guilliman and Guilliman, Sanguinus, and what's his name? Al Johnson. Those three Primarchs getting cut off, and like going off and forming their own and fucking Imperium for a little while. That it was a part of the lore, but it dragged on so tremendously. Did not need like 6 books behind it. And the great thing about the Black Library is they've always got another one for you. So even if you read every single book in the series, You can just go back and cycle through the anthologies. Oh, that was very close. Oh, that was close. Fuck these wrecks. I should have gotten rid of these a long time ago. This is, we're passing Phallus Lake, the Phallus Lake general area now. I have not taken this road much, but past me did not do future me a favor just now. There was something telling me that I would be fine on this road. Okay, never mind. No nudging that one, I suppose. I was also zoomed in a little further than I normally would be, trying to keep an eye out for smaller threats on a road like this where I have less room to maneuver. One commonality of all the places I've been visiting before now, I was earlier on in this character's journey, I was able to spend a lot more time on highways. Now I'm spending a lot more time on back roads. Rosewood and Muldraugh have been almost exclusively back road trips to get to and from. Can't avoid it. It's part of the strategic charm of Riverside. You've got to go straight through the middle of the map. And I'm here for it most of the time. Nothing makes me question it faster than fucking siege of rabbits in the middle of the road or a bunch of zombies that weren't there previously. Like up here, we're going to have a bunch on this road. As soon as I take a right at the turn up here. Alright, back in Riverside. There were respawns on the South Road, so we're going to avoid that and probably take the commercial road, to be honest. Just go right on up here past the school and the Gigamart. Yeah, there were respawns on the residential road there. I'm okay with avoiding respawns on some occasions. as opposed to just getting out and killing all of them. So, way of picking your battles. I did not want to do that. That was a side hit. I dodged the bullet, but it was a side hit. Some of those are going to be getting close to my base now that I've led them in this direction. I swear, if some of these crops are already dead, I'm going to be quite disappointed. As far as I understood, they should last at least 2 days. Big should, though. And now we are gonna have to stay here in Riverside for the next 2 or 3 days and watch these crops and see if any of them start turning brown. We're particularly concerned just about whatever's south of this tire here. Some of it is ready to harvest. I probably will go ahead and pop the mint and the parsley. Yeah, we'll pop the mint and the parsley, and the sage is not there yet. The oregano is ready. And the kale is ready. The kale is ready, but the kale is not at risk of dying. The kale is just, whatchamacallit. Actually, the kale, I need to wait for it to bloom so I can get more kale seeds. I did not have very many kale seeds initially. Look at this. Garlic does bloom. Oh, it does bloom. Okay, cool. Very, very, very long time to grow that. The garlic, if anybody watching is not familiar, that is the only crop we planted in the fall, like we were supposed to plant fall crops, that actually took the proper amount of time to grow. Yeah, non-perishables. There's a reason I have a massive kitchen design that I'm replicating for all of my major bases. And non-perishables is actually the center focus of it. Some of these potatoes are hours away from the next phase. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be ready to harvest, I don't think. If it is, cool. That means we are down to the wire on the potatoes. Because if the potatoes start to die on the 2nd tomorrow, some of them will be hours away. In which case, if that is true, if we start seeing the potatoes turn brown, that means we actually, well, as long as we harvest them, we won. The strawberries may not make it. I don't know. It says weeks to the next phase, which would mean none of these ever had a chance. If it starts to die in June, but I think that's not the problem. I don't know. See, look at that. It says days. But everything else says weeks. That tells me that it's probably closer to like 7 days. I don't know. I can't really make sense of the strawberries right now. In any case, let's get the van out of the way here. I just kind of got a little rushed there. There's no need to rush. We're at least okay for the rest of today. Perfect. So you also want to keep some. Yeah, I don't expect to actually use all of the propane that I have down at Muldrow right now, but I do expect to take any that I don't use at Muldrow down to West Point, and then from West Point eventually someday to Louisville. That is the traversal direction. But yeah, you mentioned non-perishables. I'm up to 3 different containers just for canned food now. One for loose canned food, but then we start splitting the boxes between 2 other crates. The smart thing would be more of these metal crates. It's kind of hard to make them work in the kitchen, though. The kitchen it's got that green aesthetic. I like it a lot. Since we will be here for a few days, I'll go ahead and fire up the lights. Which I only have to do that, and then I can turn on the generator for the rest. It's great. perishables that I'm currently carrying. Can into fridge. I know exactly the first thing I'm going to do with this pickaxe that I got back from Master Infecto. I know exactly what I'm doing with this thing. Pickaxe is the only way to delete these fucking things. Stumps. Good riddance to that thing. I was tired of looking at that. Thankfully, no other stumps in the path of the roadway. I will go ahead and leave the pickaxe down here for now, so that I know where it is, but it doesn't really need... I don't need the pickaxe at the base. I just need to know where it is, and putting it on the ground right there, I will always know where that is. So every time I drive past, I'll see it. There is loot we could sort. We'll consider that. Question of when, not if. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break, IRL. Step away for a couple of minutes here. And then we shall, I might spend the evening reading, so that I can put away Foraging 5 and start on Animal Care 5. But I'll decide, I'll think about that while I step away here. Because Foraging we're almost done with. Alright, I will catch you guys in just a moment here. I am back. Sorry, I missed your message earlier. Yes, those are gold bars, and they do come in pallets. I have only located one pallet of gold bars reliably, and it's here in Riverside, in the bank, in the basement vault. I think there is another somewhere, possibly in Muldraugh. I don't remember exactly where the other one is, though. I remember finding two on Annie. Obviously, one was the Riverside one, because that's found at my regular explorations of Riverside. But yes, this is a gold bar pallet found in the bank vaults, and when you right-click on it and hit Take Gold Bars, it will give you 30 gold bars at 6 encumbrance each. Make that 6 times 30. It will literally fill your inventory with 180 encumbrance of gold bars. Unless they fixed that. I hope they fixed that. It doesn't make any sense for a gold bar or a gold ingot to weigh 6 encumbrance. Gold is a lot more lightweight than steel. But I digest. Glad to see we got some rain. I can put away foraging and pack up the book set. After reading that book, plus the glitched experience gain, we will get max foraging like very, very, very quickly. Alright, so if I'm going to go harvest the spices, I'm going to need a spice rack to put them on. Or make that a small drying rack. Really? Light bulbs are tiresome sometimes. You know what? Let's just use red light bulbs upstairs. Why not? I have a feeling we'll have no problem getting all the way to 20 for a single drying rack. But I'm going to need to establish a baseline of how much I get when I harvest each one of these. What worse to start with than the sage? Or whatever it is that's up top here. Parsley. $13 each. That's doable. 28 total. Looks like that might come out to like maybe 1 or 2 each. Unfortunately, you can't like split them. You can't like do some mint and some parsley on one drying rack. Can't do that. All or nothing. So this 8 will go in the fridge for now. Keep it fresh. And this 20 go into our first drying rack. It's a good thing we keep collecting twine. We're going to need it. Time for some clicking. Thankfully, it only requires 1 day, so I don't need to go build like 20 of those like I do with the large ones. The large ones, I had to build 20 because I had so much to harvest and it was the winter. And the winter meant no progress was going to happen. 4 long sticks each. Get 8. I suppose I could do a cursory glance at whatever crops are capable of being planted right now. That would be in our rosewood blooms here. There's only 3 things. Carrot, sweet potato, and turnip. No thanks. What did I miss in May? Bell pepper, habanero, tomato. Bell pepper, jalapeno, tomato, and habanero, which is not listed because I don't have any. Yeah, I'm not interested in doing the make sure that it's composted every single growth cycle. I'm not doing that rat race again. Carving level 9. I need some nails. And a drill. Actually, that hand drill belongs to the... Yeah, that belongs downstairs. I'll see if I can get away with that for now. There's a large leather right there. We can split that into 2 medium leather, and that is our, that's our, brain died. That's our, that's our bellows right there, both of them. Should be no problem to get 2 floodlights down here. We'll do that, then it'll be bedtime. Oh, we're actually not at Agriculture 10 yet. There we are. Waiting for that. 55. So, yeah. Getting agriculture level 10 got us an increased yield again. So now we have 2 racks per worth of mint. I can straight up put some of the mint in my coffee here. Even though my coffee was cooked like, I don't know, a massive long time ago. You still add mint to it. Not like it's going anywhere. Just extract that essence straight on in there. 22:30. That is bedtime. Kind of cool. I have blue light in here even though the light's not on. Thanks to the storm. I can't remember if I left some small drying racks at the actual PD where I was drying a bunch of things before. If I did, I can bring them back up here because there's no need to... I don't need the PD right now. The PD is for if I need to dry stuff during winter. Okay, no, everything is large. Wait a minute. My brain meat is insisting that there is a, it's insisting that I left a small somewhere in here. But I think it's wrong. I think it's full of shit this time. Maybe the one that my base actually is the small that I'm thinking of. The sunflower isn't ready yet, nor is the corn. We'll never be able to put tobacco on here. Some of these potatoes are still hours away. Okay, so it is not going from young to ready to harvest. It's got an almost ready to harvest phase, so I don't need to think about the potatoes much. The oregano is ready. I think the parsley is, yeah, look at that. The parsley's turning brown. So we caught the parsley just in time, boys. I'm pretty sure that the same is happening to the mint. I don't know for sure if it's supposed to look that way. It looks a little yellowish. Now, we already harvested both of those, but these are herbs, which means if you plant them in the right phase, sometimes they will be harvestable a second time. Not these. We got one harvest, and damn good that we did. All the stuff up here is still weeks away. The flowers are allegedly days away, but I don't know what it means by days. Could be many or it could be few. The cabbages are ready. I'm monitoring the cabbages for browning, because if they don't brown, I would like to harvest them and get seeds. Wait for the blooming phase, rather. I think... Actually, hang on. Oh, look at that, look at that. The garlic is dying. So the three here that are blooming, we can catch those. And then we're just going to harvest the other two. Nothing we can do for it. It's going to die tomorrow either way, so that's fine. Ended up with 13 garlic seeds from that. Okay, we'll do oregano next, because I don't think the thyme is in danger. How about I do one of each? That makes more sense to me. $21 each. Perfect. That is one drying rack each. I was not sure if I would actually be doing another one of those. I should probably just take a hand drill upstairs from the tool bin instead of continuously borrowing the tailoring station's hand drill. Yeah, we got a spare up here. Let's take it upstairs. Glorious. Construction supplies are now split. Perfect. If I need to make more, I can do so much more easily now. Less running back and forth. Alright, so... meta plan for today. We're at 10 hours, 22 minutes, so regardless of what I want to do, I've got less than an hour and a half left. We've got a storm, looks like. Yeah, when you see this fog and the rain is this heavy, that is definitely a storm right there. And there it is. The crops that were gonna die have died. As it is now the second. Just like clockwork. I am very pleased to see that we have another month that's valid for the cabbages, the strawberry, sage, oregano, potatoes, and thyme. I was unsure about some of those. What that does mean is we do have one free row right here. That row is now completely free. So is this one. Now that we're done with the garlic, finally. Now, if I was patient... I am patient. I'm patient enough for this. I'm patient enough for this. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for the what I was gonna do is I was considering, I was weighing the options of building another set of drying racks so that I can get rid of the rest of the spices that are capable of being harvested. But I'm not gonna be so impatient. Let's move the tire right there. And let's dig another row. All these strawberries should be... No, they're not. We're gonna compost the strawberries. We have to compost the sage. The sage here does have another growth cycle. So the sage, strawberries... That's going to be that's going to be one set of 5 here, and one set of 5 there. Yeah. Wait, we don't need to do the oregano. That would be a bit of a waste. Okay, as much as I would love to do my compost bags in multiples of 5, I'm abandoning that. It's going to be too much brain power. Since we're missing one potato. Oh, that's actually perfect. We need to compost one more strawberry, and we need to, okay, no, hang on, the potatoes are not ready to compost yet. At least not all of them, because some of them are at the new growth phase. This one here is at the new growth phase, this one is not. So I cannot compost all the potatoes yet. However, when the time comes to compost the potatoes, we can just use this one here, compost this last strawberry. Perfect. Then we can use all 5 bags of these on the two rows of potatoes. So even though the numbers are still slightly uneven, it's not as bad as I was afraid. I don't have to compost the kale. I kind of want to, though. I kind of want to just because that will get it to the blooming phase faster. Alright, 3 left in the bag that I have right now. There is not going to be a clean way of using that up. I suppose I could compost this time and just see if it does anything to whether it's going to be weeks or days. I don't think it will. But at least that way I got the compost onto a plant that can use it, hypothetically. Backpack contains 18 sacks. Let's do a cycle of fertilizer, or a cycle of compost. 2 distinct concepts. I need to pull one of these animal trailers out of here. There should not be 2. It's just messing everything up. Really? Okay, I need to tow an animal trailer out of there. Hope I don't get run over either. I think we're good. Come on, there's no need to get stuck on that. That's more like it. Alright, let's get this fucking thing out of here. There should only ever have been one up there. I got lazy and left a second. Here that one. What about this one? Right, this one is composter. Oh, right. I'm getting lazy here. I left the key in whatchamacallit, Rosewood, because that is where I found this one. Just in a hot wire. Now I can finally actually access this. That's a problem. I need to move that trailer back further. We're sweating a lot right now. Despite the rain, we're actually sweating a lot. And that's causing us to dehydrate ourselves. I'm starting to think this getup that I'm wearing right now is a little too warm for summer. We just fell below weight limit, so we do need to put on some weight. Sounds like it's butter time. Soon, PM. Now that I'm done composting and ready to plant, that's when the rain stops. That's okay. I was not going to trust the rain either way. I never do. Damn it. Some of these potatoes are still hours away. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. And I already picked up the bags and everything. Whatever. Putting them back down then. I'm not going to make these bags uneven just because some of the potatoes want to take forever when others don't. I don't remember how much fertilizer we have left. I think it's about 4 units. I'll just use it on the strawberries until it's gone. Yep, there it is. Looks like we had a corn death here. Not even sure why. But good riddance. So, if I wanted to plant a June crop, what, pray tell, would it be? I looked at our options, and I kind of was like, nah. But now that I'm realized that I have to be stuck in here anyway. Rosary blooms, right. Carrots, sweet potato, turnip. Hang on a second, carrots. Aren't carrots valid for Carrots are valid to jar up, so a row of carrots can be preserved. Otherwise, turnip and sweet potato are negative. Could have planted these as early as February, but we're planting them in June instead, because that is the second of the best months that are available. Okay, we're playing the waiting game for a couple days here. Oh, wait, let's putting the June seeds back here. errors in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. I'm not sure why that happens. It seems to be thrown every time I pull out another charge of compost here. I mean, it seems to be working fine, so I don't know what's going on. But that is an error in the bottom corner there. Poo time. No turkey eggs are fertilized. Hey, there's one. That's a fertilized turkey egg right there. I have never had a baby turkey hatch before, so maybe we'll actually see some turkey multiplication going on here. It must have just entered their breeding season or something. All the eggs in this corner are not fertilized. I'm gonna have to double check and make sure that none of the ones I just picked up are. Yeah, see, I almost picked a fertilized one up. When you have high-level animal care, you should be able to see that an egg is fertilized from a distance. What am I doing to check to see if the egg is fertilized? Am I, like, shaking it? Oh, yeah, that one's got some mass in it. Okay, all the rest of the eggs are not. Okay, that looks like a bit of an error right here. How did all of those eggs come from one hen? There's only one hen over here. Something went weird over there. These two are fertilized. I think what may have happened is that this pile of eggs here may have been laid by a different chicken, but they just didn't appear in the correct area. That's the only way I can possibly rationalize that. Because there's only one chicken over here. Sorry, only one hen. There are some chicks, but they're all male. They're not contributing any egg laying. Even if they were adults, they wouldn't. Okay, that is all of the animal field sorted. Shame you can't get a carton of turkey eggs. I guess they just don't lay eggs as often, and because of that. Oh, that's right. I left the cups in here because I need to fill them up. Be milking time. Wait a minute, what's going on up here? I thought I fed these guys. Shit. They ran out of food. Okay. Alright. Let's go harvest some grass then. Did not expect that. This is the one with the scythe in it. And pretty much nothing else. I want a lawnmower in this game. Basically, it's what I'm doing is mowing my lawn. Hopefully the malnourishment didn't get too bad. Alright, we stayed up really late, but mission 100%. And we're up past the 11-hour mark, so we need to start wrapping things up on the meta side of the stream. I think what would be the best thing to do now is go ahead and finish packing up for the trip back to Muldraugh, mothball things here again, head to Muldraugh, and end the stream the next morning at Muldraugh. Or not the next morning, but just as soon as we get there. Because days are 90 minutes now. So if I don't fast forward at all tomorrow, and I just say, okay, I'll end it next morning, then I will go over the limit. Because I have less than an hour left before YouTube cuts me off, so... Gonna run a load of laundry, but I can't. My appliances I can't reach anymore. Whatever. We already have the leather. Oh, that's what I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting a oh, are some of these done drying already? Yeah, I forget. I'm so used to it taking forever that some of these only take a day. I should be able to get the rest of the ready to harvests from this. And then I can load them up to dry out before I leave. And they'll be dry by the time I get back, but of course, always. Really should be processing some of this leather, too. I mean, I've got the racks right in front of me. It's just a small amount of effort to get them processed. I'll do the pig hides. It's 2 pig hides right in front of me. Unfortunately, I can only do 1 medium at a time, though. Got 2 small racks there. This is my spice bin right here, underneath the popcorn machine. I did the same thing on my previous character. Damn it. Some of these potatoes are still waiting. I think I have 5 racks total. I'm probably going to need all 5. Probably more than all 5. But I'm not going to let that stop me. So it's just these 4 slowpokes here that we're waiting for the next phase. All of them say hours, so it's less than a day. I won't head back to Muldraw just yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read Animal Care and fast forward through. Maybe I can fast forward through the rest of the storm. In any case, we'll get these on the rack. Late getting to bed. Mostly worth. Alright, late for bed. Let's get to bed, and then we read for a bit. I will periodically check those potatoes while I'm reading. We're gonna do a calorie bomb here. Should still have plenty of butter, yeah. So now, every time we get hungry, we eat one of those stir fries. I'm putting away the milk for now. That's when we want to start losing weight again. And last thing that needs to go to Moldy are a couple of floodlights. still one of those potatoes. I can see it from here. Still waiting for 2 of them, actually. Yep, there it is. Wait a minute, no, that one's still... Okay, one more. Wait a minute. No, I think they're looking good. Yeah, potatoes are ready. Am I in weight gain? Not yet. That's okay, we can overeat a little bit. I'm now in weight gain without rapid. I've been waiting my entire life for this. Still hanging in there on time. We're coming down to the wire on time. Wasn't quite expecting that. I thought I might be able to wrap up before we hit the 11-hour mark, but that's okay. We're doing good things here. See, even the cows are happy. Cleaned all their crap out. Probably smells better over here. "25 bags of compost is the most you can fit in a spiffo van in this particular universe." You would think that was somebody like right on top of my base or something. But no, there's nobody to the north of me. That would have had to have been across the Ohio River. What a silly game. Meta event doesn't even bother to check if a noise is coming from the direction of somewhere where it would be impossible to happen. Maybe there was a boat on the river. Some dude in a boat. Okay, and I do want the kale to get to blooming, because the kale needs to whatchamacallits, I need seeds for the kale. We only had 5 kale seeds. So waiting until those are blooming is a necessity. If I harvested them all now, I would have no kale seeds left. So that's actually not possible. Kale's really important. Good superfood. Definitely lives up to its title. Alright, so for the rest of tonight, we read book. And eat food. And get fed. Oh, I should make another sword. I should make another sword. It is going to be a little while until I get the forge up and running down in Muldra. It would be nice to at least have one sword, because right now, I don't have any swords. I'm using the machete, and the machete's at 2/3. I would feel much safer with a sword. Let's go ahead and crack one together here. Took apart that sword blade there. We should have plenty of charcoal still. And 68, that's enough. There be a new sword blade. There be a new sword with a handle. And there be a sword sharpened. Sword onto belt. Beautiful. These plants will be done drying overnight. Fantastic. That's actually perfect timing. So I'm going to read book until 22:30, sleep, wake up, pull all the plants off of the drying racks, and then replace them with whatever is left over in my fridge. Because all of the odd plants out just got tossed into my fridge. Perfect. Things tidied themselves up nicely here. And very little of that was actually in my control. Sometimes it feels like the yield that I get from each one of those crops is just basically completely random. Might as well be, as far as I'm concerned. So it looks like we're doing a full run of thyme, oregano, and then a half run of mint and parsley. Some of the garlic is finally going stale. Damn shame. There's nothing I can do for it. My freezer over here has been full for a long time. I actually really like the contrast of the red light with her white. It's probably an optical illusion, but it looks like it's got a lot of blue on it, like it's almost magenta. Wacky. So this is a new record for me. Never once have I been able to get every single herb that I've planted onto the drying rack. That was because back in Annie's time, when she was the one growing things, we could only fit one crop at a time on a drying rack. That's how bad things were at one point. Back in my day. So we can actually have all of these racks running, even if one of them, the last one, we're only going to have 4 time to put on there. That's whatever. It's cooking. It's doing its job. And that actually makes me feel very vindicated in the total amount that I built. I think I have enough time to get some of that leather cooking. Might as well. I will eventually need it when I go to Louisville. Or if I actually decide to build a forge somewhere else on the map. Which I don't expect to, but maybe. Future-proofing and whatnot. I just need 2 bowls of water. Two brains out here. This is one occasion where it does actually feel worth it to just use up my long stick inventory, because I don't have too much time to work on this. Looks like of all the crops that I harvested, oregano beat out everybody in yield. I planted 5 of everything, and yet I only came home with 19 parsley, 40 mint. It was probably because I harvested the parsley first while it was still lower level. That jump from 9 to 10 really bumped me up. Not enough twine. Where is that fleshing tool? Should have left it up here somewhere, but I didn't. Bit of a doof. Somehow got left in there. Alright, so all of our leather drying racks, rather, are going to be cooking while we're gone, making full use of the fact that it is summer, and I don't have to keep fires going to dry this shit. Even if I don't immediately have a use for the leather, fine, we will find a use for it. Better to have crude than not, in my opinion. 2 medium and 2 small. So 2 of those sheep that keeled over and died for no reason, and 2 of the pigs that we found in Brandenburg. When we found them, they were basically on the verge of dying, so we administered coup de grace. Alright, folks, it has been a good one today. We're almost finished. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream at Muldraw. So we're gonna make the commute back. Oh, fog, really? You really doing that to me, Andy Stone? I knew I should have reconsidered that. Whatever. I wanted to go somewhere, and everything was going right. So of course fog would happen. That's just basically mandatory. What am I at? 11:34. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read when I come back next stream, I would probably do this anyway. So I'm just gonna read Animal Care for a few hours here, and see if the fog goes away by 1300. And if it doesn't, then I'll just finish the book and call the stream there. In a perfect world, it would go ahead and finish. Fog is gone by 1300. Hell yeah. Okay. We are in business. We do have rain, but that's okay. As long as the fog's gone, I'm happy. I ran out of fuel. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Glad I could stop her before she rammed herself. I don't know why I kept this spare petrol next to the light, whatchamacallit, the lights generator. The lights generator is going to have its load significantly lower. It is therefore going to need much less fuel. And we are now in rapid weight gain. Hopefully I can sustain that for a day or two. Bridge perishables coming with us. And back to Muldraw we go. I'm going to update my note real quick. Yeah. I did see some movement down there. There are some folks, but they're not coming at me. I'm gonna risk it. Okay, we got 10 minutes before YouTube is threatening me, so we are out of here. And that should be a perfect amount of time to get back to Muldraw. I'm gonna risk going through the school neighborhood here. Might be a little cheeky right around here, or not. Pleasantly surprised. But I saw some action in the front yard, so it probably will be cheeky on the way back then. Go Seahawks, huh? Interesting. Who were they playing? I have not followed them. I've not followed sports in quite a long time. I'm going to turn here and then double turns, right? Yes. Especially now that I cleared that roadblock. Don't have to worry about hitting nothing. Well, we're always on our guard, but we don't have to worry about frickin' crashed cars in the middle of the road now. Things. This was not my turn. Right. But no, not my turn. It is unexplored that direction, but I don't have time to go exploring. If I had no clock on me whatsoever, I would consider it, but no. Unfortunately, Nora the Explora has a lot on her plate today, and therefore, we're 10 minutes away from the hard cutoff. 11 hours, 56 minutes is when you start risking losing encoding. I was actually close. Careful with that rock. Actually, you know what? I might have enough animal care left to finish the book and then end the stream on a morning note, like I like to. I always like to end the stream at the start of the day. It wouldn't take too long to fast forward once we get there. I'm gonna laugh really hard if there's like 24 respawns surrounding the base. It's what with my experiences in this area, I would be 100% unsurprised. Not today, Satan. Dirty stinking Rams. Couldn't tell you if I would actually pick a horse in that race. Typically, I'm a Pittsburgh fan, but I have some whatchamacallit. I have like a secondary list of teams that I would cheer for. Quick perimeter check. Looking okay. Close. Quite close. Okay, we do want to cook something briefly here. I think I have time for that. Just want to get some, maybe I'll make some notes. Do I have bowls? I don't have bowls. Of course I don't. Always forget something. Always. 100% of the time, I forget every time. Egg stir fry it is. Oh, you know what else I forgot? I forgot to bring some of my own herbs that I just took off the vine. Now, I won't have the same problem with the garlic once it is done freezing. Once the garlic is done freezing, it will not take up my entire my entire screen like this. Now, this place is actually so big that if I'm going to be, like, sitting down and reading for a long term, I actually need to be kind of near the center of the place. Because otherwise it's so big that if I'm, like, in the kitchen, for example... The hell? I can't hear some... Okay, so somebody is hitting the door right here, and I can't hear them from the middle. So the point I was just about to make is moot. Even if I'm sitting on the floor in the middle, I can't... My auditory can't pick up... Fuck you and your scratchy claws.